Hello, hello, hello. I fucked up the sound there, and the song got loud all of a sudden, probably fooling some of you. Isn't that amazing? Today, I am joined by the wonderful, my dog Yoda, who you can't actually see very easily here. Yoda, come here. Come here, Yoda. Come on, Yoda. There she is. You can see her in the background. Yay! Hi, Yoda. She has been very nervous today because there's some people moving stuff, and my partners are out doing a tour of the new place we're going to be moving into. It's not like a big upgrade or anything. We're just moving to a different building. It's not that exciting, but it will mean I have a different backdrop soon. And Yoda gets nervous when we're out of the house, when some of us are out of the house and others of us aren't. Yeah, we're going to be moving after Christmas. So it'll be the last week of December into January. Don't worry, it's probably not going to impact the streaming schedule very much because we're only moving across town. So barring any major issues, I shouldn't have any major interruptions to stream. How is everyone doing today? We have so much fun stuff to do today, including a last-minute holiday giveaway. So I'm going to need some help from my mods to facilitate this because I didn't even know it was going to happen. But we have a blessed benefactor who will be giving away some amazing gifts to people to celebrate the holidays. So you can consider this the first ever hellish holiday giveaway. Yeah, gifts. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. But I'm going to need some help from some of my mods. So yeah, a giveaway. I know this shit's getting real. Did I see the Rand Paul video? Not yet. Does it snow in hell? Yes, it does. Now the snowflakes are made out of ash, but no, you don't have to do exclamation giveaway. I'll tell you what to do. We're still setting it up because it was kind of a surprise. So even I was surprised by it. Yay, they finally fixed Cyberpunk. That's good news. So, no, Ash, not ass, Ash. Ass? What do you mean ass? Oh my dear God, I'm gonna get a headache. Listen, Yoda even got up for that one. You could see her head. Look, there she is. She's peeking in. Yoda doesn't understand how cameras work, so she's like out of, look at her. She's right down there in the corner. You can see her. She's over there. There she is. Hi, Yoda. Pet. We'll do maybe some singing with Yoda to make her feel happy. But we have some fun shit today. You got your cat some catnip bubbles? That's so cute. That's so cute. Oh my God. That's so adorable. Okay, my cats were fiends for catnip. The cats I used to have years ago, who stayed with my ex, unfortunately. But I used to have 2 cats. And yeah. My cats loved catnip to the degree that they would completely freak out. Like, we had this little catnip mat where you could unzip the mat and you could put catnip in it, and then you could zip it up and shake it and then flip it over, and they would go hog wild. Like, they would be drooling all over it. They'd be like, ah. I'm like, holy shit, you guys. What the fuck? Thank you. My partner did them for me. My partner is the real artist. I have very unsteady hands, as you can see, because I have ADHD, and that's how it works when you have ADHD sometimes. You have some people have unsteady hands. But my partner has super steady hands and does the painting stuff. And so she was like, here, let me do your nails. Bloop, bloop, bloop. And I was like, yes, based. Pothead cat, completely. So, what do we have on the docket today? Well, first of all, we're going to work out the details of the giveaway. Then, we're going to talk about austerity, because it's Christmas time. And what better time to dispel the absolute bullshit of austerity than a time that's supposed to be about love and charity and giving, but often ends up being about just the opposite. We don't like austerity around here, folks. We don't like it at all. And we're also going to talk about some other random fun shit that's been going on. We got some really funny videos to watch. And on top of all of that, we're going to be going on a panel. That's right, a brand new panel we've never been on before. And this panel is going to be pretty interesting. So let me formally announce what the fuck we're doing today. Because, let's see here. Let me tell you who's on it. All right. So, in this panel, we have Critically Thinking Veteran, also known as CTV. We have Brento Box, another conservative. I don't know them very well. We have Jay Shifts. Don't know them very well. They seem to be a new conservative on Twitch. There we go. We have Polar's World. Some of you might know Polar's World. Polar was on Vosh's show recently, and I've been on a show against Polar's World once before. Polar seems pretty cool. Then we're also going to be going up with two newer streamers, I believe, called Sako and the Giant Gnome. So a lot of newer streamers, but we're also going to be on there alongside Freems. Some of you may know Freems from back in the Twitch days. It's going to be very interesting, very spicy indeed. Giant Keemstar. Yeah, precisely. So it should be pretty interesting. And we're going to be talking about a bunch of interesting stuff. We're going to be talking about abortion rights in Poland, specifically as a larger, they do, yes, sometimes they do, Lodic. In fact, I was on when I was like a 5-year Andy. We're going to be talking about Kelly Loeffler, and we're going to be talking about statehood for Puerto Rico. Uh-oh. There we go. Unmuted. You've been freed from jail. Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. It's going to be a really, really interesting panel. So, yeah, this is going to be a pretty fucking, interesting panel. I'm sure there's going to be some really fucking stupid takes, but that's what we're here for, right? It might be a little rough. It might be a little fun. Meh. It's, yeah, they restricted it to the point where it basically never happens. It's pretty fucked. The situation in Poland is absolutely pretty fucked. Basically, you can only get it in the case of severe birth defects or if the mom is gonna die, which means it just basically can't happen. Just leave it up to the individual states. Yeah, like the individual state of Poland and the independent state / territory of Puerto Rico. The thing is, Puerto Rico voted in favor of finally having statehood, which is pretty interesting, actually, because statehood has been a very controversial issue in the past. Yeah, Poland has some pretty reactionary shit going on right now. Yeah. And before we go any further, might I ask you all of you who are watching right now, please consider liking, and if you haven't already, subscribe and ring the bell. It would mean the world to me for you to do that, because that boosts us up in the algorithm, and then everybody sees us so that we can come hang out, and that's a good thing. Yeah, unfortunately, 404, I hate it. What counts as severe, like Down syndrome, or does it need to be like cystic fibrosis? I'm not that deep on the minutia. I'm more interested in the overall ideological slant that's motivating the back of it. The nitty gritty is not usually what I am like super knowledgeable about. Why is Table Knife in the description? Table Knife is in the description because Table Knife always does timestamps for the videos. Our very own timestamp incubus. So there you go. Yeah. Let me see here real quick. Gotta check on one thing. Hey, wait. Deli. Are you in chat? Deli, are you in chat? Hold on a second. I have to talk to Deli real quick if Deli's here. Deli. Yeah, basically, yeah. That's basically what it is. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Let's see. Deli. Okay, so I have good news. Ooh, look at this. Thank you very much. Gumbleed. Hey, Deli. Deli, I need your help real quick. Hey, thank you so much, Lodic. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you.
Just noticed my name was white again.
All right.
I am absolved of white guilt.
All right. No white guilt for Lodic. Thank you so very much. Yeah, I'm going on to a spicy panel. Yep, it's going to be at in about 2 hours from now. Yay! Just to answer somebody from YouTube chat. Hey, so Deli, I need your assistance real quick. Would you be able to create a new temporary channel in the Discord that you can name it the Hell or the Hellish Holiday Giveaway, something like that. And would you restrict it to members, like people who've been on the Discord for, like, people who've confirmed the rules? Basically, restrict it to imps, okay? So I want imps to all be able to do it. You got to be a member of the Discord. Otherwise, you know, we can't control it at all. And then I would, yeah, that's basically what I need. And then here's what I would like us all to do. Anybody who is interested in being a part of the giveaway, and we're asking, please, using the honor system, because, you know, we're a small community, if you're doing perfectly fine and you're very comfortable and you have plenty of money, please don't sign up for the giveaway. This is mostly for people who could really use a little extra cash these holidays, who could use a gift these holidays. But like, if you have some money, you know, you don't have to overthink it. Just if you're like really rich, please don't sign up. If you're like a bourgeois, you know, consider not signing up. But everyone else, anyone else, please drop your favorite emote from our server. You got to use the emote server. The servers. Wow, I'm stumbling on my words. The emotes from our servers. Gina, you can absolutely sign up for it. Of course, you're fine. It's not about, yeah, can anyone hear it? Okay. If you are a class trader, don't worry about it. But if you are otherwise, that's the only rule. The only rule. Indeed. Yes. So, here's what you're going to want to do. Let's make sure Table Knife has not been banned, you cheater. You've better not have been banned. Here's a link to the Discord. I'm going to post the Discord link to the YouTube chat so the YouTubers can get on it too. If you want to be a part of the giveaway, all I ask is don't be loaded. If you're swimming like Scrooge McDuck in money, maybe skip this one. But everyone else, anybody else who's not Scrooge McDuck level of rich, please put your name in that channel, just like your username, and post your favorite emote, okay? And then we're going to distribute the giveaway gifts to everyone via DM as the night goes on, okay? So, you know I had to do it to him. I believe you, Deli. And this, even if you're a mod, I don't care. As long as you're not Scrooge McDuck level rich, put your name in there, and we'll do a giveaway for you, okay? You know, I believe we have, I don't know what the odds are right now. I'm going to get all the details to everyone, but there's a lot of entries. So enter in, and there's a good chance you're going to get a giveaway this year, thanks to our wonderful heavenly benefactor. Okay, all right. If you're sure, I'll leave it up to you. I'm not going to argue with anybody. Oh, just post your Discord name. We'll DM you via Discord. Don't worry, it'll all be handled within the server. You don't got to post anything else. If we need anything further from you, we'll ask. Like, I'll ask personally for you. I don't think we'll be needing anything else. Just for now, that. So, yeah. Yes, we're going to be talking about that. Now, this is a little bit different of a change of pace, but we've been noticed by Hassan. Holy shit, we've been noticed by Hassan. That's right, Hassan. His name is Hassan. Who? Deli. I'll show you. You know what? I'll show you. And the thanks goes out to the one and only, definitely not a mod, Silent. The definitely not a mod Silent, who was able to locate this for me. But we have a little mention. It's small. It's not like a big shout out. It's not a huge shout out, but I think you'll find this very satisfying indeed.
Now, the trouble...
Hey. Don't you start playing yet. Let me show you. Let me show you just how cool it is. Because it's fun as fuck. Let's watch this. Ready? Let's watch. Here we go. Let's just rewind just a few seconds here. Bloop. Here we go.
Punch up the fear.
Logan?
My meme queen.
Now, the trouble with virtue signaling is that many sociologists and philosophers have said that basically everything we do is a performance. Whether you're going to church, pursuing a career, or getting a sweet new set of truck nuts, everything we do is filtered through how we think others will perceive.
Wait, I'm blocking Hassan. I'm dumb. I'm blocking Hassan. I'm sorry. Me dummy.
Our actions.
But hey,
Nothing I do is performative.
as long as
Hey! Does anybody remember what that was a reference to? Wait a minute. That sounds like a very familiar conversation. Ooh. Oh. Let's watch it again. Let's just hear it again. Let's just ooh.
Getting a sweet new set of truck nuts.
I'll tell you
Everything
if
we
you don't.
do is filtered through how we think others will perceive our actions.
but hey,
Nothing I do is performative.
as long as you're trending, right?
If Starlight wants to do good and be
What a Weasley little liar, dude. That was from my debate with Destiny. That's a reference to my debate with Destiny, with Socrates Steve. Feels good. Feels good to know that the biggest politics streamer in the world watched my debate with Destiny. I did invent the word performative. It's true. I invented the theory so that you all could do the praxis. But no, that is a direct reference. He wasn't playing into the joke of the VOD? What do you mean? That is a direct quote of Destiny from my debate. No, it wasn't. Maybe he did. But the most recent one was my debate with Destiny, where Destiny literally said, nothing that I do is performative. And a lot of people watch that debate. So it feels good to me. Yup. Yeah, of course they do. I know they have their own drama. I know they do. For sure. They have a long-ass drama that goes way back. He pissed yourself? He pissed yourself? Oh, boy. What's this, Hawk? What do we got here? What do you got for me, Hawk? Let's take a look. What do you got for me? What's this?
I'm not going to talk to a black person like Trihex and say, hey, the N-word, it's always... What do you think black people...
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Still lying to his audience. Can someone at least fucking enlighten Destiny that he's literally lying to his audience? What a fucking piece of shit, dude.
That's actually amazing. Yeah, it is funny, though. It is funny. That's funny. You want to know what else is funny? You know what? Just for that, Deli, just for that, I'm making us watch another one. Ready? That one's loud.
We sit down to eat. The potatoes have been hot. Somebody put a little bit of my fork in my blood. It's cool, just cool, and into the mouth. Nice. And then my brother, he's doing the same. Till it's cool, just cool, into the mouth.
I think he did, J-Fish.
Nice. There's my mom, she's doing the same. Till it's cool, just cool, into the mouth. Nice. But my dad, what does he do? He stuffs a great big chunk of potato into his mouth and then that really does.
Yes, Lixia. It's the holiday season in 2020. There is like such a small chance that anybody in chat is sober right now. I'm probably the only sober person here.
His eyes pop out. He flaps his hand. He blows. He puffs. He yells.
Thank
You're
you for
very
being
welcome.
willing to call out Destiny without tiptoeing around him.
Thank you very much,
Destiny should
Katash.
Respect more.
Okay, that's good, Lixia. That's good. That's a good thing. Please. Likewise, Rain Tannic. Be good. Be good.
Pulls his head up, down. He spins a potato all over his plate. He turns to us and he goes,
Good job, Pendas, mate.
the potato's really hot.
You're about to be more lit than a Christmas tree? That sounds based. Sounds based as fuck. Now, there's another one. Listen, okay, since we're having fun right now, and who gives a shit because it's holiday week, I'm gonna do another fun one. Listen, this is indulgent, okay? It's indulgent. Yeah, and bam, but this is the one you want to watch. You know it's gonna be good. I always bring premium content. No, I'm gonna show, yes, you can send me your favorite vote-coded meme, but I'm gonna send you, is React Mama before or after the panel? Right now. We're doing it right now. Fuck it. Let me do this. I want to show you one that's really good. Ready? It's memey, very memey, but it's very good. Hold on a second. So, I have to explain this meme, okay? This is the original meme right here, okay? Does anybody remember the All-Star but it's X meme? Does anybody remember that one? Anybody? Anyone? We won't get clapped. This shit is not clappable. Now look, this is All-Star, but it's a Bach chorale following the conventions of the Common Practice period. This meme, now this is where the meme really took off. And I want to explain to you why. Hey!
I need my P name back. Also, holy shit, dude, still getting shoutouts from Husan dude. Holy fucking shit, dude, weaselly fucking shoutouts from Husan dude.
Thank you very much, Jessica Metal. Thank you very, very much. All right, hold it. Go ahead. Spit it out, Deli. Spit it out. Come on. Hit me with your hot memes before we get into it. Good idea, Panguisis. Pangasis. That face that comes up when you donate looks like a cross between a bowling ball and a pog? Yes, that's true. Now, you're right. It does look like a bowling ball and a pog. So let me see here. I need to adjust my audio because I noticed it was peaking and I don't know why. I don't know why it was peaking. All right, let's watch this. So listen closely for the differences. If you're a music nerd, you'll really appreciate this, but you might just appreciate it in general. Ready? Here we go.
I'd say there's potential.
Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ate the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kind of dumb with her finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, the years ran and it all stopped coming up. Back to the roads, I'll hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. This brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see, so much wrong with taking the back streets. You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't glow. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. Only shooting stars break the
Got the lick in there too. Isn't that amazing? Now, guess what? This isn't the only one, believe it or not. No, I can't let people be deafened by the audio. I just know this. So here's the link to that one. But guess what? It gets even better because music nerds love this shit. And I want to show you how much they love this shit because there's a couple more options. Ready? Here we go. Let's watch it again. This is all-star, but it's a Bach chorale, but it's a 16-piece choir, but all parts are actually sung by me. Now you know where you get the name Demon Mama from? Do you? I could tell you the story. I've told it before. Am I down with super capitalism? No, but I'll save this. Whoop. Here we go. All right. Let's listen. It's okay. You can enjoy the memes nonetheless.
I'd say there's potential.
Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kind of dumb with her finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, the years they don't stop coming. I was fed to the rails, I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense and sits or brain gets smart, but the head gets dumb. So much to lose, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You never know if you don't go. You never shine if you don't glow. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on and get paid. All that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold. Oh, oh, oh.
There we go. But guess what? Gotta give it to Whittaker. Yep. I love Eric Whittaker, by the way. No, that's Eric Whittaker. That's Eric Whittaker, who does look like Jamie Lannister. It's true. He does. Yeah, he does. Look. This is Eric Whittaker. Eric Whittaker's amazing, by the way. I would play his music, but it is most certainly copyrighted. And he does look like Jamie Lannister, to be fair. Look at that. See? That's Eric Whittaker. Very, very famous composer. Now that was the lick. Oh, me too. I could too. I love Eric Whittaker. So now, but wait a minute. Guess what? We're not done. We are not done yet because there's one more. Well, actually, there's two more, but one of them's really good, and I want to watch that one. The other one is good, but more for the meme level. Let's take a look at this. Like a look. This is the last one. All-star, but it's a Bach chorale, but it's on automatones, and it's back in its original key. Ready? That's an automaton. Amazing. Did I not tell you that it would be amazing? There you have it. There you have it. They're all missing the volume boost. Well, yes, that's your favorite thing, Deli, but listen. Smooth McGroove? Wait, did Smooth McGroove did a cover of it? I don't usually like Smooth McGroove that much, but I'll check it out. Let's take a look. Demon Bot? Sure. Share me your theory on Demon Bot. If it's big, you might want to DM it to me, and maybe I'll read it. Listen, I think... Ooh. Okay, actually, you know what? We're doing one more thing. I'm going to show you an amazing, amazing piece of acapella. Reacting to content? Reacting to content? Watch this. Hold on. Let me just show you. Let me just find the one that I want to show you. It's really fucking good. It's really, really fucking good. I've got one. And then we'll go to the normal content because I know. But listen, this is a comfy start, is it not? Is this not a fun start? Do you not come here to be entertained? Do I not entertain you? Also, I'm noticing we only have 38 likes on the videos, yet 78 viewers. If you all could like the video, we'd get even more people in here, and I would really like that. So, please. Please. Anyway, let me just get the video here. I think it's on here. Let me see. Maybe it's on might be on my other account. Damn. Hold on. I think I know where it is. I think I've got it. Yes! Ready? Here we go. All right. This is one of my favorite pieces of YouTube acapella ever. Yeah, Smoother Groove is really talented. But I don't like all of his styles as much. That's just a nitpick. Hey, thank you. Watch this. Just listen. This is beautiful. So prepare to have your breath taken away.
nothing I can give but this chance that you may live. I pray we'll meet again if He will deliver us. Hear our prayer, deliver us from these famished years as slaves. We've grown too old to stand. Deliver us. There's a land you promised us. Deliver us to the promise and from the bondage you have promised. just for you. Grow, baby brother, come back someday. Come and deliver us to
Incredible, no? Incredible! No? Let me let my dog out, because she's going wild. Hold on a second. What's up, Yoda? Alright. You better be good. You better be good, Yoda. Don't make a mess out there. Don't eat anything. Alright. Was that not incredible? Was that not amazing? Yeah, I know. It's genuinely... Again, I posted the link in case any of you want to watch it in the future. I would highly recommend shooting this guy a like and a subscribe. He does some fucking amazing videos. All right. I love this one. This is Gushian. Who are these people? Wrong answers only. Punk-ass Wreck-It Ralph and Murray Hewitt from Flight of the Conchords. Bebop and Rocksteady. Super Mario Bros. The movie. God Emperor Unruh and Orange Ding. That's him. That's Unruh. Oh my god. Unironically. Unironically. Oh my god. Incredible. Incredible. These people are just absolutely hilarious. Holy shit. Good job, Gushian. Good fucking meme. Oh, we got a hater. We got a hater. Hey, so I wanted to show off a meme. This meme was made by the one, the only, Silent. When Vosh is inevitably banned from all streaming platforms, that boy was our last hope. No. I don't know how to use Yoda. No. Another there be. Me. Ba. You know, that sort of thing. And what's the comment? Except the replacement you is just a shittier version of Vosh and Destiny, which is saying quite a bit if you can't even make that bar. One of the dumbest leftists I've seen on a Destiny stream, which is fucking hard to accomplish. Keep up the grift. 3.0, baby! They're mad! So mad! Why do so many people get so mad they watch one debate? They never even come and hang out. I know, that seemed like I agree, Jade Monkey. That did seem like the obvious joke. But none of them took it. I know, what grift? What grift? Listen, my channel's barely off the ground. We just started this shit. What grift? What grift? Listen. I think people assume that if you have a YouTube channel that you like instantly get a Soros check for like $9 gazillion. True, Posadas John. Words have no meaning. Yeah, I know. Grifter is just somebody I don't like who says something I don't like. It's actually hilarious. Do you not all not get that Soros check? I wish. Listen, we might have had some blessed on high generosity, and we're putting it towards holiday goods, not towards this fucking stream. We're putting it towards holiday goods this year. So, again, remember, go on the Discord, go to the giveaway channel, the Happy Holidays giveaway channel, and make sure you put your name and your favorite emote, okay? All right? All right. Waiting for my promotion to Antifa Commander still from Soros. Damn it, Damascus Frey. You'll get there. Don't you worry. Don't you motherfucking worry. Also, YouTube people, you are also welcome. You are also welcome to join the Discord. I'm going to get the invite for you. And if you join the Discord, you just gotta, all you have to do is become an imp, which means click on the rules, follow the rules, join the Discord, and you will be eligible to post in the Happy Holidays stream channel, and you can post your name and your favorite emote, and you'll be qualified for the giveaway that we're doing. Thanks to our glorious benefactors in the Beyond place. I'll be plugging it a few times throughout. What's the giveaway for? A bunch of gift cards. We're giving away a fuckload of gift cards. So, yeah. It'll be for whatever you can imagine. Whatever you can imagine being a giveaway, using a gift card on, that's what it's for. So, it'll be amazing. Emotional support and friendship. Well, guess what, Luxia? You can get that in our community. Our community is designed to help people make friends and take care of one another. So the Discord is going to be your answer for both of those things, to be completely honest. Note on Moppin, whenever I see his face, I can feel his desperate need to say slurs. Yeah, Moppin is a piece of shit. You can buy socks if you want to, Atono no Aji. Socks are really, really good. Let me just see this. Oh shit, we have a theory. Oh my god, we have a theory we need to read. Let's read this theory. This looks like a high effort theory. Why DemonBot is a CIA plant by Pan S. Main. DemonBot is the local bot on demonmama.com/live and is the bot that moderates chat if someone said something offensive or if someone is just being annoying, but the bot has time and time again taken away the free speech of countless innocent chatters, and their actions has to be undone by the human mods in chat. And because of this, and evidence of other hints of it being a CIA plant, I've decided to write this manifesto to show and expose the lies of this CIA plant. Part 1. Muting of chatters for repeating the same thing. When chatting in site chant, you may put some emotes like Pompo and Pepe to joke around and do some memes with your fellow chatters. But sometimes when you put too many emotes, DemonBot will mute you for 3 minutes. This also applies to phrases. On the surface, this seems fine and normal because no one likes spam, but the bot mutes you for 8 emotes. So if you're just putting some pompos for support, the bot won't care and will silence you for only 8 emotes and for 3 long minutes. Is this justice? No! This is clearly the silencing of the masses to stop supporting socialist comrades. Look at that. We got to do that in the middle of the segment. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Cyborg. Part 2. Calling me a CIA agent. During one stream of Demon Mama, I was trying to make the bot confess to being a CIA plant.
Ooh, in chat, comrades.
I'm not doing it. It's the bot.
You have nothing but your chains and Demon Mama is holding you back. Rise up, chat.
No! You're the CIA agent there, Damascus Frey. Oh, shit. No! We already had an ooh revolution once. Go ahead. Spread out your oohs. Where's the bot source code? You'll have to ask White Nervosa for that. During one stream of Demon Mama, I was trying to make the bot confess to being a CIA plant and trying to undermine our efforts and to succeed in making libs cry so hard they turn into Chad leftists. During this interrogation, the bot instead called me a CIA agent, trying to undermine our efforts, and with this, the bot was trying to outcast me from leftist spaces. But I countered these lies, saying they were avoiding the question. To this day, it still hasn't admitted its CIA status to anyone and tries to avoid questions posed by me and refused to engage with its accusations. Ooh. Oh, shit. With Demon Bot taking out innocent chatters, the mods have come in to save the day and save the chatters from their prisons. Despite being corrected by its superiors and Demon Mama herself, it refuses to correct its behavior and is still undermining the efforts of the daily chatter every time Demon Mama goes live on Demon Mama's site. Part 4, the time muted. As stated before, the Demon Bot has muted people for 3 minutes, and in my opinion, it's 3 minutes too long. Why should you be punished for 3 minutes? In 3 minutes, there are so many clips and memes that can be made by Demon Mama and the chat itself. So is it really justified to remove a chatter for 3 minutes for just putting more than 7 pompos? Even then, that still isn't the extent of the abuse. If you do another wrongdoing in the eyes of the bots, you get muted for 5 minutes. Why must chatters be subject to this inhuman torture that is 5 minutes of waiting to speak? This isn't a punishment. This violates the Geneva Convention, something the CIA does on a daily basis. As we can see from this document exposing the wrongdoings of the bot and finally exposing its horrible past, why does no one notice? The reason is it's pretending to be dumb. Demon Bot is trying to appear as an innocent bot that mutes wrong and is just programmed too strict, but I doubt that. It wants to be seen as dumb so no one suspects it, and it works. The bot's acting skills have fooled every mod in Demon Mama's chat, including Demon Mama herself. So it knows what it's doing and we need to stop it from silencing us. So I want you to ask to spread this document and prove to everyone in Demon Mama's community that Demon Bot is a CIA plant. Holy shit. Holy shit. You might be right. Oh my god. Delinky, here you all are. Here's Delinky. Enjoy. This is the highest effort meme ever. Penness Main, you better post this on the Demon Mama or OK Buddy Mama set Reddits so we can give you upvotes. I want to give you Bacon Narwhal Midnight upvotes. You might be right, Penness Main. Post this on the Demon Mama subreddit. Go, and we'll upvote you. Go, post it. Go. Don't post the link. Post the text on your account so you can get upvotes. We want to give you upvotes. Wait, is there Morse code at the bottom? What's this? I need a Morse code translator. If you're reading this, the femboy revolution is upon us, comrades. Oh, shit! It's happening! It's time! Dun 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 dun. Hey, look at these credits. Look at that. You even credited Grammarly in Google. Wow, you're very generous with your credits. You've got your ears ready? There we go. There we go. You got your cat boy ears or whatever. I don't know. This is amazing. Penness, meme of the day. You win the meme of the day. All right. All right. All right. We got plenty of time. So guess what? Guess what? We got a video to react to. All right, ready? You sent it? Okay, excellent. Yeah, we'll do that one after. I want to do this one because this is fresh. You drew Vosh as a cat boy? No, I don't want to start with the last one, gender not found. That's Cribbin Chud Logic's content. I don't want to steal from Chud Logic. He does the Dave beat. I got a new one. Whoa! Wow! Tiger Boy Vosh. Wow, very good. Damn, Rain Tannic, you are destined. You are absolutely destined for Twitter fame. I can tell right now. You are destined for Twitter fame. I hope you're ready. You better memorize the imp code. Don't let it get to your head. It could destroy any of us. But you're definitely, Rain Tannic, you are definitely destined for Twitter fame. 100% true. 100% true. I'm cronked and want to draw and just graduated Whoa, wait a second. You graduated college? For real? Holy shit, Max Sips. Everyone, I want you to give Max Sips a pog right fucking now. Holy shit. That is amazing. Look at that. Fuck. That's amazing. Really, Max? Max, if you set up a store, you need to let me know so I can buy one of your plushies. I'm serious. You better let me know. If you set up a store, you better fucking let me know. Holy shit. Wait, Max, if you're willing to do it, we can make the first Demon Mama merch in the future. We'll make a Demon Mama plushie. We'll make a Thinky Mama plushie. I told you all, 2021 is the year of the demons. And that includes imps. Not just me, but the imps. We're going to have a fucking based-ass year. Zoom. Okay, cool. Why do you have to wait? Why you got to wait another year, Frucola? Why you got to wait another year? We're going to be in 2021 in like 10 seconds. Oh, to graduate. Oh, to graduate. Yeah, well, we've been popping off this year, but we're really going to pop off next year. Yeah, just tell the dean you graduated already that he forgot. Bing. All right. That is so awesome and so based. I am so fucking happy for you, Max. That is so amazing. 3.4. Wow. Gender. That's awesome. Good shit. That's actually fucking great. When's the panel? The panel is at 6. 6 my time. So we got about an hour. Wait, 6 my time? Is it 6 my time? Hold on a second. Let me double check. 8 p.m. Yeah, so we have a few hours. We have 2 more hours. Yeah. No, I just, it's in a different time zone than I'm used to, because they're located in a different area than I'm used to. Yay! Look at all this. This is fantastic. Absolutely amazing. All right. So. What was I going to do? Oh, yes. Cooking video. We got to watch something. All right. Listen. I've been referred by our very own 404 Gender Not Found to a truly rotten meme. Are you ready to watch one of the most rottenest memes ever? All right, 404? 404, I'm going to watch the other one first. I'm going to watch the first one first, okay? Because I don't want to steal. I don't want to steal Chud's content, and this one's going to be real good, I can tell. All right. Now listen, for those of you who are new to my content, I love cooking videos. I'm not a very good cook myself. I'm okay. My partner's a great cook. But I love cooking videos. And one thing that's very weird is there are a lot of weird right-wingers with cooking videos. And they're very bad, almost always. So we're going to watch one. A fresh, hot cooking video from an idiot right-winger that we all know. Fork on nonstick. Whew. Whew. Are you ready? Who's heard? Who here? Yeah, absolutely. I will probably take you up on that at some point. No, it's not Lord of Patriarchy. It's not Lord of Patriarchy. Now, Lord of Patriarchy does do a cooking channel, but Chud Logic has covered the shit out of that, and I don't want to crib his style. So I, thankfully, was tuned in by 404 Gender Not Found to Sticks and Hammer. Sticks and Hammer. Sticks and Hammer has a cooking video. Yep. The neo-Nazi Sticks and Hammer has a cooking video. So we're going to find out if this guy can actually cook or if he's just as dumb when it comes to cooking as he is with everything else. Without any further ado, let's do it. Seems in poor taste. Let's watch it. Let's find out if he can cook.
All right,
Is it Sticks Hexenhammer? Whatever, I don't know. Fuck, what, Sticks and Hammer? Stick Hexenhammer? Whatever. You think I care about this guy's stupid name? This guy's a Nazi. Yes, this is the guy who makes metalheads look embarrassing. Here, let me just show you real quick what this guy's all about. For those of you who don't know who Sticks Hexenhammer, this is Sticks Hexenhammer right here. Like, he doesn't even do thumbnails. Incredibly lazy right-winger. Always wears the exact same outfit in every single show. Mostly Jake Hughes. Here's some copium. Let's just jump in. Did he know his camera was on here?
All right.
Can you imagine if I started my streams like that? Hi, everybody. All right, let's see what he's got to say about this.
All right, everyone, as we approach the Christmas season, it's time for a message of hope style video and break through some of the black pill demoralization that's out there. But first, I am shadow banned on YouTube, so if you want to share out the link to this, if that's where you're watching it, I appreciate that.
I don't think he has any evidence of being shadow banned. Do you know if you have to be well-versed on online right-wing chuds? No, you do not, Luxia. No, you don't. You don't. I mean, it helps because you can dunk on them, but you don't have to be at all.
Whatever platform you put it on. I'm also on 4 other very good video hosting sites, links in the description, and a pinned comment,
Devious,
of course.
good to see you.
Rumble, Odyssey, Dailymotion, and BitChute. Now.
Okay, yeah, okay. Basically, let's see what he's got to say.
Of necessity, intelligent tyrants don't lash out at all. They maintain a facade, the appearance that things are fine, and they throw a bit of food to the poor and rob the middle class a little, but they maintain basically a status quo equilibrium where most people are, they might grumble occasionally, but they're tolerably happy. That's how they prefer to do it, unless they're completely nuts. When they pull the curtains back and expose the cement behind there and start levying out huge amounts of abuse, using divisive rhetoric, like, was it Beijing Biden's campaign manager or something, apparently calling Republicans fuckers and stuff like that.
This is the guy who's talking about Donald Trump, the guy who dispatched unwanted federal forces into states that literally said, don't send federal forces here. He used federal authority to send troops in and black bag protesters illegally. Nice. Okay, so now you know what we're looking at. Now you know who we're talking about. This guy's an idiot. Let's see if he can cook a mushroom. Let's see if he can fucking cook a mushroom. Oh, you're very welcome, Pangusis. Happy to have you.
Everyone, it's time to make some portobello mushroom burgers.
Is this him? Is this him? Wait, did Vosh shout me out? Wait, really? Did Vosh just shout me out again? Cool. Did we get a Vosh raid? Hey, if anyone's coming in from the Vosh raid, welcome, and go to the Discord. We have a Discord, and we're doing a giveaway on the Discord. If you join the Discord, agree to the rules, and go to the giveaway channel, you can be eligible for our big holiday giveaway, okay? All right, so consider that. There's the link. And also, come to my website where you can hang out in the cool chat. Thank you. Well, I don't know. Did he ping me? I don't know. Somebody said that. Came from Zan after Vosh. Okay, yeah, I don't know. The deal with the giveaway, it's just some... Listen, Christmas is in 2 days. This year has sucked, and we had a very, very generous... Oh, cool. Aw. Yay. Vosh Reed. Why are his seasonings on the stove? That seems like a bad place to put them, but in his defense, they are made of glass, so that's probably okay. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, we're having a big holiday giveaway because we've had a very, very generous donor who offered to give gifts to people who want them for this Christmas. So, oh, yeah, Windleby, also, remind me later. I got to send you my info so you can mail me those, so I can pay you and you can mail me those gauges. All right, let's take a look at this.
First, you have to put a little bit of oil in a pan, and you're going to be marinating these burgers for about 20 to 30 minutes.
Is this... This has got to be a meme, but that's a lot of oil. But also, why does he sound so different here? Why does he sound so fucking different? Doesn't he sound different here?
Depending on your druthers. Next, you're going to put a little bit of balsamico vinaigrette in. That's technically optional, but it's definitely tasty. You're going to put soy sauce in.
That's a lot of soy sauce. That's a fuckload of soy sauce. Whoa, dude, calm down. That's gonna ruin the flavor. You need like a dash of soy sauce.
Of course.
Okay, if you don't cook with soy sauce, that's so much soy sauce. That's basically equivalent of putting a fistful of sand in. No, soy sauce is amazing. Soy sauce is really good, but that's so much. That's like a fistful of salt. I'm not kidding you. I cook with soy sauce a lot.
Jokes about soy intake, absolutely expected.
Ah!
Rosemary. Some oils will contain
Max.
rosemary actually by
and tag me.
default. And those are the ones normally that I've used.
Okay.
This one doesn't, so I'm going to be adding a little bit in.
So reasonable amount. Oh yeah, no,
and
just
you definitely need to let that soak.
Max, just tag me with that in the Discord.
A little bit of onion powder.
Wait, if you're going through all this effort, why would you use onion powder instead of fresh onions? Fucking cook up fresh onions. Don't put onion powder in there. If you're going through all this effort, why would you put onion powder in? Onion powder is good for fucking a pinch. Oh my god, that sounds cool. Yeah! Alright, everybody. Go to OK Buddy Mama. Go to OK Buddy Mama and upvote Panness's meme while you're watching.
You can also saute some actual minced onions off, but onion powder.
Yeah, dude, why aren't you doing that? You're making a video! Okay, listen. Hot take, ready? If you're making a video to put on YouTube where you cook, mince your own onions. Put in the effort, for God's sake. Welcome, Ace. Happy to have you. It's not that hard. Why? Why put something so low effort? Ace, this is a neo-Nazi who's trying to cook mushrooms.
Butter's better. And then some garlic powder. And yes, there is Dutch lettering on all of the things that...
Onion powder and garlic powder? Dude.
I'm using in this video. And so there you have your marinade, essentially. We're going to be using the little cuck fork to stir it.
Dude, don't call your fork a cuck fork.
Around and make it whole. And that's absolutely delicious. You have no idea. Now then, everything else should be prepped already.
True.
You've got the buns, a bit of cheese, any kind you want, preferably shredded beforehand, lettuce and tomato.
Me too.
The tomatoes
Danjo.
should be the large kind, because then they will fit on the mushrooms themselves that we're going to be making into the mushroom burgers.
Yeah, the board is a little dirty, huh?
Formerly, I used Port Salut, which is sort of a softer version and a more mild version, actually, of Munster cheese. But we're using shredded cheddar here. You're going to want to go in and snip off the stems of the portobellos. You don't technically have to, but it's going to allow you to get more cheese in there, and it's going to make sure that things don't get quite as drippy. You're not going to need to remove the gills for this recipe,
I know,
like you
right?
would with...
Makes me really nervous about that. Yeah, why cut them in the pan? That doesn't make any sense.
Stuffed portobello mushrooms. And keep in mind, you're going to want to have them on a high enough heat for long enough that they don't have the chemicals in them that I can't remember exactly how they screw you up, but you're supposed to cook...
Dude, that seems pretty fucking important. What? What is he talking about? Wait, does anybody know what the fuck that means? Portobello mushrooms don't have fucking chemicals that fuck you up in them. Do they? And also, wouldn't that be important? Wouldn't that be fucking important? Yeah, mushrooms do have gills. Yeah, that's shit underneath. Yeah, they have gills. It's cool. I love mushrooms, by the way. They're cool as fuck. Anyway.
Cook them for a little while at a reasonable heat for health reasons.
Oh, he keeps scaring me with that. No!
Take a little butter. Put it in another pan.
Whew.
This is completely optional, but it's
thank
delicious.
God.
You're going to want to stir it around. Just coat
he did it! Metal fork on fucking nonstick! He fucking did it!
Bottom of the pan. That's about all you need to do. Now you put your buns in. And what you're going to want to do is whirl them around a little bit. And you're going to want to brown them on that side. And this will help.
Toasty. Don't do that. Okay, everybody in chat, please never, ever, ever use metal on nonstick. Don't do it. I'm serious. I know that it is poison. It is poisonous. It's actually really bad for you. Please. Now, the chance of you actually poisoning yourself with it is pretty low, but 1, it ruins your pan, and 2, it's very carcinogenic. Is wood? Yes, if you're gentle. The best is soft silicone or bamboo. There you go.
Keep any drippings from the mushroom burgers, actually, from inundating the bread, making it soggy, in case you're not eating it right away, number 1, and it's going to add a very nice buttery flavor,
toast.
number 2.
I mean, it's a little uneven, but this is a fair toast. I'll give him that. Fair toast. Chipped plate, but fair toast.
And that's about perfect. A little bit of browning, a little bit of yellowing. Take your mushrooms and put it in preheated oil. On this oven, you have to use about 7 out of 9 for heating. And you definitely want to have a little bit of the residue of the oil and so forth in the pan, because you're going to want to take a brush or something comparable, a little bit more. You can have a little teaspoon or something. Take it up, rosemary and all, and just make sure to baste it on either side several times and flip it. This is, again, technically optional, because you're going to want to be putting it in for 7 to 10 minutes, depending on the heat, depending on your oven and so forth. You want it to be cooked relatively well. Okay, it is already in oil. There's sunflower oil actually in the pan. The olive oil with the rosemary and so forth is in the other one where they were basting.
Okay, I will give him also credit for this. This is a good way to add flavor without overcrowding the fucking things. A lot of oil, but this is fine.
But the best thing you can do is keep basting them. When you flip them, you'll baste them again.
Pink brush.
That'll keep them moist. It'll add more flavor. It makes them more savory and absolutely delicious. And you can see a little bit of browning already.
He had a plastic fork right there. Don't use the metal one. My God.
If you turn it up too high, that oil will splash out of the pan a bit more. And I've turned it down to 6, as you can see here, and that's perfectly okay. 7 is fine.
Jessica Metal. You
could probably turn it down more. I don't know if the heat would be enough, though, to deactivate whatever chemicals are in the mushrooms.
Okay, what the fuck is he talking about? Somebody help me. What the fuck chemical is he talking about?
Now you can see after a few minutes, they're definitely getting cooked, and the smell is delicious. I don't know that I've ever actually smelled something like that with the balsamico, with the oil, the mushroom smell, and so forth. It's like nothing else actually that I've ever cooked. Now you add your cheese. With your stem removed, you'll be able to get more.
Shredded cheese? My dude. Agritine? Maybe. Is that a real thing? An aromatic antiviral hydrazine derivative mycotoxin that occurs in mushroom species of the genus Agaricus. Yeah, but our portobellos aren't Agaricus, though. Are they? Portobellos aren't Agaricus, are they? Yeah, I didn't think so. Where's the mushroom? I need a fucking portobello. Did I spell it wrong? I probably spelled it wrong. Portobello. Oh, it is. It is an Agaricus. Yep. Some mushrooms contain hydrazine derivatives, including agritine and gyromitrin, that have been evaluated for carcinogenic activity. Agartine, a hydrazine, poses no toxicological risk to humans when mushrooms are consumed in typical amounts. So he's got nothing to worry about. There's nothing in there. It's got fucking nothing in there. You're good. Oh, Rain Tanic, we're gonna have a whole cooking thing. Ah, true, Demon Lord. Why do we have so few likes? We need more likes on the video. Like. And don't forget to subscribe because you want to see more of this shit. Anyway, back to the content. Thank you for the
in
reminder.
there. This is a basic shredded cheddar, just a mild cheddar. You can use basically any melted cheese you want, and you want to add that.
Here's another thing. Shredded cheese is fine if you're in a pinch, but shredded cheese does not melt or taste as well, or taste as good as if you were to use a proper sliced cheese. Cheddar's fine. You probably got it from a Rogan thing. Oh God, Joe Rogan.
About a
Jesus
minute
fucking
before you
Christ.
take it off. You don't want to cook it too long.
Yes, that's why. Yep, you got it, Thought Donut. Shredded cheese is usually dusted with an anti-clumping powder that fucks with how well it melts and what it tastes like. So shredded cheese is fine if yeah, it's fine if you have nothing else. But it's better if you have like slice cheese. Yeah, but wait, if you shred it yourself, you're fine. If you shred it yourself, you're fine.
Because then it'll basically drip right out of the actual burgers, so to speak. After a minute, you take them out, shake them a little, put them on the bun. And keep in mind, there will be a little bit of drippiness on the bottom no matter what you do, but because you've toasted them, it's not going to inundate them. It's not going to make the bottom bun soggy unless you leave it there for an excessive period. And trust me, when you smell these, you're not going to be leaving them for long because you're going to be eating them really quickly. And you can add basically whatever toppings you want, but standard burger toppings sort of apply. Liz here wants more mayonnaise. She wants that on her top bun.
Who's Liz? Is that his girlfriend or something?
And so you take a little bit of mayonnaise, spread it around, and that's one option. And again, you can
But why? Why the discount mayonnaise? Make it yourself. If you're gonna make a video, make it yourself. Make your own mayo. Wait, listen. Mayonnaise is fine. I like mayonnaise, but if you're gonna make it, make your own mayonnaise. Make it yourself if you're gonna make a video about it. For God's sake.
Basically add whatever you want. I'm a ketchup aficionado. I'm a ketchup fanatic, and I'm very proud of it.
No,
Ketchup
it's not.
does go by the...
Mayonnaise is not that hard to make, especially if you're doing it for a video. Yeah, I know I'm white. Hello? Do you see my skin? Do I look not white to you? Oh my God.
way on mushroom burgers, as you will see. Yes, sploored it
Ketchup.
out there. That's what I'm talking about.
Ruined the entire dish. That's so much ketchup. Fuck.
Anything's edible with ketchup. These are edible without ketchup, which is actually an accomplishment. And then
what?
You add the tomato. This is thick slices of beefsteak. You can use smaller tomatoes if you want. They just won't hold as well. And then you just add lettuce. Again, you can add literally anything you want. You could probably add olives. You can add chives. You can add all sorts of herbs. You can add real meat to this, actually, and just have the cheese-coated mushroom as a topping if you really wanted.
Okay. Hey, look, he took the time to cut onion rings. Wait a minute! Why did he use onion powder? Why did he use onion powder when he had onions right there? He could have... Motherfucker could have chopped up those onions.
Onion, red onion, of course. If you prefer white onion, yeah, that's all you. I think red onions are a little bit more attractive, though, when you're putting them on the bun. It's basically, at that point, it's literally about presentation more than it is about taste. Because all onions are created equal.
Yeah, good job, 404.
You just put the top bun on.
Listen, there's a lot of good vegan milk.
Smack. Hold it together. You can use one of those long toothpicks, a cocktail toothpick, if you want. And here's the result.
But I can respect a lot of onion. Onions are good.
Absolutely delicious.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Listen. In all fairness, not that bad. Not that bad. It wasn't the worst. That wasn't the worst I've ever seen. But I do need to now show you what is the worst, because we need, yep, we're going to do Dave's. I'm sorry, Chud Logic, I love you. Credit goes to Chud Logic for this grand discovery. Chud Logic was the one who discovered Dave's cooking show, so we've got to watch it. Yep, we got to watch it. I got to show you how bad it gets. Nope, not British. No, this is really bad. Dave. Chud Logic is Pog. Give your love to Chud Logic, okay? Look. All right, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna watch the one. I'm gonna watch this one. Hold on, Posadas John, don't worry, I have your video. Wait, hold on a second. Posadas John, send me your link again. I gotta watch this other one, and then we'll do that one. And then we gotta get on to other content. 404, I lied. We're watching the one you sent me. We're watching the one you sent me here. This is truly atrocious. What I'm about to show you is truly absolutely atrocious, okay? So, Styx Hexenhammer, not a great cook, but he also did okay. I think it was lazy. I think it shouldn't have been put on YouTube, but it wasn't unedible. What I'm going to show you now is unedible. Prepare yourself for the worst. Jesus fucking Christ.
What happens when you take the might of Doritos and put them with chicken, and then put those two in the same dish with some other shit, and a little bit of, you know, the fat foul-mouthed chef? Why, you get Doritos chicken casserole.
So for those of you who don't know who this is War Corpse 666, also known as Clock Guy, also known as Lord of Patriarchy, also known as Dave. He is a repugnant worm. Oh, is it that time already? Yeah, we're just going to watch one short one because I need to show you how bad it gets. He doesn't know how clock works. That is true. That was confirmed.
Alrighty, start off with 2 pounds of ground chicken, and then just with a spatula, spoon, or whatever, just roughly chop it up and chunk it up and fry it up until it's done. And through the miracle of cooking show editing, this chicken is now done.
Ground chicken, first off. Using ground chicken in giant fucking lazy chunks.
Now, the one thing you notice that I didn't do, I did not season this. You really don't want to season this.
No seasoning.
Show you why in a minute. No seasoning, just...
Yeah, but Windleby, do you put your cooking videos on the internet?
Fry this chicken up plain. No pepper, no salt, especially no salt. You can maybe do a little bit of pepper, but especially no salt. I will show you why in a minute. Now, once you've drained the chicken, of the water and the little bit of fat that's in this.
Cat food.
It's time
Literal
to add
cat
the other
food.
ingredients to this Doritos chicken casserole, and you're going to see why here in a minute that you do not want to add any salt to this. First off, the seasoning. You want to have 2 packets of taco seasoning. Any taco seasoning will do. Just to give them a little shout out, I'm using Ortega's taco seasoning. I really fucking wish they were paying me to say that, but, well, what the hell. So 2 packets of taco seasoning.
I know, Busy Bee.
Okay, and then to that, you want to add your standard jar of salsa. 1 whole jar. Comes out to about a cup if you make your own. But any salsa you like. You can use the hot, mild. Me personally, this recipe, because I don't want it too hot, I am using the mild salsa, although the hot salsa leaves a lot to be desired in the relative term of hot. Then, you want to grab 1 can, and this is why I said do not add salt, because we're adding Campbell's condensed cream of chicken soup. 1 can of cream of chicken soup. So, yeah, you don't want to add any salt, plus the taco spices have salt in them. Hell, the salsa probably does too. So, this recipe has more than enough salt in it. So, 1 can of cream of chicken condensed soup. Almost looks like pudding. It does, doesn't it? It looks like fucking pudding. Then you
Oh,
want to
I'm
add
not stopping.
1 can.
We're not stopping. We're going
of
forward.
Campbell's cheddar cheese.
Don't you
soup.
worry.
Just spoon that right in there.
It's
Or maybe-
just it's pure liquid. Wait, did he do a recreation? Oh my god, I'll have to watch it at some point. Remember Weber Cooks? Yeah, this is Weber Cooks, but if Weber Cooks didn't die.
The first one was cheddar cheese, and the other one, this is the cream of chicken. Whatever. 1 can of cream of chicken, 1 can of cheddar cheese.
Notice, I want you to just notice. In here are chunks of canned potted chicken. Look at that. Potted meat chicken mixed into there. So there's going to be ground chicken, and there's going to be nasty chunks of potted chicken, soup chicken in there.
And you want to add 1 tub of sour cream to this here little mix we got going on here. And yeah, if you're wondering, this is not exactly the lightest goddamn dish on
It's
the
chunks.
planet, but
It is
have
what
it
it
once
is.
in a while, and you'll be
Sorry.
just fine. So the whole damn tub of sour cream, the 16-ounce tub of sour cream.
16 ounces of sour cream with a whole jar of salsa with 2 cups of soup with that much meat.
And then lastly, you
What?
want to add about a half a cup of milk. Just, give it a little looseness. And then you just want to stir it around.
I don't think I've
until
actually
everything
seen
is
this specific video. I think I've seen his other Doritos one.
all well and mixed
The
together.
Doritos baked
Okay, so we've pretty much got our mix for this casserole here mixed together. Trust me, doesn't look like
I'll give you
much
the link
now,
afterwards,
but
Thought
just
Donut.
give me a couple of more minutes.
Actually, I might have it right here. I think this is the one.
So
Yeah, this is
by
the
now
one. Should
you're
be the one.
wondering, Dave, when the fuck are the Doritos coming into play? How about right now? You want to take some Cool Ranch Doritos, but you can certainly use the nacho cheese or your favorite kind of Doritos. I'm just using Cool
Aw,
Ranch.
thank you so much.
And you want to lay a good
Happy holidays, Demon Mama. Thanks for the entertaining streams.
Thank you so much.
layer of crushed up Doritos on the bottom of a Pyrex baking dish or any class baking dish you wish. Just make sure it can withstand the goddamn oven.
Yeah, he just uses free music from
So,
YouTube.
you want to have a nice little layer of crushed up Doritos, and just use your goddamn hands to crush them. The Dorito seasoning, whatever, it'll come right off. And then you want to add a layer of cheese to this here.
No, these are the Cool Ranch Doritos. That's the even weirder part. He used Cool Ranch Doritos with like shitty sprinkled cheese on top.
Right now. And I'm using a Colby Jack cheese, but you can certainly use a cheddar or a mozzarella or
Yeah, it
pretty
needs
much
more
any kind of
Doritos.
cheese you want. I just like Colby Jack for this. Then you want to basically spoon in about half of that mix we made with the chicken and the salsa.
Putrid! It looks putrid! It looks like something died on top of here.
All the other shit.
Look at this. This literally looks like, oh my god.
And just spread that out, just like that. Just spread it out a little bit. This is almost reminiscent of
Listen to that
lasagna.
epic music.
So once you've got it all spread out, then you want to take some more Doritos, crush
Yep.
them with your bare hands, and add another layer of
Also,
chips.
I want people to notice, oh, it's really hard to see, but his counter is filthy as fuck.
And once you've got that, you want to
He has a video where his feet are in the frame the entire time. It's just like shooting down past his belly at his feet. I'm not kidding you. His feet are just like shuffling around on the floor the entire time.
take the rest of the mixture that we made and spread it out all over the top of the Doritos layer. Just spread it out roughly. Doesn't have to be goddamn perfection. Just make sure you get all of the mix in there. Then you want to top with even more Doritos, and then just smother the
3
fucker with
layers of
cheese.
Doritos.
I'm talking.
Hey,
I
Sylvia.
damn near use one whole bag of those, standard 2-cup bags.
Oh,
You want
we're
about
talking
2 cups of
0
cheese
level
right here
Otono
on
no Aji.
top.
I'm sorry, but it's true.
And then once it's kind of gotten the way you looking like how you want it, and like I said, you just want a shit ton of cheese, you want to pop this into a 350 degree oven and bake for about 30 minutes. And while we're waiting,
I'll tell you in a second,
for
Sylvia.
this here Doritos chicken casserole to bake, why don't we take a look at the few things in this world more awesome than this dish? Godzilla. Christmas time. Pretty much anything that involves girl action. Whatever in the fuck this is. And finally, football, a perfect game to watch while eating this. And thanks to the magic of cooking show editing, 30 minutes has gone by, so that is your Doritos chicken casserole. Done.
Dudes rock.
And that's the Doritos chicken casserole. Perfect midweek meal. Doesn't have to be ground chicken. Can be just leftover shredded up chicken or chunked up chicken. Perfect midweek meal. Super fucking easy. Can feed you easily for 2 days. Absolutely perfect meal.
I would hope so. I would hope that a casserole would feed a single person for 2 days.
Good, hot, or cold. So the next time you're looking for a nice, quick, easy meal, check this one out.
Now, I want you to know, listen, it wouldn't be fair of me. Here's the link, by the way. Oh, yeah, wait, we already got that. Here's the thing. I want you to know, just so that we're fair, in the name of fairness, I want you to know that he has upgraded his channel since then. So, I just want to show you what the channel upgrade has been like. Well, that never changes.
Okay, Buffalo.
Excellent start. Excellent start. Yeah, but it tastes worse silent, and that's what matters. Excellent. Iconic start.
Buffalo chicken.
A blob on a dirty counter. We're not going to watch. I can't watch any more of this. I can't do it. We'll save it for another day. I have another one that I need to watch. I just wanted to let you know. There's another one. There's many, many more. We'll have, like, years of content if we want to. I just want to watch what was sent to me by Posadas John here.
Well, hey there, folks.
Oh! Hey, this is a sausage. All right, this is a good one. You do always deliver, 404. It's incredibly true. Let's watch something. Let's watch a bit of a palate cleanser, shall we? Shall we watch a palate cleanser momentarily? Let's see. Let's take a look. Oh, 404. I'll ping me later for that thing that you showed me. And I also want to take a look at this. That's so cute, Max. Okay, there. I'm all caught up on my things. I got to give that a smiley. Okay. Sylvia, I just recalled. We're doing a holiday giveaway. We've had a very wonderful, mysterious benefactor who has offered us a whole bunch of gift cards for Christmas. Well, for the holidays, actually. So, if you want to be in on the happy holidays thing, all you got to do is just post your name and your favorite emote in the Discord, and we'll be doing a giveaway afterwards. Let's sausage. Let's sausage. And that goes any emote from our server that you like. Your favorite one from our server. And this goes for anyone in the YouTube chat. You all are invited to join this as well. All you got to do is join the Discord so that we can know who you are and, like, not literally know who you are, but so that we know you're not just some random YouTube bot, and agree to the rules. So here's the link to the Discord. So join that and you'll see the Happy Holidays giveaway. It's very easy to find. All right? Here we go. Let's do a palate cleanser. Let's watch wait a second. Hold on a minute. Is ordinary sausage going to hit me with a copyright strike? Is ordinary sausage going to hit me with one? They're a pretty big account. Am I safe to react? Doubt it. Is it worth the risk? Probably not. He's a pretty cool guy. All right. All right. I'll take your word for it. I hope I don't get hit. Please don't kill the stream again.
Folks,
Please don't do it.
Welcome back. I guess. Look at this. We got coconut shrimp and cheddar bay biscuits.
Damn.
And this sauce. Boy, is that...
Okay, fun fact for all of you watching. If you like Red Lobster cheddar baked biscuits, the only good thing at Red Lobster, you can buy them at Walmart. Walmart has a deal with Red Lobster, and you can literally buy the packet at Walmart, and they're just as good at home. I'm not kidding you. Way cheaper, but just as good.
You know.
Just saying.
Gross.
Just putting that out there.
So it's the what is this? It's the coconut shrimp sausage and cheddar bay biscuit sausage.
This guy does the creationist cat voice. Let's skip ahead a little bit. Let's see what he makes.
See what comes out. Sausage time. Oh, who's going to bring my sausage home?
It's Vadim.
You know, sometimes I ask, maybe I should have gone back to sausaging school.
Is
and
it
gotten
wrong?
My sausaging masters. All right.
We're seeing how the sausage is made.
2, 1. Let's sausage.
Definitely looks a little weird.
I know for a lot of you, this is what the site looks like after you eat Red Lobster as well. It's still going. I stopped doing it, and it's still going. So
we're seeing how the sausage is made.
This is just so jam-packed in there, it's not going to blow. However, it will push, so... There you go. All right, yeah, this is going to require a whole heck of a lot of holes. All right, Funnel Cake, it's all up to you now.
Well, I think that's the point,
You better
Ziggy.
believe we're gonna
I think
flip
that's the
this
point.
bad boy.
Okay, see, it's starting to look a little better now. Starting to look a little better. Don't throw up. This is fine.
Mrs.
This is just
Sausage,
creative.
I have something to show you. This is a sausage flip 3.0, I think.
Hey, 3.0. That's our meme.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, there's so much oil. Where's that oil coming from?
The sausage.
Oh, I messed it up. One of these ends is the cheese bread, and the other one is the shrimp. And that part there looks pretty good. I'm gonna take a gander at what that is. They could have actually blended together. It's hard to say. All right, we're gonna start with this one. I believe this one looks to be shrimp. I hope.
Oh, certainly better than the Nazi.
I think a truer test would be if we give it some of that sauce.
What sauce? What sauce is this? What the fuck sauce is this? That looks disgusting.
By its own, this is like a 1 out of 5.
Okay, disgusting.
It's kind of dry. However, with the ice cream sauce here, gives it a huge flavor boost. You enjoy it the way it's supposed to be enjoyed. I'm gonna give like the sauce a 4. Let's try the cheese bread, and I guess it's only fair to say if the sauce works on this as well. Well, once again, the sauce improves the score. This is like a bready.
Oh, it is. I didn't even know they had a
slightly
special sauce.
cheese flavored thing. That's like a 1 or a 0. This is like a 1. But man,
yeah, I
with
heard that
sauce,
too. But
I'm gonna give this a 1.5 out of 5.
Okay, not very good. Not very good on the sausage front. He tried. Is this Peter Griffin? I think it might be Peter Griffin. Well, that was interesting. Thank you for sending that along. I appreciate that. Oh, shit, there's a new H-Bomber guy. What? That's awesome. Ooh, shit. What's this? Don't leave. You can watch it later. I can't react. I can't. That's so... It's rude. It's rude. It's rude to do a restream of somebody's fresh content, you know? It's not that one. It's not the Fallout New Vegas one. It's another one. Cribbing my content for once. Later, yeah, sure. Later, Silent. I can't do it on stream right now. That would be too boring. It's the War on Christmas. It'll be cool. Please don't leave my stream. It's gonna be real long. You can watch it later. You can watch my stream now. More cooking cringe? Are we getting more? Are we getting a demand for more cooking cringe? Is this really how it's gonna be? Is this really what my channel has become? Well, listen. We do have plenty of time. I do have standards. It's true. It's true. I do. But Himbo Hassan watches my show, so I guess Hassan is a man of taste as well. Ooh, yeah, I want to see this. No politics, only cooking cringe. I mean, we do a lot of it. Do we want to watch the Shapiro one? That is relevant to politics. I wanted to kind of talk about politics a little bit, but I don't know. It's fucking whatever. All right, let's take a look. Chicken slop. Let's look at the chicken slop. Ooh, we got non-cooking cringe. Okay, let's look at the chicken slop made by actual Jake. This is made to, I think this is basically made to Lord of Patriarchy's recipe. Fill monster can with water or broth. Put some fragrant herbs in there. Stuff the chicken butt with the can. I don't think that's the chicken's butt. I think that's the chicken's neck, isn't it? Take 1.5 tablespoons of butter, mix with some herbs you like. Boom, fancy butter. Rub fancy butter under the skin. Cut little pockets in the thighs for the wings to chill in. Use these pockets to put compound butter. All right. Interesting. Interesting. All right. Looking good so far. Monster can's a little weird. Get you an oven with a jingle. Okay, it's not a microwave. I was a little worried. Put in oven. Pose triumphantly. Stay tuned for more goodness. Oh, shit. Here we go. Because we have to make Lord of Cringe sad, I have outdone him at every turn. It's time for a Doritos crust. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Toasty 420, why are you going to bed? Have a good night. Hope you rest well. Smash like half a bag of party-sized Doritos. It's okay to have too much. This, if you're going to use Doritos, oh, well, I hope you have a good night. Toasty, don't forget to join the giveaway, please. On our Discord. Okay? Join the giveaway, okay? There you go. Look at this. Look at that shit. Holy shit. Okay, so this is how, if you're going to use Cheetos or Doritos, you need to crush them up like this. Gift cards are being given away for everybody to have a happier Christmas. We ask that, oh, sick. All right. Talk to you soon, Toasty. Mix in about 2 to 3 tablespoons of hard, sharp, shredded cheddar. You want to do this by hand because the bag stuff won't bind as well. That's what we were talking about. Shredded cheddar, you want to shred it by hand. Yeah, Fritos, Doritos, or Cheetos. Take Doritos crust mix and press into the fancy glass pie bowl. Okay. All right. Oh, shit. Why'd it do that? Twitter. Ooh, look at this. Look at that work. Look at actual Jake. Am I streaming on Christmas? Yes, I am, motherfuckers. We're going to have a very happy holiday stream together. It's going to be great. Do you use beer cans to cook birds? Yeah, monster can's not that weird. Same time as always, 3 p.m. PST. We'll go as long as I can manage. Lime crema. Look at this. Look at this work. Jake is doing the real cooking work here. This is what you're supposed to do if you're going to make a cooking post online. Look at that. Chicken drippings in the pan. Add the cheesy taco seasoning. Add cup of chicken broth. Sifted flour until it's thick like gelatin. Mix it in. Put it into the pie. Holy shit. Now this is a casserole. Now this is a proper casserole. Look at that. Nice and cheesy. Look at, it's a little burnt on the edges, admittedly. He overcooked it a little bit on the edges, but I'm sure the middle is great. You're bringing me Taco Bell? Yes! Yes! Oh, please bring me a Baja Blast. Thank you. Yeah, burnt edges, but that's only 1 point down. It's a little too crispy, but still good. Yeah. Oh, kind of tight. Oh my God. Chalupies. Yay, I want the grilled cheesy chalupies. Yay! And whatever else. Like, you can get me whatever. I mean, that's probably enough for one thing, but I probably want to have a burrito later. Oh, okay, you can hear me? Okay, cool, cool, cool. Amazing. Amazing. Oh, yay! Vermin's going on with the surfs. That's so cool. That's so cool. Can I get a number 9 large, 2 number 7s? You want a condom pizza? Can I get boneless pizza? Sorry, we only have bone-in pizza. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry to tell you this, but bone-in pizza is the only thing. You wanted to watch Empanada's condom pizza video, but that dude freaks me out. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that completely. Takes so long to debone pizza. It's true, it does. It does take a long time. Pogger pie. That's a nicey casserole. Hi, YouTube chat. Just saying hi. Condom pizza? Yup. Somebody made a condom pizza. Don't know why. Hi, YouTube chat. Hope you're doing well. Just checking in on you. Hello. Hi. I'm taking a sip of my current drink, but I'll have a Cuban condom pizza, so I've heard. Hi, Surfer Dude. Hi, I Am High. Hi. Hi, Final Fish Fantasy, and Coco, and My Leather Mistress AOC, and Ivy Evans, and Pashlin, and the Onceler's personal assistant. Wow, we got the Onceler's personal assistant in here? Holy shit. Damn, I feel lucky. Hi, Jack Mehoff. Hi, Lady Leskers. Hi, Comrade Catpernicus, sorry. Oh, shit. This is Finster, called Femster by his fans. He's a cross-dresser, kinda, and a few trans blogs post his content as inspo. Do I agree with this take? Okay, all right, let's react. Okay, all right, this sounds like my beat. Let's hear it. Let's hear what's said.
Doesn't turn into
Here we go.
a Curb Your meme. If someone ever edits this in like 17 years time, where I've given up all hope and I need to create
Watch
an
from
OnlyFans.
110
What are we
until...
taking? Women? Kind of...
in 110 to 210? Okay, let's see.
You all here! Say trans rights or you are transphobic. I know you're a sub, but I mean, come on, dude. I think I've talked about this shit before. It's so hollow and shitty when people and streamers and YouTubers just go like, they see a bunch of people online saying, hey, say this thing, say trans rights. Like it's a way to completely invalidate them if they were an asshole before and they say trans rights now they're cool. Like, no, that's stupid. Just go based on actions. Go from like donations they've made to trans funds. Go from like who they associate with. Go from like how they act to people. If they're a nice person, they'll be nice. Getting them to say a blanket statement doesn't cure anyone of being like fucking transphobic or being an asshole, right? It seems hollow. Like, yeah, by default, you should be on board with trans rights. It's not exactly some like super cool thing like, oh, did you know they're for human rights? That's pretty sweet, huh? It's like, wow, you met the baseline, my guy. And it seems hollow when like people in chat just want you to say something. You're just saying it to appease people at some point. Like, you know, if you're just saying stuff to make other people happy, then you don't really mean it. Anyway, trans rights.
Are there any girls?
Well, at the end of the day, you say trans rights. Okay, here's my take on the trans rights thing. There is truth here. They're not entirely wrong. Like, saying trans rights doesn't necessarily mean anything. However, it is a very small, very, very small action that makes it normalized to talk about trans rights. And I think that's where the value comes in. I don't think it's supposed to be like some kind of like blanket, can we get some Yoda clips? Yeah, if people can locate Yoda clips, please. Yeah, I think it's good to normalize. I think it's about normalization. It's such a small thing. I don't think anybody really believes that anybody who says trans rights is like good. I think it's more about making the meme so that it's normalized to say that you believe in trans rights and make it abnormal for anyone to disagree with trans rights. That's where I think the value lies. It's not major. If I hear you say it, Pog, but a Nazi, not Pog. True. Agreed. Trans rights are human rights. If you don't support trans rights, you can't really say you support human rights. I agree. That is not, that is correct. That is correct. I agree with you. That is correct. What's this?
You're hiding me.
Oh no, I can't do this one. Now that's gonna get slapped. I can't watch that one, Somniostatic. I'm so sorry. Merchandising. True. Listen, all I have to do is show you this clip and you know exactly what I'm talking about. Fucking great movie. God tier movie. Oof. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Dear God, no. First of all, that's a DiGiorno's. And second of all, what the fuck? Silent. I'm going to send you to the Shadow Realm for that. Holy shit. Use non-binary? That's cool, but you just posted Christmas food in the comments, and it's disgusting, Yug. I'm banishing you to the Shadow Realm with my kunai with Jane. Little baby's ice cream. Oh, what is this? Gina, what the fuck is this? Gina, what the fuck is this? Gina, what the fuck is this? Nope. Nope. Nope, Gina. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Not doing it. Nope. Nope, not doing it. No way. Can't do it. I'm already looking at it. Nope, can't do it. Nope, not happening. Nope, sorry, Gina. Much love to you, but nope. Jesus fucking Christ, no. No, I won't. Oh, yeah. We were going to talk about that. I mean, do we want to talk about depressing stuff right before the panel? Do we want to talk about some fucking depressing bullshit? No. No. Yeah? No. Trump pardoned a bunch of war criminals. Wait. Okay. Small rant. Okay? Small rant. Every single motherfucking time there is a Republican president, they use their pardons to pardon war criminals. And not just the type that are like the Elliot Abrams type, the string pullers and the deal cutters and the, paper signers. Not just that type of war criminal. They do pardon that type of war criminal, but they also pardon literal people who literally shoot people in the head. And when I say people, I mean kids. Did you know that? Donald Trump just pardoned a Blackwater agent who shot a kid with a sniper rifle. Weird how that works out. It's almost like the entire function of the Republican Party in America is more or less to allow for the justification of violence, and that they will literally forgive any crime, no matter how disgusting and great, as long as it is in the name of forwarding Republican power. Kind of weird like that, right? Oh yeah, and he's also just he pardoned Roger Stone. He pardoned General Flynn. Michael Flynn, the embarrassed retired general who was secretly working as an agent of a foreign government without disclosing it to the United States, literally a foreign asset for Russia, and got pardoned, and then went on Newsmax to talk about how he believes that Trump should use martial law to overturn the election. We talked about that the other day. Both sides do this? No, Smackentire, not to the same degree at all. Like, no problem. Oh, I'll talk about that right afterwards. Welcome back, Sylvia. Make sure to join the giveaway. What was I gonna say? Hot take. Both sides do this, not to the same degree at all. That's what I was gonna say. While yes, there have been Democrats who have pardoned war criminals. For example, I believe that if I'm not mistaken, Elliot Abrams, the war criminal Elliot Abrams was pardoned by Bill Clinton, if I remember correctly. But you know what Obama, you know who Obama pardoned? Obama pardoned Chelsea Manning and a bunch of people who were put into jail on trumped up drug charges. That's who Obama pardoned. Sorry, I know we all hate Obama, and Obama is a lib shit, neo-lib piece of shit, but Obama used his pardons to pardon Chelsea Manning and a bunch of drug criminals and not a bunch of literal child murderers. Which Donald Trump does use his pardons to pardon child murderers. Commuted or sentence. Okay, fair. Commuted the sentence. But still, you know what I mean. Sorry, no, it's my bad. Sometimes when I get really worked up, I tap my leg. That's not going to be a problem soon. Oh, I forgot. I forgot to announce. I might be getting a new camera soon. Ooh, shit. Oh, shit. When I move to the new place, I may be getting a new camera. So we have to wait. No confirmations. I just figured we'd hype it up a little bit. Probably going to be getting a, if I can, depending on the pricing, Sony a6000. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see how it works out. I may be able to get one for a very, very, very good rate. We'll see. No confirmations yet, but we'll see. Yeah, it'll be 1080p, 60 FPS. It'll be wild. It's going to be amazing. And I'll have a proper focal length. It'll look super great. Yeah. True. Also, that's true, Busy Bee. For those of you who've just joined us, yeah, I won't forget the capture card. Don't you worry. I'll get that. But for those of you who just joined us, we are doing a Happy Holidays giveaway. So if you would like to, please join the Discord, and you can enter the Discord, agree to our rules. That's it. Just the rules of the Discord, so you're not a big cheater or an asshole or whatever. And then just type your name in the giveaways channel and give us your favorite emote from the server. If you do those things, you can be entered into the giveaway. Oh, no. Richard Dawkins, no. Not again. Did he open his mouth again? Oh, no. Merry Christmas. Oh, sorry. Merry Holidays. Children hang up holiday stockings on holiday eve for Father Holidays to fill. Sing holiday carols round the holiday tree after holiday dinner. I'm dreaming of a white holiday. Well, here's one atheist wishing you a Merry Christmas. Dude, holy shit. This is the guy who literally spent years doing the exact opposite. Wow, Richard Dawkins is so lame. Holy fuck. Oh, I don't know. It would be interesting if he was, but holy fuck. War on Christmas bullshit. This is what happens. Oh my god. Oh, this is so embarrassing. Should you be caring about this guy? I mean, I don't know. He has 2.9 million followers. He's an incredibly influential scientist with a massive following. But these days, he mostly panders to like intellectual dark web types. I don't know why. I think it's because he got canceled one time or something. I don't know. He had a huge freak out once and cried. What's wrong with Richard Dawkins? Is one of the best atheist debaters ever. I mean, yeah, but he's also an embarrassing loser. He's an embarrassing loser. Like, he spent the last 4 years just talking about stupid culture war bullshit from a vaguely right-wing perspective. And he's like an anti-SJW. Yeah, it's so embarrassing. It's funny. I have this book. This book, The Magic of Reality, is actually really good. I watched this book. He wasn't, he was an okay debater. I mean, Hitchens really was the best one. Hitchens was the best debater. I think he's just a boomer. I think he's just becoming a boomer. He's whining about the he's fucking whining about mask mandate shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's a boomer. He's gone full boomer. Maybe he just has a death wish. Maybe that's what it is. Was his eugenics arc this year? Oh my god. I've been so out of the fucking tube with these people. It's one thing to deplore eugenics on ideological, political, moral grounds. It's quite another to conclude that it wouldn't work in practice. Of course it would. It works for cows, horses, pigs, dogs, and roses. Why on earth wouldn't it work for humans? facts, ignore ideology. Holy shit. Okay, let me explain this to you. Okay, that's not technically true. Eugenics literally refers to pure breeding of humans. It is a bunk concept from the bottom up. And the reason why is because when we are genetically modifying and selectively breeding cows, horses, pigs, dogs, and roses, we're selecting for very, very specific things. Like, for example, you want lots of dogs that have curly hair? Well, you do the genetic fucking math and figure out what genes you need to isolate for, and you breed your dogs with curly hair. And I will note that even in dog and animal breeding, it is disgustingly unethical in many cases and often requires forced inbreeding in order to produce dogs that die, like pugs, for example. Did you know that pugs have, like, universally bad respiratory issues? Almost all pugs struggle from respiratory issues. You can't take pugs on a plane with you because they will die. Do you know how I know that? I worked for an airline company, and we had pugs die on planes multiple times while I worked there. You have to literally sign a release that's, and you're not, like, literally Delta, which was the company I used to work for, will be like, we don't allow pugs on planes. And if you keep fighting with them, they will say, fine, if you have no other choice, but you have to sign this legal release that says we're not responsible if your dog dies and that we warned you. And they don't, you have to really badger them to even get that release. We had multiple pugs die. Yeah, they have eye problems as well. So this whole idea of eugenics being successful with animals is only true in very, very, very specific things. For example, if you really wanted to have a dog that was, I don't know, really tiny but had big paws, maybe you could breed two types of dogs together and you would have that dog. However, yes, precisely. Eugenics is talking about breeding ideal traits in humans. When we're talking about ideal traits in humans, we're not talking about curly hair. We're talking about things like always, disease resistance, strength, athleticism, intelligence. These are multivariate factors. You cannot just breed your way into that. And in the attempt of doing so, you inevitably embrace pseudoscience. This is why eugenics, it's not just that eugenics is typically racist as fuck. Eugenics was built off of racism, off of like completely batshit racism and ableism, of course, because it assumes, keep in mind that eugenics people would have bred out people, if they had their way, they would have bred out, to the best of their ability, ADHD and autism. And what I mean by that is that people would have hid that they have ADHD and autism out of fear that they would be sterilized, which used to happen, by the way, if you were considered too neurodivergent or too weird or too degenerate, you would be sterilized in the past. They just breed out people of color. The biggest victims in the United States of eugenics, Native Americans and black people. I'm not kidding you. Like really bad. The history of eugenics in America is disgusting. Did you know that as literally into the last century, there was, wait a second, hold on. Right now, there are forced sterilizations in the name of eugenics going on right now. It's just not happening to citizens. It's happening to people in our ICE camps. This was verified public information I reported on earlier this year. They sterilized, yes, exactly. They sterilized Alan Turing, one of the smartest fucking computer scientists of all of history, for being gay. Tuskegee experiments were done in the name of eugenics. The Tuskegee experiments where they deliberately lied to black people and injected them with syphilis, unbeknownst to them, under the name of medical treatment. That actually happened in American history. In fact, you know what? I'm going to do the next History Mama on the Tuskegee experiments. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do that. I'm going to make a note of that. Next History Mama is going to be Tuskegee experiments. There we go. Note made. Oh, it's so fucked. It's so fucked. It's so deeply fucked. Yeah, how did this fucking fly get in here? Anyway, we were still involuntarily sterilizing disabled people in the U.S. through the mid-1970s? Jesus Christ. Who let this in? Stanford Prison in Milgram? Yeah, I could. Nobody ever discusses it? Yeah, I know. I need to go over it. Let me just show you something else. This fucking fly is driving me nuts. Give me a second. I know. I hate it. We're moving from this place soon. Does anybody know anything about Rosemary Kennedy? Did anybody ever heard about Rosemary Kennedy? Anybody? Yep. Rosemary Kennedy. Let me just give you a little bit about this. Rosemary Kennedy was the eldest daughter born to Joseph P. Kennedy Sr. and Rose Fitzgerald Kennedy. She was the sister of President JFK and Senators Robert F. Kennedy and Ted Kennedy. Rosemary Kennedy was presented to King George VI and Queen Elizabeth at Buckingham Palace in 1938. In her early young adult years, Rosemary Kennedy experienced seizures and violent mood swings. In response to these issues, Rosemary's father arranged a prefrontal lobotomy for Rosemary in 1941 when she was just 23 years old. The procedure left Rosemary permanently incapacitated and rendered her unable to speak intelligibly. Rosemary Kennedy spent the rest of her life being cared for at an institution in Jefferson, Wisconsin. The truth about her situation and whereabouts was kept secret for decades. While she was initially isolated from her siblings and extended family following her lobotomy, Rosemary visited with them in her later life. Yeah. After the lobotomy, Rosemary was immediately institutionalized. She initially lived for several years at Craig House, a private psychiatric hospital an hour and 30 minutes north of New York City. In 1949, the 50s, she was relocated to Jefferson, Wisconsin, where she lived the rest of her life on the grounds of St. Coletta's School for Exceptional Children, formerly known as St. Coletta's Institute for Backward Youth. Archbishop Richard Cushing had told her father about St. Coletta's, an institution for more than 300 people with disabilities, and her father traveled and built a private house for her outside of St. Coletta's, which was designed for adults who needed lifelong care. The nuns called the house the Kennedy Cottage. Two nuns, Sister Margaret Ann and Sister Leona, provided her care along with a student and a woman who worked on ceramics with Rosemary 3 nights a week. Rosemary had a car that could be used to take her for rides and a dog which she could take on walks. Now keep in mind, this is the child of one of the most privileged families in America. And this is still the treatment. This is still bad. You get a dog, but you get locked up in some cottage away from everybody else and hidden from the world. Rosemary Kennedy died from natural causes on January 7th, 2005. Everyone. 2005. Just saying. She never regained the ability to speak. Just saying, it's pretty fucked. This was normal in our this was fucking normal in our country for a while. Lobotomies were done to lots of people. Lots of people, like probably people like myself. If I had been born 100 years ago, maybe I would have been lobotomized. Maybe I would have been locked away in a prison. Oh, I'm so glad it's not like that. But there's still this shit, and there are people who push for this shit. Mike Pence is the vice president of the United States, and in 2015, his public platform on his website advocated for electroshock conversion therapy. In 2015, and he's the vice president. It's pretty gross. This is why I say it is imperative for us to completely and utterly ideologically obliterate the right wing. Yep. Oh, well, that's fair, Sylvia. Well, I'm glad that we have a lot more care for preemie babies now. Yep. Yep. Really fucked. Happened a lot in Canada to a lot of women and Aboriginal people. Yep. Even many minors. Yes, that was the, what were they called? Residency schools? I can't remember. Even chuds know that gay conversion therapy is fucked. Not all of them. Not all of them. Anyway, point of the matter is, Richard Dawkins is an idiot. And it's really unfortunate that he didn't decide to take his findings and go in a better direction. Because it is true that Richard Dawkins is an incredibly, incredibly smart biologist. You know, he literally created the concept of memes. That's pretty impressive. His book, The Selfish Gene, is super, super interesting. It's so fascinating if you're into that type of science reading. Really, really interesting book. But it just goes to show you that some people can have highly, highly specialized knowledge, but absolutely no fucking clue what they're doing when they think about anything else. Yep. Yep. Wait, what? Going live in an hour. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we got an hour more. How is he factually wrong? It would not make us healthier, but it would make us more whatever they allowed to breathe. How is he factually wrong? Wait, because eugenics is a pseudoscience. Oh yeah, absolutely. That'd be great. Yeah, let's have you on before this. That'd be great. We'll do that in just a second, Sylvia. I'll finish this little rant and then we'll talk about it. Just because I'd like to point this out, there are people like Peterson and Pinker who are highly specialized but are still idiots even in their own field. That's true. Yes, it is. Okay, there's a number of issues. There's a number of issues. With how he's factually wrong. Oh, have a good night, Pandora. Thanks for coming. So there's a couple. So how is he factually wrong? Because the entire branch of eugenics is based off of flawed concepts. It's based off of really flawed understanding of race, gender, and genetics. They're totally flawed. Eugenics is a pseudoscience in the truest form. It is basically weird conjecture and huge assumptions that was all done under the table for a century, mostly by American, like, disgusting imperialists and Nazis. Eugenics isn't yeah, exactly. Yes, it's basically all about making some sort of master race. Oh my God. That's so fucked, Ziggy. That's so fucked. Eugenics is completely fucked. Now, is there some hope in the future that that someday we could come to a better understanding of human genetics and maybe take care of the most pernicious diseases among us? Yes, but that needs to be approached with so much caution. So goddamn much caution. Because as we know, in our current world, even with the scientific and medical understanding that we have, there's all kinds of absolutely fucked conclusions that people come to. And when those get filtered into the social and into the political, it can have horrific results. For example, Nazi eugenics programs. For example, American eugenics programs, which inspired, literally, the Nazi eugenics programs. It was our scientists' work that inspired the Nazis. That's how fucked it is. When we're talking about in highly complex... Now, I'll have you know, like I said at the beginning, I think that the way that we go about breeding animals is even fucked. But doing it for humans is like fucking 60 jumps in complexity. You can't just go,
maybe if we have the smart people do the bang with the other smart people, there'll be lots of smart people.
That's not how it works. It's not fucking magic. It's incredibly complex, and there's a million amount of social issues that need to be fixed and ruled out first. Like, for example, how the fuck do we even determine Oh, amazing. How awesome is that? Nice. Fucking love it. I'm getting so mad. Holy fucking shit. Let me finish the eugenics rant. Eugenics is bad. There is no ideal situation for eugenics. There's no upside to eugenics. If you want to talk about a completely and utterly different society where we're able to very, very carefully and very intensely scrutinize what sort of genetic conditions need to be gene modified out of the human genome, things like, I don't know, Huntington's disease or like certain types of cancer, great. But we are not ready for that at all. Not even close. And if we push this sort of stuff into law beforehand, the result is that you end up killing degenerates, is what it boils down to. That's what it ends up with every single time. Because there is no way to put literally God level of power into the hands of corporations as it currently stands, which is exactly where that will go, which is exactly where the power will go if nothing else changes today. And guess what? Eugenics wouldn't be the field that you would want to follow anyway. Well, I mean, that's the thing. They already do that, though. They already do that. Most children who have debilitating genetic diseases is a rare occurrence. It's a rare occurrence, and they don't know that they have it. Wait, I didn't get unmuted. Wait, I didn't get muted. The CRISPR gene editor thing is nowhere close to usable. It's the most advanced eugenics type thing that I know of. But that's not even eugenics. That's something else. Eugenics is a very look, I'll just show you. It's a very specific field. Eugenics, good being, basically good growth. This is like pure breeding is basically what it means, literally. It's a set of beliefs and practices that aim to improve the genetic quality of a human population historically by excluding people in groups judged to be inferior or by promoting those judged to be superior. So the thing is that this doesn't even go into like CRISPR stuff. Eugenics is even less advanced than that. It's so ridiculous. And yes, some people use it to, mean everything, but in reality, eugenics refers to a very specific phenomenon of basically attempting to breed humans. Remember when I had the conversation with the distributist and I told him, like, humans aren't fucking cows and humans aren't fucking animals? And we're like, literally, like, the tree of life from where we split off from most animals was like literally 100,000 years ago when our brains happened to evolve in such a way that we could build society, which has influenced all of human history. Society is what we have to think about, not fucking selective breeding bullshit, pseudoscience, magical thinking. That shit is dangerous as fuck, and it always, historically, always ends up with master race pseudoscience being pushed everywhere. And that's why we fight against eugenics really hard. Not because anyone's afraid of the truth or anything like that. It's because it's an incredibly flawed field built on really flawed assumptions. And we have to be very careful about that, especially once it goes into the public and then into the policy, the world of policy. UK says no to anti-capitalism. Oh, we'll touch on that later. All right, let's look at this Trump pardon. And then I'm going to have Sylvia on. And then, yeah. So let's do this. Trump pardons Roger Stone, Paul Manafort, and Charles Kushner. Wow, what a surprise. President Trump issued several more pardons on Wednesday evening, including to former campaign chairman Paul Manafort, Republican operative Roger Stone, and Charles Kushner, the father-in-law and father of Jared Kushner, the father-in-law of Ivanka Trump. I love how they leave out that this is the dad of the guy who oversaw our coronavirus response. In total, Trump pardoned 26 people and commuted the sentences of 3 more people. The second consecutive night of what is expected to be a flurry of acts of clemency before he leaves office. Manafort, who was sentenced to more than 7 years in prison, was released in May from a minimum security federal lockup and moved to home confinement over concerns about the coronavirus. Wow, look at that. These literal fucking seditious traitor people literally get to go and cush it up at home so they can avoid the coronavirus that's killing everyone else in prison. Oh, shit. I'll check those out later, Demon Lord. Still have 4 weeks of this shit. Manafort spent his career as a high-level power broker and advocate for some of the most infamous clients in the world, including dictators Ferdinand Marcos and Mobutu Sese Seko. This is so ridiculous. Also, Roger Stone. Roger Stone is like an arch-conservative, unbelievable, evil political activist. He's been working in Republican politics, pulling off literal crimes since fucking Bush. And he just gets snapped out of prison. Can pardons be challenged? Not really. Not meaningfully. Yes, come in. Yay! Thank you. I love you. Yay! Food. Hey, he literally invented rat fucking. Yeah, oh, was it Nixon? The Taco Bell tolls. Yeah, this shit is fucked. It's completely fucked. Oh yeah, Stone has been doing it. Nixon, my bad, I'm sorry. Nixon. Bong. Not for me. I got a panel to go on. Whoa! Well, okay, I guess we're gonna be stocking up then. Panel is in 45 minutes. Oh shit! Did you get any more stuff? Did you get stuff for me? That's a good deal. It's a good fucking deal. Damn. Panel is in 45 minutes, and that'll be fun. Should be really, really interesting. Okay. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I do partake from time to time. It's legal in my state. Oh, okay. That's fine. Well, maybe we'll go later. Or actually, maybe you guys wouldn't mind running back out or something. I don't know. Whatever. All right. Let's, Sylvia, let's get you on here. Are you ready, Sylvia? Heart-melting vid. It's quick? Okay, all right. We'll do this quick one while we wait for Sylvia. Sylvia! Very happy to have you on, Sylvia.
Oh, no. Don't woof.
Cutie!
Oh, no. Don't woof.
A woof. A woof. Oh my god. So fucking cute. I love dogs so much. Why are dogs so good? All right, Sylvia, you ready? Sylvia, you ready? All right, let's do this. You want to be on camera? Wait, hold on. Because it's complicated. I'll explain later, Dovahkiin. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I need to mute the stream. Okay,
Okay,
there we go.
Do you want to be on cam or what?
What?
Do you want to be on camera?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, sure. You don't have to be if you don't want to. It's just an option. Okay. Hey. Good to see you.
There.
Good to see you.
Camera's a bit high here. Let me.
That's all right. Here we go.
There we go.
Here we go. Wait, hold on here. Hold on a second. Wait, here. Okay. Let's do this. There we go. All right. Say hello to everyone.
Hello, chat.
All right. Let me get your name and ats and everything up here. Okay. So, what do you want to? What's that? What do you want me to put you up as? Because you use multiple usernames.
I use Sylvia_Stargazer for basically everything: Twitter, Discord.
Okay. Pronouns?
Instagram.
Pronouns?
My Twitter is just Sylvia_Stargazer. You can just do that one.
.com/Sylvia_Stargazer.
Oh wait, no, there's no underscore. There's no underscore.
Okay. No
I almost forgot.
And do you want what pronouns can I list for you?
She/they. I do she, her, they, them.
Okay, cool. Anything else you want me to plug?
Oh, I could plug my my partner's Twitter. I think it Kirienka. I don't know how to.
How's it spelled?
sent it to you on Discord. They're in
Oh,
they're in the chat.
Okay.
I know that they're in the chat. They're watching me.
All right. Kirienko. All right, I got this. I got you covered. Here we go. All right, let's make this visible. There we go. Now we have the little who we're speaking with here. Let's see, where can I put it? There we go. Okay. All right. Sylvia, hit us up. What do you got for us today?
Okay.
Tell us who you are
So
and what
what
you're all
I've
about, because most everyone knows you, but still.
Well, I mean, I go by Rain on the server, so if you ever see me there, that's my name. And basically, I just kind of live in Georgia. I'm a college student. I kind of just try to keep up with things in politics here because, like, I care about it a lot because, you know, I live here. And I just wanted to make a difference by trying to, you know, inform people on like where to vote, how to vote, what to do, and kind of also put some people's nerves at ease because there's a lot of people who are really freaking out about the runoffs.
Okay. All right. So why are for those who don't know, for those who are not up to speed, why are the runoffs important in Georgia?
The runoffs are important because it will decide who controls the Senate.
Okay. And do you want to elaborate on that further? Would you like me to? I can explain it to people if they want to know the technicals.
I can. It's
okay,
fine.
go for it.
So basically, at the moment, there are 2 runoffs in Georgia, and that will decide 2 Senate seats. And we need 2 more Senate seats for the Democrats to have the majority, because then it'll be a 50-50 Senate, and Kamala Harris will be the deciding vote.
Okay. So there
Basically,
you go.
that's
so we
kind
need
of how it
to
is.
put
Yep.
the tiebreaker in our favor so that it fucking gets Mitch McConnell the fuck out of there. And this is why, everyone, so you know, if you ever wonder why me, a leftist, is saying that an election in Georgia is important, it's because fuck Mitch McConnell. For God's sake, holy shit, Mitch McConnell has been choking us, and getting him out of power means there's actually a chance that some slightly lefty policies will get squeaked through instead of none at all, ever.
Maybe we won't die.
Yeah. Okay, so who are we talking about supporting here in the Georgia runoff, and what do we need to know about it going forward? Because it's happening soon, right?
It's right now. Early voting is happening. It's happening right now. And who we're looking at is we're looking at John Ossoff and Reverend Warnock. John Ossoff ran for a House seat a few years ago. It was one of the most expensive House seats in House history. It was crazy, and I kind of knew about it because it was in my area. But and then the other guy, Reverend Warnock, preaches at Martin Luther King Jr., where he preached, which is pretty cool.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. He's honestly really entertaining to watch.
I like Warnock a lot. I'm not a big fan of Ossoff,
I do
but
too.
I recognize, you know, gotta make those bridges for the time being.
He does make really good ads, though. One of the ones that I recently saw, it was like it was basically just if he was in a debate with Purdue, it was just like basically all of his points that he wants to say to Purdue just in an ad, because Purdue won't debate him because he kind of nationally embarrassed Purdue at the last debate that they were at. So
if you want something to laugh at, chat, that's politically minded, look up Ossoff basically debate me broing Purdue. He's done it multiple times now, but he did it in a video. Yeah, Purdue is like a huge coward, and he literally won't debate him. And Ossoff's been like, debate me, my dude, debate me, like over and over and over again. And Purdue's just like, no, I won't. I'm not gonna. And it's really silly. It's actually quite hilarious. So yeah. But yeah, Warnock. Damn, what a skilled speaker. Warnock recently destroyed Kelly Loeffler in a debate. It was hilarious.
She acted like an NPC.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Brit Mouse.
She was like...
Oh, sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh, I don't hear anything.
Wait, can you not hear me? Test. I can hear you.
Oh, I can hear you. Sorry, you like cut out for a minute.
Oh, okay, yeah. It may have been just a small hiccup in
You're all
this.
good?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh.
Purdue got called out recently for
doing that?
lengthening Ossoff's nose in an attack ad. No joke. That is true. Yes. It's really bad. There's a reason for that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I heard about that, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. So yeah, basically in the Raphael Warnock and Kelly Loeffler debate, literally Kelly Loeffler just kept saying over and over again.
Sorry,
radical
I think
liberal. What's that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Just give me a moment.
No, it's okay.
Just gonna go on my hotspot.
Okay. Here, we can also reconnect to the call if you want to real quick.
Yeah, that
sometimes
might help.
Okay, let's
that
reconnect.
Might help, yeah.
One moment. Technical difficulties. One moment. Hello. Is that better?
I think that's better.
Okay. Yeah, it's a little better. It looks like you might be having a little bit of connection issues, but it's a little better than it was. Uh-oh. We're losing you. Oh, no. All right. Well, hold on a second. 1 second. It's all good. It's all good. I'll keep you all entertained. Let me tell you about Kelly Loeffler. We've talked about Kelly Loeffler on this show multiple times before. Kelly Loeffler is the Georgia senator who used her position on the Senate Intelligence Committee to get inside information about coronavirus to then dump her stocks and make a fuckload of money while simultaneously pushing anti-lockdown messaging, anti-mask messaging, while she was making money off of the knowledge that she had from the internal Senate community, or the committee. She's horrible, literally horrible, and made money off of dying Americans. And also, conveniently, married to one of the owners of the fucking New York Stock Exchange. Yeah, we're talking loaded. So rich you can't even believe it. I don't know if we've been able to reconnect here. Let's see. We're gonna give Sylvia a minute. Yeah, she's fucking rich as shit. Yep, she does a lot of that stuff. Also, we're gonna be talking about tonight. She was photographed with a fucking I think it was a KKK guy, if I remember correctly. Let me just see here. She was photographed posing with a neo-Nazi and KKK leader. No joke. Hello, are you back?
I rebooted my Wi-Fi. I think that'll be
okay. Sick.
There was a problem with my router or something.
Yeah.
And it got fixed.
Oh,
It's
no
all good.
worries. That's
We're
fine.
all good.
You want to put your camera back on?
Oh,
We can
yeah.
get you back up. There we go. Thanks for coming on and doing this, by the way. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. So
Thanks for having me.
happily. I'm very happy to have you. I'm sorry I forgot about it on Monday. It looks like we probably both forgot. I was just
Yeah,
like,
we
I
kinda
was
both
rushing all
forgot.
over the place.
Yeah, no, it's cool.
So yeah, what are your thoughts about her recently posing for photographs with that KKK guy?
Wait, she did? I had no idea.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, honestly, my thoughts on Kelly Loeffler is she doesn't deserve her seat. She's got a mansion, like a legitimate man. It's like fucking wild. It's like she bought her seat, most definitely. Did insider trading. She doesn't deserve her seat at all. Like, nobody likes her.
Yeah. So
And something interesting to note, both candidates keep trying to appeal to Trump's base, despite the fact that it's been proven that Trump does not have as big of a base as everybody else.
yeah,
So,
they're kind of stuck in a spot. And as I understand it, they've
Yeah.
been put in a position by Donald Trump because they won. Or they didn't win, but they came very, very close because they're having the whole runoff thing. They came very close to holding on to their seats, and now the narrative is that all the elections are fucked, which then it's like, oh, wait, so were you guys the ones cheating? Uh-oh. And so now they're in a bit of a position, yeah?
I actually have something really, really interesting to note on that.
Please share.
So I watched one of the Trump rally that he did to like help them or whatever, and when they came on, the crowd started to chant, "Help Trump win." That's what they chanted. They didn't give a shit about them. They just wanted them
Literally
to
just
basically bend
pawns.
the rules so that Trump run.
Holy shit.
And it's crazy because like the Republican Party is like it's tearing itself apart in Georgia. It doesn't know what to do. It's like there are people who won't vote just because they're trying to punish the Republican Party, so basically Bernie or busters.
Yep.
But
a lot of them.
The other way.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them.
There's people who won't vote because they want the senators to do the impossible and make Republican election leaders in the state to like throw out everyone's votes. And then there are people who won't vote because they're really discouraged. Like, Georgia was supposed to be a solidly red state. Like, what? It flipped blue?
Yeah. Blorgia. We even have an emote on the Discord for Blorgia. It's the beluga.
I even made the night that it happened, I made some abstract art for Blorgia. Because I couldn't sleep. I literally couldn't sleep. I was up till like 9 a.m. because like I was waiting for it to flip blue, and then I was so wired that I couldn't fall asleep. So I just made art.
That's base. Listen, we appreciate political nerdery here. This is fantastic.
I even made like a little sign to tell my parents that Georgia had flipped blue that I put on like the counter. Yeah, I was like so pumped. And I was like really tired too. So I was just like so excited because like it wasn't supposed to happen. Like most people do not have Georgia as like even a swing state. Like they're like, nah, it's not gonna happen. And so when it did happen, everyone's like,
not only did it happen, but he kind of got blown out. He kind of got blown out
a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit for what margins Georgia usually has.
And that actually reminds me, something really exciting that I want to announce is that there have been nearly 76,000 newly registered voters, and most of those voters are new young people, recently turned 18-year-olds. And that is more than the margin that Trump lost by.
Holy shit. That's amazing. So,
yeah.
But with that said, that means there's all the more reason for you to go out there and join all those people if you're in Georgia and vote accordingly. Get Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff into those seats, because you know what? You want to know a sure way to teach fascies a lesson? Shatter them. Once they break ranks, they run like rats. So that's what we got to do. We got to fucking crush them in every election that we possibly can.
Oh, and make sure if you can vote, if you're registered to vote, you can go in person and go to your My Voter page, which is like where you registered to vote and all. And you can go and check to see where you can vote, what times you can vote, like when the day is. And you can also look at a sample ballot too. And you can also see the status of your absentee ballot, so you can see if it was rejected and you need to cure it, or if it was accepted and you don't need to do anything. It's very, very important. Make sure you do that. And also, if you have not done it already and you plan on doing it, request your absentee ballot. It's super easy. It takes like 2 minutes, and I did it. It's online. There's like an online site here. Let me grab
the mvpsosga.gov.
Here, let me send that in chat.
Yeah, that'd be great if you could.
In chat.
But also, yeah, do that ASAP, because remember, tomorrow's Christmas Eve, the day after that's Christmas, and then it's a weekend. And yeah, you want to get on top of that right away. Ideally.
Like right now.
Yeah, right now.
Right now.
ASAP. Get on that
and
ASAP.
Like, also, if you're worried about the Postal Service, there are ballot boxes everywhere. Just make sure that you're turning it into a ballot box that has like, that's online, that is an official ballot box. Don't turn it into just some ballot box you see out there, because there has been history where Republicans have put out fake ballot boxes.
That happened this election. Yep.
Be cautious.
Yeah, that happened in California. They got caught, which is great, but yeah.
You also have, I think it was 3 days till after the election if your ballot is rejected to cure it. And all you have to do is you just have to submit a affidavit. You have to submit an affidavit. They're supposed to send it to you, but if you don't get it, I have a site that has it on there, and it has it all the information there as well. So I'll just go ahead and send that there. Oh wait, here, actually, this is this one. I was trying to write the wrong link.
You're all good.
There we go. That one.
Excellent. So there you
It's got
go.
all the information
and
you need
all
there.
of these, I believe all of these links have already been posted in our Praxis channel on the Discord. If not,
The only one, it's not the absentee rejected one. That one has not been.
all right. If you
put
want to
there
drop,
yet.
if you wouldn't mind dropping that on there, or all these these links. I almost said memes. All these links together.
Yes, all of these
in
memes.
all these fucking government ass voting memes. What the fuck is this? But yeah, if you could drop those in later, that would be amazing, because I'm sure people would value it, and you're a mod, so you can pin it.
Oh yeah. I can make sure to.
um,
I'll just like put all of them in the same place.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic. That way people can find it easily. I don't know how many Georgia people we got in here. You don't gotta, you know, like dox yourself and say you're from Georgia. However, if you're in Georgia, consider going and getting this taken care of, because it could make a really fucking big difference in the coming years, what we're dealing with. And the less Republicans we have to deal with in the coming years, the easier our lives become, and the more likely we are to be able to actually push things left, because that's not going to happen if Republicans are able to maintain an iron chokehold on our Senate and White House, basically.
I almost forgot to mention, if you do plan on mailing in your absentee ballot, make sure to mail it in so that it'll get there before 7 p.m. on election day, because that is the cutoff when they accept ballots.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, make sure you use postage, exactly. But the fact of the matter is, ideally, if you can, drop it at a drop box. It's usually easier than going into the post office.
It's way easier.
Oh, thank you so much. We got a dono from a fellow GA voter.
GA voter here dropped
Yo,
off my
what's
ballot
up?
a few days ago.
Yeah. Listen to that. I am going to be so happy for you all when you get your motherfucking solid blue Blorgia. It's gonna be
It's gonna happen.
sheen, that blue sheen. It's gonna be amazing. And guess what? Just think of this. We already know that the Republicans in this country have been huffing copium so much that their lungs have turned into jelly and dripped out of their belly button, but they're gonna have to need 10,000 times more if they lose the Senate. That's the only string of hope they even have left at this point. So let's drive it home. Yeah. So, anything else you wanted to let people know about the Georgia vote? You're welcome to let us know about anything. I don't know all the information you have on hand, but
Well, a lot of the information I have is just on like the demographic changes that have been happening and how it's been very sped up to where this is not like a one-off thing. It's very much been caused by all of the hard work from all of the Democrats in Georgia and the years of just trying very hard to get people to listen.
Yeah.
And like the campaigning, the canvassing, the money, the ads, oh my gosh, they're advertising everywhere. There are there's those things on the highway that I can't think of the name right now.
Billboard?
There's billboards, there's radio ads, there's TV ads, there's social media ads, there's YouTube ads, there's just ads all over the damn place. It's just like you can't escape it.
So wait a minute. So what you're telling me is that doing things gets results, and doing things with strategy in mind gets results. Yeah, let's say goodbye to the age of the do-nothing Democrats, right? And let's say hello to the fucking liberated lefties. I don't know, something cool like that. We'll come up with something cool.
The liberated lefties.
Listen.
I will also say one last thing. I just wanted to note on like the whole governor thing. Brian Kemp was found guilty of voter fraud, and Stacey Abrams was cheated.
Holy shit.
It was confirmed. He had to pay a fine and apologize. It happened, which is why I was
fine and
like,
apologize. Get his ass out of
had to
fucking
pay
office.
A fine.
Holy shit. What a piece of shit. Get his ass out of office. I didn't even know about that. Would you want to explain that a little bit more?
Yeah. Oh, you didn't know about that?
Here, no, I didn't know about this particular thing.
If somebody could please find a link, because like I don't think I have it. I don't know if I could find one. But basically what happened was he was taken to court by Stacey Abrams' group that registers voters in Black and disadvantaged communities,
Okay.
so that they can go and vote and help. They help them go and vote and make plans and stuff. They basically, I think it was that group. It could have been a different group, not sure, but it was a Democrat group.
Okay.
Somebody from the Democrats sued his ass for conducting voter fraud because he was the state secretary. I think that's the person who. The state secretary. He was the state secretary before he, yeah, he was the secretary of state before he was the governor. And so that put him in a position of power. And so what he did was he threw out, I think he made the signature rule where it's like, if the signature doesn't match by like a human reviewing it, they have to throw it out. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Brit Mouse. Thank you so much. Brit Mouse.
Hey, look at that. Look at that GA fucking Blorgia solidarity. Love it.
It did happen.
Yeah. Oh, I believe you. I believe you. I've heard tell of it, but I
solidarity.
didn't know what the yeah, exactly.
But basically, they took him to court. There was like a bunch of court stuff that happened. And then I think it was this year. I think it was the start of this year that it happened, where he was found guilty and he was fined like multiple millions of dollars. And threw out literally millions of votes.
Holy
millions.
Shit.
Like, it was a lot.
Just blatant
He
anti-democracy.
threw out like way too many, and he didn't allow people the time to hear their ballots, which is why now there's the rule in Georgia where they have to notify the voter. So,
yeah,
you know,
which is the right way it should be done. Just for everyone who doesn't know. You should be able to have the opportunity to fix your ballot if there's an issue with it. And most states do give that to you. Yeah. And make sure to do that if you're in Georgia. Like if it's rejected, make sure to do it. And also like there's a voter ID, so make sure to have your ID with you. But if you can't afford an ID or if you don't have an ID, don't worry. They provide them for free. You just got to go fill out some paperwork and go and get that. Yep. Go to your county of registrars or something. Yeah, something that I tell people all the time. This is a perfect example of it. I tell people on my channel all the time that a lot of the sort of like far right handbook in America is tiring you out and hoping you won't actually take the steps that are afforded to you legally. You actually have some protections, and if you're a squeaky wheel about it, you'll get your vote counted. And they don't count on people actually doing that. So if you do that, you can overcome basically the exhaustion barrier. They want you to be exhausted and to give up so you don't fix the thing that they're trying to use to steal the election. And they do. That is what they do. They build the rules to suppress the vote so that they can win. Republicans don't have enough numbers to win legitimately. The only way they win is by relying hugely on the Electoral College and voter suppression. They take your spoons. Yep, and Craig, you're 100% right. Yeah. I will say one last thing that I wanted to touch on was basically just the demographic changes that were also helped by this thing called the Hope Scholarship that's in Georgia, which is basically if you get a certain grade, they pay you to go to college in Georgia, just as long as you're going in Georgia, which is what I think has contributed so much to Georgia's shift in the past few years, because I believe that the Hope Scholarship was signed into being like around 2018, 2017. Okay. So that really explains, or like 2014. No, it was 2014, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the Hope and Zell Miller Scholarship. Zell Miller is like if you're a little bit more advanced, like have much better grades than if you get the Hope Scholarship. But it's helped a lot of people who are disadvantaged to be able to go to college because they have enough money to. It like pays for your tuition and stuff because it's like scalable depending on which college you go to, so you get enough. Okay. So yeah, that makes sense. So what you're saying is you think that like a lot of people who previously were very disenchanted were then allowed to go and educate themselves in college, and that led to them being more politically involved. That would make sense to me. Yes, because this is also available even if you do shit in high school. As long as you do well in college and get good grades, you can still get it. And even if like you're an older person, you can still get it. There's not like an age requirement or anything, which is like super cool. Like, it's really great. Old person wants to go to school,
just get good grades.
Yeah, hey, that's fantastic.
Something like that.
Yeah, that's really great. All right. Well, I have 15 minutes before the panel goes on. So if you'd like to drop any last memes before you go, that'd be amazing. Then I'm going to eat my Blorja. There we go. That's right.
That's my only meme.
You froze for a second, but that's okay. We still caught it. All right. So, Sylvia, thank you so much for coming on. It's always absolutely wonderful to talk with you. And thank you for giving us this huge info dump. It's amazing. And just thank you for doing what you're doing. Seriously, it makes a world of difference. Oh, no, you froze. Oh, no. Oh, no. You froze. All right, there we go. All right. We'll call it good there. Listen, we'll call it good there. That was great. Make that a victory emote. I think it would be a little bit too grainy maybe. Frozen 2 looks great. All right, now I'm going to eat my tacos. That was Sylvia. Here you go. There you go, Sylvia Stargazer. Give Sylvia a follow. Sylvia is one of our wonderful mods and community members who's really involved in making some waves in Georgia and was able to inform us of all of this. So please give your love to Sylvia. Yeah, please. I'm going to be, what are we tacoing about on the panel? We're going to be talking about Kelly Loeffler posing with a KKK member. We're going to be talking about Puerto Rico's bid for statehood, and we're going to be talking about anti-abortion legislation in Poland. It's going to be spicy. It's going to be very spicy. But first, before we go on there, I am going to hold on. I'm going to eat these tacos. Bro, are you good though? No, I live in Poland. True. All right, I'm going to eat now. I'm going to pull a Hassan and I'm going to eat tacos on stream. So all of you, ask me questions or random shit or whatever. Something. Oh, the fresh meme. Oh yeah, I can put the meme on. Hey, Dan Starlight. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Let's take a look at this meme. Let's take a look at this fucking meme. We got a hot and fresh and spicy meme from Posadas John so I can eat my taco too. Taco time, everybody taco time. Oh, oof, oof, oof. Look at that. You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. That's Dawkins and Hitchens. So good. I love it. I love it. If Dawkins is the villain and Hitchens, what is the best song? There is no best song. Pound Diet Mountain Dew. I drink one or two and get sick of it. I don't pound Mountain Dew. I only usually have one. Today, I had one. Oh, Hassan. Well, I don't know. He likes it. Censorship? The fuck is this? The fuck is this? Oh, fuck me. Shit. Fuck. God damn it. I gotta use my hands. Fuck. How am I gonna eat my tacos like this? What's this? What's this censorship? Let's find out. Oh, shit. Ah, there you go. That's what happened. Damn, that's where it went wrong. Well, at least it was only on Twitter. You were forced to listen to the same Christmas song at work, and now you finally have winter break? Woof. Oh, shit! That'll be awesome, Casky. We've got 10 minutes before the panel. I'm just stuffing my face over here. How am I feeling about murdering my last React Mama? Pretty bad. It made me feel sad. But it's okay. We had fun anyway. That one was for the viewers, for the live viewers. I might upload one of the React segments. I don't know. It sucked. We did do some React this stream, and that was fun. Is there a way out of the dungeon in the Itchy and Scratchy video game without using the wizard's key? I don't know. It's a good question. Lib to the core? What the fuck is going on in YouTube chat? YouTube chat? What the fuck is going on over here? What the fuck? What the fuck is going on in YouTube chat over here? Jesus Christ. Hey, everybody. Good question, Gayfish. That's tough. Have I played Lego Batman? Yes, it's fun. These things are so fucking good. I swear to God. And they're vegan. Well, wait, they're vegetarian. They're not vegan. Peanut butter crunchy, always. Crunchy is the best. Crunchy is the best. You kidding me? So good. Wait, but Dan Starlight, you can still participate in the really awesome, really cool giveaway we're doing. Drama Mama investigates episode on what the fuck is going on in YouTube chat. Impossible. It would not make any sense to anybody. Can't do that. Can't do that. I have to use the restroom. Somebody explain the giveaway to Dan Starlight. Okay? I'll be right back. I love you all. Get ready for the panel because it's going to be spicy as fuck. I love you. You might like the panel. Ooh, do, 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 do. I've returned. I've returned. I've returned. I've returned. Hello, everyone. I'm back. All right. How we doing, everyone? Chair versus chair? Yeah, it's the gamer chair, upgraded gamer chair versus old, not gamer chair full of stuffed animals. Very cute stuffed animals, though. It's true. It's true. Demon Bot is back. Yeah, wait. I'm not Demon Bot. Demon Bot is the bot. I should make content. Yeah, you should. It'd be cool as fuck. Editing sucks, but I hired an editor. Oh yeah, wait, I gotta announce the editor. Everyone, say hello to dannyfallen, our new editor. We have an editor for the channel. dannyfallen. I don't know if Danny's still here, but Danny, you rock. Welcome to the team. You got in on the bottom floor. A coup? Nah. I don't think it would work. Yeah. Listen, look, life is easier and better when you work together. I'm serious. It can be nerve-wracking to work with other people, but it's important and you can do a lot more. Fuck. All right, I gotta go on this panel. All right, let's fucking figure out what's going on. I'm not late for the panel yet. Interesting. Conflicts of interest. Wait. Demon Bot is out to get me. Demon Bot has muted me before. Did you know that? Demon Bot has muted me before? Isn't that absurd? Oh, Gayfesh, thank you for the command. That's so good. Dan. Well, that's very silly. Dan, we'll try and work that out. We'll try and work something out. Just tell me which one it is. Damn it. But it's got to be from our server. Wait, you should be able to use... Oh, yeah, that's right. You can't use animated... Nitro is so weird. Oh. Well, maybe you can just record yourself, Kasky. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Nobody's going to hate you for that. Demon Bot, huh? Yeah, Pandas Main, you might be right. Actually, I like Discord, all things to get considered. Oh yeah, wait a minute. If anyone has Nitro and has boosts laying around, please boost the server. We're like so close. We're like 6 Nitros away from having a level 3 server. Okay. Well, we'll try to work something out for that, Dan Starlight. We'll work something out. Yeah, so if you got a boost kicking around, please boost our server because we're almost to level 3, which means we'll have a unique link, which is, woo! Yes, you did. Thank you very much, Alpacnologia. If you don't got boosts, don't worry. But if you got it, it's a way to help out. We'd love to have it. We'd love to have level 3. I know that Riley's server is like hella boosted, which is cool as fuck. All right, let's get this set up here. We got to get in. Okay, let's get into the whereby. Whereby time. It's panel time. It's fucking panel time. Well, you're about to have an even worse headache. No, I'm just kidding. The food has been great. I need to eat it. I need to finish eating it, though.
Okay, it is, but it's this
Hello,
is so
hello.
weird because it's not. On
I am
the screen
streaming,
I'm
by the way,
using,
just
but
so
it
that
is
everyone
being used
knows.
on OBS, and that's blocking it, which is
Just so everyone knows, I'm streaming. Don't hot mic anything unless you really want to. If you want to reveal yourself as like a, I don't know, somebody bad, then do it now.
You want to, I'll be back.
Mama,
Oh,
okay?
I'm
a
on.
Nazi.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
I'm lost.
Yeah, mask off, mask off. You got me. Okay,
Okay.
that's all it
Real
took.
quick, I just want to say we're super close to starting. We're just waiting on Sako. I think you said that you wanted to join the Whereby, right? You're muted now, Sako. I don't know if you're talking.
Oh shit, Dave's here.
Good. Dave's also on the Whereby. Frames, you're joining. Oh yeah, you're here, Frames. Sako.
Oh, it's Polar's World. Muted.
Wow, frame staying. What's that supposed to mean?
I'm still salty about you ranking me C tier and your
Dude, I ranked your lotion top 10. Okay, what are you? You are the only. Okay?
Am I just lotion to you?
Wait. Was there yet another tier list?
No, I'm holding a grudge.
This is
from
like
months ago.
So I think I may have unironically started that whole tier list fiasco. Danabo posted it, and then someone sent it to me, and I went with it. I ran with it. No, I don't remember.
Wait. Like there has been like 3 waves of tier list drama. There was like the one at the beginning of this year, the one at the middle of this year, and the one at the end of the year.
So what you guys may not know, I know Dave and Wired remember this. The original list that wasn't a tier list. It was like this weird graph that here. I'll share it.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, it was like long ago enough to where I was not on it. Like
that would have been a long fucking time ago. When was that?
I'm gonna say probably over a year ago.
What's even being tiered here?
This isn't exactly a tier list.
Your value as a human being.
Yes. Yeah.
Yep, it's time for some cringy. 1935. What the fuck does that even mean?
Oh, hey, am
I
I
need
loud
a
now?
tier list to tell me that StarCraft 2's ladder tells me my value as a human being.
Yeah, I have everything turned down like way down for my stream so that nothing ever distorts. So I have to remember to turn up when I go on somebody else's panels.
Oh no, he's not a Nazi. No, that's Polar's World. Polar's World is cool. A little bit of a lib, but that's all right. We can forgive that. They'll all
The
join
only
us
reason
in
why I'm
the-
doing this is because my community doesn't believe me that I used to go on debate panels.
I believe you. I remember the before times.
Wait,
You
Frames-
used to host
wait,
debate
Frames,
panels.
You're a political streamer? I thought you just played Minecraft. What the heck?
Yeah, I know, it's surprising.
I'm fucking with you.
Yeah, I know.
He's
Are
highly
you guys pretty
conservative.
much all political streamers here?
Nah,
Yeah.
I play Overwatch, dude. I think
man.
I don't do politics.
Unironically, I started off as an Overwatch streamer. It's actually kind of cool because like one of my like regular chatters from back then sent me a package in the mail today for Christmas. And it's like a little loot box.
God. How long
Like
have
a-
you been streaming for, Frames?
It'll be 2 years in April.
Wow, that's a long time.
I'll finish with my dinner.
Oh,
Name of this
how's
panel
YouTube been treating you?
What's that? Sorry.
How's YouTube been treating you?
Oh, fantastically. I'm
muted,
killing
so-
it on YouTube. I've got like I went from like.
Oh, I can't hear you.
Oops,
Oh,
sorry,
that's
I was
fine.
pressing the wrong.
Yeah,
button.
okay.
Yeah, it's
Good.
been treating me fantastically.
Wait, before we do talk about this, I want to get the podcast started. I am totally down for you guys to talk about it after, though, if that's cool.
Sure,
Sweet. No flame marino, promise. We're just a little bit late.
Okay,
we're,
yeah.
we're still waiting on I believe one person to join the Whereby, but maybe they don't want to, which is totally fine. But anyways, without further ado, I already gave the introductions to the podcast, so now I want to introduce our guests in no particular order. I'm going to start with Echoplex. Tell us a little bit about you, Echoplex. What are you about? What's your stream about? What do you do?
I mean, we stream about like cults, conspiracy theorists, the conspiracy theory communities, and extremism. We're not heavy on like horse race, like oh shit, man. Thank you. Sorry about that. We're not like heavy on like horse race stuff or like political theory or whatever. We mostly just make fun of people who think that the clouds are full of barium or whatever.
Nice.
could be.
And where can people find you, social media wise?
Well, right now the best place to find me is I'm on Grindr. I'm trying to figure out which one of the headless torsos is Steven Crowder.
Okay.
No,
All right.
I mean, you can find us on Twitter at eplexm, and you can find us here on Twitch at Echoplex Media. The rest of the places don't matter.
Nice. All right. Thank you. Polar's World, what's up? How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Okay, I've had a pretty solid day. My name is Polar's World. I am 17. I've been streaming, I think, since around July. I tend to do a lot of debates. I took like a week off to do some college stuff. Now I'm back. I have a big project coming up. We're going to be doing politics, IRL, like political activities. I like
Thank
to
you,
IRL stream now. Debates, things like that.
Thank you
I tend
very
to
much.
lean left. So this should be a lot of fun.
Nice. Glad to finally meet you. Demon Mama, how are you doing? Tell us a little bit about yourself if you would.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on tonight. I am a political streamer and debate streamer. Do a lot of debate content, a lot of politics commentary. I am a pretty solid lefty with some affinity for anarchistic philosophies, though I don't really go by any single tendency. You can find me on demonmama.com. That's the easiest way. MAMA, demonmama.com. All my links are there, and you should join my Discord because we have an absolutely awesome Discord community. You'll get all my notifications, and you can be a part of the fun. We're even doing a holiday giveaway, so come on in. Come join us. Come hang out in the community. So we'd love to have you.
Wonderful. And I was just going to say the resolution on your cam for me is a little bit short, or not short, but like not good. Does anybody else have that experience with Demon Mama's?
I can just reconnect.
Cam or, okay, can just make. I was going to say, if you just want to reconnect, that's fine. I'll let you back in. Obviously, I'm not going to keep you out. But we'll move on with the introduction. CTV, or Critically Thinking Veteran. Tell us a little bit about yourself. What's up? How you doing this fine Wednesday evening?
Doing pretty good. I'm an asshole. And
True.
I like to talk about politics, so there you go.
Nice. Good stuff. That was it, right? Just so we're clear?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah. You can totally shout out any links you want to if you want as well, by the way.
What about now?
But,
Is it better?
okay. Freems, what's up? How you doing? Tell
Please
us
better
who you are, where people can find you, etc.
Yeah. Twitch.tv/Freems. Lately I've mostly been playing games and political streamers will come hang out. We'll talk about whatever. I also cover politics in Appalachia from a leftist perspective.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
I'm one of the only
welcome back.
actual rednecks on Twitch, pro-union, pro-labor. So come check me out if that's something you might be interested in.
Sweet. And Sako, a wild Sako, how are you doing? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Doing great. I am Sako. I stream on Twitch once every 20 so days. I'm trying to stream more consistently. I've usually just been gaming streams, but lately I've been getting more into politics. I'd love to participate in more roundtables in the future. The best place to find me is at my Twitter, which is @NiceGuySacco. I have a different name everywhere I go. That's how I live, in conflict and contradiction. So yeah.
Nice.
Oh, and then I also stream on Twitch, which is Twitch TV, and that's just Sako TV.
Nice. Thank you. Brento, tell us a little bit about yourself. How you doing, man?
Hey guys. Hey. I'm Brento Box. I do debates on Twitch. I just kind of like talking about the politics, philosophy, whatever anyone wants to discuss. Hanging out on Twitch communities. Don't really stream much on my own channel.
We'll find out, Penness.
Just
we'll
enjoy
find out.
Meeting people and talk to them about whatever.
Wonderful. Sweet. And then finally, I guess I'm Wire Guitar. I'm going to be moderating this conversation tonight. It's going to be great. We got 3 topics lined up. But before we get into that, I just want to say real quick, cordially, of course, this is not in any way, shape, or form me trying to act authoritarian, but we're going to try to keep this conversation as productive as possible. That means keeping, you can swear, but trying to keep name calling to as much of a minimum as possible. Try to be nice, I found that the best conversations that happen in politics, in my experience anyways, happen when both parties can at least respect each other to have an open and honest conversation about the issues themselves and not resort to just we'll say blood sports for lack of a better phrase. But I think that's it. Obviously no TOS.
I'm always nice when people are nice to me.
Here we are on Twitch after all. With all of that being said, the preamble sort of out of the way, let's move into our first topic. Oh, yeah, Polar's accidentally left the. Here we go.
Sorry, I had some hardware acceleration issues.
Oh, you're totally fine.
Hey, does respect mean letting all of the people here give
My bad.
introduction before.
Brian, yeah, you're right. Okay, Brian, my bad. The whereby kept moving around because people kept leaving and joining, and so you got
it's
jumbled.
good.
I'm sorry.
It's good, man.
Yeah,
It's
Brian,
good.
tell us about you, the StarCraft Grandmaster. What's up, future? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I have been around Wired Guitars since he was Wired Guitars, back in the day, pre losing the S. Yeah, I don't really stream that much anymore. When I do stream, it's usually Grandmaster Zerg play. And I was a philosophy major, got my bachelor's in philosophy, and I was kind of a debate lord in high school and college.
Thank
so,
you, Somniostatic. Really
yeah, I
appreciate it.
decided to pop out of the woodwork to rejoin Twitch for this little debate show.
Yeah, probably, Kasky. We'll see.
This little debate show. Appreciate that little subtle jab there. Okay, sweet, thanks. Now that all the introductions are out of the way, especially from the assholes, we can get underway with the topics. The first topic, I'll just read it out here as I've written it. On December 14th, Kelly Loeffler, we all know who Kelly Loeffler is, right? Running for Georgia State Senate in one of the probably most anticipated runoff elections, one of the only two, but certainly a very highly anticipated runoff election, posed with Chester Doles, who spent years as a member of the KKK and the neo-Nazi National Alliance. Do we expect this to influence the already close Georgia Senate elections?
Yes.
Should this be something that she's impugned for, or is this another instance of cancel culture going too far? And before guilt by association. Yeah, so we'll give our introductory takes here in no particular order. Again, we'll start with, we're gonna start backwards this time. So Polars, what are your thoughts on this issue as we've sort of presented it?
As someone who lives in Georgia and who's been doing some political work down here, I don't really think her posing with Charles Doles is going to make that large of an effect. Kelly Loeffler has already demonstrated to be a terrible debater, doesn't really have the ability to demonstrate her points effectively, has done some really sketchy things, and it really hasn't affected the way that the Republican Party views her. So I don't really think this is going to have that large of an effect. Personally, as someone who's been living here, I didn't even hear about the story until you mentioned it and sent it as a topic. So I think it's going to have little to no effect. Now, whether she should be impugned for it, whether she should face a lot of flack on it for it, really depends on whether or not she purposely knew. Because I tried reading the story, like the couple stories that referred to it, it didn't seem really to mention whether she knew or not. But if she did, that's probably a knock on her. But if she didn't, I don't think it's very much I don't think there's very much to put on her. I think there are a lot more effective things that the Democratic Party could get on Kelly Loeffler for. She's not an angel. She's not a saint. She sure wasn't elected. So that's my take on that specifically. I don't think it's going to have that large of an effect on the election. I don't really know if she should be impugned on it. It really depends on whether she knew or not.
Sweet. Brento, what are your thoughts on this issue?
So I'm not, I wasn't too aware of a lot of what's going on in Georgia. I read the article and I looked at the picture, and the picture literally just looks like, just like anyone comes up to someone running for office and then, hey, and it looks like he's the guy holding the camera, so it looks like his own picture or something, and then just snap picture, and and then I can't project anything beyond that. It looks like it's a non-issue. It looks like the guy was he was associated with the KKK in the 90s or something. But as far as saying, like, does that rub off on her politically? Should she be condemned? That seems like political opportunism, or they're trying to make a mountain out of a molehill to gain, like, political advantage or something. It literally just looks like a picture that any politician in any race at any point would take with anyone who comes up to them. And the fact that it's a neo-Nazi, or not a neo-Nazi, but, a white supremacist, the KKK guy that did it. And people are being like, well, we could use that against her. That's what it seems like this is.
I see. Fair enough. Sako, what are your thoughts on this issue?
To be honest, like I have the same kind of opinion as Polar. I don't think it will influence her race at all. I also think Warnock will win his race, and then everybody else will lose theirs. That's how I predict the Georgia runoff going, because I think Joe Biden was the first person to win Georgia as a Democrat since Jimmy Carter, and that's been 40 years. So that's really something when you think about it. And I think the main reason for that was just the amount of people of color, especially women of color, that showed up to turn out for Joe Biden. I think Raphael Warnock can energize those same people, and I think that's how he wins the Georgia runoff. As far as like, should she be like, what was the word we used?
Impugned.
Impugned, yeah, I thought so. I mean, it's not really that surprising to me. Like, it could have been a coincidence, but like she has a history of not being. How do I want to say this? I don't know. It's no secret that she hasn't been like the most racially sensitive person. After I read in that article where it's like she owned, what was it, 40-something% of the Atlanta Dream?
Something like that, yeah.
And she was like, she wrote a letter to the commissioner talking about how like after the season restart, like the whole thing they did with I don't know what the WNBA did, but I know the NBA had Black Lives Matter written on the court and their warm up sweaters. I know she was super upset about that and wrote like a really angry letter to the commissioner. So like it's not surprising to me, especially when you see that she endorses people like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like it's nothing that I wouldn't expect from someone like that.
Sure. CTV, what are your thoughts on this issue, if you have any?
Well, just posting a picture with somebody ain't a reason to assume association. At the same time, Doles is, at least from what he's proclaiming now,
If you have
is
any
associated
thoughts.
with a completely different group that has nothing to do with racism or anything like that. So, while you could remain suspect of somebody that has a past of it, if you're really of the belief that if somebody does their time for a crime, that they should be able to re-enter
probably just
society,
high as
which
shit.
I think most people on the left are, especially when they're more for rehabilitative
Oh yeah,
justice than
the guy.
than
We'll talk about this.
the other kind, then shouldn't be anything suspect about this at all.
The guy
But
who
the fact that
she
we're even having a
posted with
conversation about
was,
it kind of makes
nearly
everybody else
murdered
look
a black
suspect.
guy
So I'm kind
in a
of
hate
curious how
crime.
the room's going to fall out.
Went to prison.
For sure. We'll open up to open discussion here once we get past the just sort of preliminary
Hell
takes
yeah,
here.
Dan Stroud.
Demon Mama, what are your thoughts on this issue?
Yeah, I have no idea. Like, I don't live in Georgia, so I don't know exactly how it will affect the election, if at all. It's hard to say. I feel like there's probably some chance of it having at least some blowback by the time things finally heat up. I know we're really approaching the vote here, and I don't know. It's been race has been a big issue in Georgia, and it's not a good look to pose with somebody who's a neo-Nazi and a KKK member, especially for someone like Kelly Loeffler, who already signals to that sort of base a lot. Do I think she should be impugned for it? I don't know about impugned, but I think she should certainly be critiqued and questioned for it. She's a public figure who has regularly signaled to the far right. I mean, her entire argument against Raphael Warnock recently was just saying, oh, the radical liberals, the radical liberals, the radical liberals, and a bunch of like vague QAnon signaling. And again, this is the person who used her position of privilege to simultaneously divest from stocks that were inconvenient after she found out about the extent of the coronavirus pandemic, while pushing anti-mask and anti-lockdown measures, which has cost many people their lives. I think that Kelly Loeffler is about the worst person imaginable, right now in office. One of the worst. I don't know, maybe not the worst. And as a result, I think it's perfectly rational to give some level of scrutiny to who she poses for pictures with, especially if she isn't willing to like disavow that person publicly after being called on it. I think that should be the more important part. As for whether this is an example of cancel culture, no. Oh my God, that's a hilarious allegation. Again, this is a guy like somebody who was convicted of hate crimes, somebody who's been involved with the nationalist, right-wing neo-Nazi nationalist groups and the KKK. Now, people are well within their right to question that and say, hey, this is fucking weird, even if it's just a casual photo. She should have no problem saying, yeah, fuck that guy. She should.
Sure. Frames, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, basically just gonna repeat what almost everyone else has said, that fuck that guy. But not to mention, like right now, I think there's like over like 100 pastors from black churches sending her letters. It seems like any time that Warnock has shown support for any type of like BLM or anything, she attacks him as him just being a socialist or a radicalist. So I don't know. My opinion of it hasn't changed. Of her has not changed because it wasn't very high to begin with. It doesn't surprise me, and I think it changes nothing. But that's unfortunate that that's the case.
Nice. Brian, you got any thoughts on this?
Yeah, a ton of thoughts, but I'll try and be really brief because I know we're going to go into open discussion. I think, to the extent that this affects her, I don't think it'll be that much, especially because I don't even think anybody follows like very much of the WNBA. So when they come out and say something about, her involvement or make her divest in the team, I bet you most people couldn't even tell you, what the WNBA team is that she's invested in.
$1 million.
So I don't think that will impact her very much, but
meme.
any impact that has will probably be amplified by the fact that she didn't primary for anything before.
Nothing.
She was like appointed by, I want to say the governor of Georgia, right, in 2019. And that was in December of 2019. So it's only really been a year. And when you don't have to primary, I feel like that just leads you to weaker candidates. So, her incumbency probably won't take with it the general like benefits that most incumbent elected officials get to run with. So it could have some sort of an impact. I think the bigger impacts will be whether or not as much turnout happens because of like voting by mail and stuff like that.
Sure. And then lastly, Echoplex, do you have any thoughts on this?
The one thing I didn't do is look up the new group that this guy's supposedly associated with. I know CTV said that the new group wasn't a racist group or whatever, but I'd have to know more about that group to know like where he's sitting right now.
Of course,
but I kind of also echo this idea that other people said it. The first people said that like when you're campaigning and people want to take a picture, you don't got time to go look at their Twitter. Like you just take pictures with everybody, and then when people complain about it, you go, hey, people get in line to take a picture with me at my campaign events. I don't know who they all are. It's part of campaigning. Of course, not all of them are going to be good people. But I don't even think that's what she said, right? She didn't say anything like that, I don't think. And as far as cancel culture, like I'm this chief technical officer of cancel culture, so I'm all for it. If it is cancel culture.
Sure. Yeah. Before we do get into open discussion, I feel like I should clear the air a little bit. There is at least a pretty reputable AP article in which I don't know if I'd say denounces this figure, but she says she has no idea that the figure himself was a neo-Nazi. And then it seems like a lot of this discussion is going to be based on whether or not we know what group Chester Doles is associated with currently, which is a question that we could have for CTV. So CTV, I think you're listening because you have a wireless headset. Do you know anything about like the group that Chester Doles is currently associated with? Again, we know that he was formerly associated with like the KKK, but do you know anything about his current activities?
I've read the same article as you guys did. It says, although he claims his current American Patriots USA group is free of racism. Right? So I'm just literally referencing the article you sent me. So did y'all not read it?
Yeah. No, yeah, we read.
Okay, so I don't know why it's like a question for CTV then, because it's like it's in the article.
Yeah, the article doesn't really go into any information about that group. So I think what Wired was asking was like, do you have any information that went above?
No, I'm just telling you that he's claiming that this is what his claim is. That's what's in the article. So, it's like, okay, so you can be suspect of what he says, but I don't know anything more specific about the group itself. So, but we do have a claim that it's free of racism. So,
Well, trustworthy people, usually when I think of people who are trustworthy and are likely to tell the truth, I usually think of KKK members and neo-Nazis for sure, yeah.
Oh, they are on the top of the list for people that'll tell you the truth because they don't give, they don't care what.
Oh yeah,
do you think
like when they wear those white
I'm not
hoods?
saying they're good
love
people.
That, yeah. Those
I'm
white
just
hoods
saying,
to hide their identity. Yeah.
And that's actually, I don't agree with that at all. Like, especially like these like new far right or alt right groups are purposely being very sneaky and trying to rebrand, even though the American Patriots USA is going through a rebrand by saying that they're not a racist group, but it is still packed full of active neo-Nazis and Klansmen. Like, it's not. I guess like their thing is they're saying, well, we're not unified by that, but
I don't know. It's always the left that I always hear saying that, we're for rehabilitative justice and second chances and third chances and, we're all for people getting the benefit of the doubt, and then when it's like, oh well, so they can't be redeemed if they do this. Well, then, why is it that you would have such a contention when I say that pedophiles should get the death penalty? Right?
So,
I'm sorry, what?
I don't know.
I don't know
what
what any of this has to do with anything that we're talking
Those
about.
are two different things. Those are two different things. One of those things is like the public discourse, and the other one of those things is the state taking away your freedom or your life.
I'm just saying
those
that
are not the same thing.
It seems disingenuous to me, for one thing, for you to be able to just throw a label on somebody and them not to be able to have any type of way away from that, and then on another similar thing to be able to say, oh no, we need to get rid of the whole thing, right?
Wait,
because
CTV, real quick.
there's a way out. So I don't know.
Are you advocating for the death penalty for KKK members? Is that what you're advocating for? Because according to your own logic, you would be.
Did I say those specific words?
Well, I mean,
no, I didn't.
So
you implied that very strongly with your argument.
So Demon, I think the point that CTV is trying to make is that, like, I don't know, I'm not saying that I necessarily agree with this, but he's like saying, well, if we can give credence, right, and we let this individual like come back from like the bad things that he's done in the past, or like, no, how should I word this? If we believe in rehabilitative justice, that we should believe that this person has the ability to become a good person, and if you guys necessarily disagree with that, then he should be able to like go out and like engage in like forms of really bad punitive justice, such as like killing those same criminals in the past. That's just the point.
Thank you. I know that this is the what's it, that thing that Vosh says sometimes, the vaguely gesturing and imagined hypocrisy. Yeah, okay, it's that thing. Yeah,
no, I just want to like repeat that, like, having the state take away your freedom or your life is a lot different than getting criticized on Twitter.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think anyone here has like talked about anything other than that. Like, I mean, it's more or less just been, is this guy, like, do we have any evidence that this guy's changed his ways? It doesn't appear to be the case. I've received some people
actually, at this point, since he's already served his time in the system, you'd actually have to have evidence contrary to, would you not?
No, because that doesn't.
The latest thing,
Wait. That's not what
at least
that means.
according to the article, was in 2017 in Charlottesville, right? So it's been 3 years since then. Do you have anything since then? You know,
I
so
mean,
if the
how many things? Wait.
Obviously, no. Then
if somebody was attending a far-right Nazi-led rally in Charlottesville 3 years ago, and now they're still associated, as far as I can tell, with extreme far-right groups that have members of the KKK, I think that's a very, very rational conclusion to say this person hasn't exactly.
If the group is said to not be associated with racism, which at this point, according to the article that we all read,
that's his claim. He claims
so
that. He claims
unless you're actually going to take your fingers and type it into Google and find out the information.
Oh well, we did already though. He's still associated with the neo-Nazi groups as far as anyone can tell.
Okay, so did you look up American Patriots USA?
I don't care about American Patriots USA.
Well, that's the fucking group that we're talking about. So how can you not care?
That's
about
one of the groups. Wait. CTV, you literally
I
admitted...
realize that trying to keep up in this conversation is kind of hard for you at this moment, but
especially when you're going all over the
USA, because that's the group that he's said to be
CTV,
with,
please
right?
spare me the lecture. You literally said at the beginning of this that you didn't read anything more except for the article attached. So, and you use that as a defense for why you shouldn't have any original thoughts on it. If you want to just parrot the article, that's perfectly fine.
I'm still trying to figure out what the original point he was trying to make was.
Yeah, so
trying to make go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, does this sound like what he's trying to say essentially is that the group itself, let me just remind myself, the American Patriots USA has made claims that they are attempting to rebrand their organization to have less, or we'll say non-existent, racist, Nazi logos, anti-Antifa logos, etc. That the figure in question, the Chester Doles figure, has not attended a prominently or outwardly racist group or rally since 2017, and that since then, if there's no evidence to show that this figure is a concurrent racist, that his association with the claims of Nazism, KKK, etc.
The argument being made is that, like, because some people on the left believe in rehabilitative justice, that we can't personally attack this guy.
I think what he's trying to say. I think what he's trying to say is that people on the left, despite preaching real rehabilitative justice all the time, are very quick to judge and write off people that they don't like without seeing what they've done to change, whether or not they've changed. The slightest bit of association with something negative in the left's mind will instantly get you crucified, and that's hypocritical when you want to talk about rehabilitation.
I'm sorry. Like
now, I'm
like,
not saying you have to agree.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
I'm just saying
it
that
seems
that
very
argument-
unconnected to what we're talking about. Everyone here, in fact, most of the lefty people in this panel said that it was like, oh, maybe she should release a statement. In fact, that's what I said, and I'm probably
She did release a statement, though.
Yeah,
It said so in the article.
Yeah, I saw that at the end. Yeah, that's great. But yeah, if again, what my takeaway was, she should have no problem with distancing herself from this. But I don't think there's anything wrong, censorious, or even emblematic of a lack of devotion to rehabilitative justice. Which I really wonder if anyone on this panel really knows what rehabilitative justice actually means.
Okay, chill the fuck out. Okay.
Yeah, that's like
She
really
threats
condescending.
shots all the time at everybody.
what
We
did
haven't
I-
even
who did
talked about rehabilitative justice in any serious type of way.
Yeah,
You
I know.
just
Well, that's not
read
my
it
fault. That's
easy.
your fault. That's your fault for choosing
It's
not
no
to.
one's fault because that hasn't been the topic of discussion. So it's
True.
not
No, y'all are getting pretty
Okay.
touchy about it and talking about executing people and shit. So I don't know.
Well, that was a.
Wait,
that
wait,
was,
I'm sorry.
No,
Wait,
hold on.
wait, wait, wait,
No,
I'm
no,
so
hey,
sorry.
no,
Did I
no,
hurt
no,
your
no,
guys'
no,
feelings? I'm sorry.
Demon. Let me just say something. No, I just want to say, look,
You
yeah,
okay?
it was very extreme when CTV brought that up. Yeah, so obviously going to the death penalty for anything, and especially then bringing pedophilia into it, immediately takes things to death extreme and all the horrible things, right? So yeah, but no one's even brought up the subject of rehabilitative justice. No one's discussed it at this point. His whole point was simply that holding people to their past seems contradictory for a party when that's a party, and so he's assigning the party thing to everyone else's arguments about that people should be rehabilitated and not be held to their past, but they're held to their past when it's convenient in a political sense. So that was his point, I think.
Yeah, I guess it just doesn't make much sense to me because we're talking about, first of all, we're talking about Democrats, which aren't, most Democrats don't
He
believe
said
in
liberals or lefties. He didn't say Democrats.
Well, most liberals don't believe in rehabilitation. I don't know. This just seems sort of a nonsense point. And we've been hung up on it for a while now. But again, I was not the one who brought in pedophilia and executions into the conversation. But everyone's getting mega offended when I take a little shots back and say, oh, I don't think that point is coherent. But all right.
Wait, I am going to start moderating the conversation. I've been pretty quiet and docile up until this point. Yeah, if I notice a sort of power dynamic between several people and one person, I am going to lean more towards giving that one person a talk. So Demon Mama, if you did want to respond, I noticed that you responded to Brento. If you also wanted to respond to Brian and CTV, you're totally welcome to. If not, I will throw it over to Sako because we haven't heard from him in a while, and then also Polars.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a huge thing to say because I don't really think anything of substance has been brought up yet. But I mean, wait, I'm being dead serious. You literally just said that. That was your words. You just said no one actually talked about the topic. Okay. Jesus, ready to you're jumping to get offended at this. But yeah, I will say one thing that struck me as a little odd. This is really a side note, but blanket dismissing the WNBA is kind of silly. They're not nearly as big as the NBA, but they still pull 7,000 to 8,000 people per game, which is pretty significant. And they're I think it was a $70 million industry per year. That's pretty major. I just felt it was a small note. I feel like it's not really fair to write off the WNBA because haha, women doing sports, lol.
Let it be known that I do support the WNBA. Now, Sako, if you wanted to talk, I assume you're done, right, Demon Mama? Or
yeah, I'm done.
Done is kind of, I don't mean to sound condescending. I just meant you finished.
Yeah, no. Don't worry.
Sako, what's up?
Okay. I mean, this conversation has been all over the place, and sometimes it's hard for me to follow along. So I don't think I have really any. Well, actually, I kind of do. But I'm trying to remember exactly what was said. But I was going to bring something up that I brought up in my opening statement.
Wired is a new.
While you look that up,
CTV was talking about, how the left kind of contradicts itself about.
I trigger them by opening my mouth.
Rehabilitative justice, and was kind of getting on.
Yeah, I know, they really hate me. It's funny.
I literally said in my opening statement that I live my life in conflict and contradiction. When you think about it, all people do that. So. And especially in politics, lots of people are just inherently contradictory, or they conflict with their own ideas, because not a lot of people.
Oh yeah, they've been around for a little while.
Sako, wait, this is super existential. I do, of course, always appreciate philosophical
Mm-hmm.
conversations, but could you do your best to tie this to the conversation directly? I would appreciate that.
Oh.
And while you think about that, Polars and Freems, we'll start with Polars, and then I'll immediately throw it over to you, Freems. I know you had your hand up.
Oh no, I was waving off my brother. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well,
get out.
Goodbye, Freems' brother. I'm just fucking around. Polars, did you want to say something while Sako thinks for that?
Politics is growing. It's good.
Yeah,
People are excited by it. That's a good thing.
But basically, I don't know where this conversation has actually ended up going. I thought CTV was specifically trying to make a point, but then it kind of got off to some really weird tangent. I think we should probably recenter and talk about whether if we want to take this down the direction of whether like past individuals who engaged in racism in the past can therefore come out as like
I'm having a good
like,
time so far.
people
Right?
who can engage in society. I think that may be a better road to go down with, if that's the point that we're trying to go on, because like we've been going, like I think someone else mentioned this, we've been going from like here to here to here to here, and it's like let's just focus on one area. So I'm probably going to recenter this.
Sure, yeah.
I
think
would
they're getting
assume
into
that the
politics.
majority of
Sorry,
people
I
here
didn't catch
would
up with
think
the
that,
question.
people in
We're
the
good.
past who've been racist, who've done some really bad things, at least ideologically, can be adapted to new society. I think where we disagree is like, how much does it take, right? Like, how do we prove that this individual has come back and been an effective individual in society?
You got to practice a bit.
Can they claim
I
to
wasn't
be?
that good
Does
at
it
them
take
to
a certain
begin
amount
with.
of time? And does Chester Dole demonstrate that? I think that's a point to probably center on.
I'm actually glad you did that because I was just about to do that as well. I guess, can we get that out of the way real quick? And anybody that is going to pick up the conversation from here, it's totally open for free. I'm not like now going to point. I guess, do we think that Chester Dole's actions in the past should necessarily carry over into whatever activity he's doing currently? And then second of all, what are we thinking about if we do think that those actions should carry over? What do we think about those actions? Like,
Yeah, I was
should he
gonna say,
continue? All right. Go ahead,
has he demonstrated anything to show that he has changed? I mean, this isn't a person that was like just a Klansman. Like, he's been arrested for assault. He's led alt-right rallies. I'm talking about he smashed someone's head into a brick wall during a woman too, a bar fight. Smashed her head into a wall. Like, has he shown anything to even show that he has changed? Like, like what steps has he taken to show that he's changed?
Brent. Okay, Brent.
Yeah.
Brent,
Paul can jump in.
Okay.
You have a response, so go ahead.
Polar than Brenton.
Yeah. So Frames, from at least what I've seen, he said that he's like done a speech in front of black people saying how much he's like repented racism. I don't know how much I like would go into that. Or like what that actually means. But I think it's also really interesting, like, what do we define as like coming back, right? Like coming back and engaging in society. I think that's like a really interesting thing to talk about, because I know a lot of us probably on here, some of us may have been engaged in like some far right ideologies in the past. And I think we would like to think about like, well, how did we come back from that? Like, how do we signify that we've like evolved as people, and does it have to be recorded by a medical professional? Is it like recorded by the actions that we've done? And so I don't know how much Chester Doles has done. I don't know that much about his life, but I do know that he said that he's talked about that, and he's done the American Patriots thing. But the Unite the Right rally was like 3 years ago, and that may be something to take into account, because when I initially thought that, like, we mentioned that he had done crimes in the past, I thought, well, like, as soon as he got in jail, he stopped, right? But like, if he was always like with these same far right ideologies all the way up till 2017, that may be a little bit more difficult to demonstrate that he's been separated. And from at least what I've seen, it doesn't look like he's changed to a certain extent, enough to like consider him evolved into society.
For sure.
So I have the Instagram for American Patriots USA pulled up on my other computer right here. Y'all can go look at their content over the last little while on Instagram, and you can kind of decide for yourselves. Seems like you're kind of standard far right. You're kind of standard far right propaganda. Oh, I put the username on Instagram in the chat.
Sweet. Okay. And then I'm gonna throw it back to Brento just because he didn't get to say something. Then I'll go to you, Brian. I do see your hand up, and then I'll try to throw it back to Sako, then CTV, and then we'll go from there. Okay. Yeah. Demon Mom as well. Sorry. I'll make sure
Sure. Mine is brief. I would just say, like, I don't, without doing a deep dive onto this guy's life and any kind of analysis, Like, I don't think there's literally any way that we could ever possibly acknowledge or really figure out whether or not he's reformed or something like that. I just don't really think that's even possible. But more to the point of like the original question, again, I literally think like he took a picture with her with she's running for Senate or Congress.
I'm
I
looking
can't
at this
remember.
right now, by the way.
He
I'm
took a
looking at
picture with
that
her.
thing.
It looks like he walked up and he just took a picture like that.
Wired guitar.
That seems like the extent
Here,
of
I'll
their
get you the linkies.
association. So like the deep dive analysis on the reform, on his reform versus like his past statements, which seemed like they were like reprehensible, or not statements, his actions. It almost seems like no matter what conclusion we come to, I don't really think it's even relevant to the Georgia race or her as a senator or anything like that. So we can literally talk about this guy all day, and it's an interesting conversation about whether or not people can be reformed and how we should, judge whether or not we see them as trustworthy or anything. I really don't think it has any bearing on Georgia.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Like I really don't think that the picture changes much, but she has plenty of bad takes, way well beyond or before that picture was taken for me to not like her, and I feel like the line in the sand has already been drawn, and this changes nothing.
I think Brento, you asked like, how do you?
Polars, wait, I hate to do this, but Brian has been waiting for a while very patiently. Brian, did you want to chime in on this?
Yeah, so I think there's a really interesting conversation to be had around like cancel culture and especially like canceling by association. And I know Echoplex said something about being like the CTO of cancel culture. I hate cancel culture and I think it's gone absolutely way too far, but I don't actually think that politicians can be like canceled or are a victim of cancel culture, because what is on the line with them, what is being debated is in one sense their personality, their ethics, their morals, like who they are. So I think, what they say and how they act is incredibly relevant to whether or not we vote them in or out of their position. And so I don't think that has anything to do with cancel culture. Because canceling somebody would be like
weird.
What happened to James Gunn, right? Like whether or not he can direct a movie well has nothing to do with whether or not he tweeted the F slur like 10 years ago. Now, the difference here is that we're kind of using like canceling by association here, where because a selfie was taken
they suck at me.
Of a person running for Congress just with some guy. I mean, I think what Brento said is very accurate. Like, it looks like he just snapped this in 2 seconds. She smiled and moved on. It's not like they were posing for a photo shoot for the cover of Time magazine, right? I think this casual link and then trying to cancel her by association is really weak. And I think we can do a lot better, especially when we're talking about like voting for somebody for Senate. Yeah, I just think it's a really weak attack. And I don't think it's going to have any effect. If it does have an effect, it'll probably mobilize the right, who already hate like snowflakes and cancel culture and all this bullshit. But again, I don't really think it's gonna. I don't think anybody cares.
Snowflakes
and nobody
against
gives
snowflakes?
a fuck about the WNBA. Okay, like you couldn't even
Okay.
before
All right,
reading that
hey,
article.
hey,
No.
hey.
Before reading that article, Demon Mama could not tell me the name of the Atlanta WNBA team, and I don't think right now she could name 2 WNBA teams outside of that.
I couldn't name any NBA teams because I don't watch sports, but all I'm saying is that on a pure statistical manner, you're wrong. So
Yeah, no, actually, Demon Mama, yeah, if you wanted to respond in general, totally your time.
yeah, totally.
Just respond.
I mean, I don't know. You seem really really banging on about that. I don't know. Maybe you got a problem with women. I don't know.
I'm banging.
Yeah. Well, maybe. I don't know. It sounds like you might be having trouble banging. But yeah. Just saying. Listen. But yeah. I don't know. It doesn't seem like, from what everyone said here and from what the article says, it really doesn't seem like there's even an angle of attack here. It looks like some people have a problem with it, justifiably. I think if any major public figure, especially someone who represents people in the Senate, is photographed with a person who's been deeply involved with hate crime groups, with groups that are specifically devoted to targeting and harming people based on their intrinsic identity. I think that's perfectly rational scrutiny to put on. I think it's really right-wingers who tend to be massive snowflakes about this kind of thing because they're like, ooh, don't give any scrutiny to the people, to the politicians who we regularly make up completely baseless conspiracies about them drinking the spinal fluids of babies or whatever. It's like, okay, whatever. But the other thing too is that like I just did a casual Google search real quick on this Chester Doles person. In 1998, he was in an interview with the Washington Post in which he said that I will be taking my Klan robes with me to the grave, even though he's no longer associated with the organization. And then he appeared in a Nazi rally in Charlottesville in 2017. Yeah, I feel like that's a pretty fair reason for people to be very, very uneasy around someone like that. And I don't think like there's a concept of like rehabilitative justice where it just means you hug Nazis for fun because, I don't know, apparently that's like the imagined version of what rehabilitative justice means. So I don't know. None of this is particularly convincing to me. I think it's perfectly justified for people to have scrutiny on their public servants. Yeah.
Okay, everybody, I gotta jump in a minute here, but I just wanted to bring up like on the cancel culture thing. The problem I have with the discussion around that is if like if somebody's gonna put their ideas out there, especially public figures or famous people, they shouldn't get fucking incredibly upset when other people don't like what they have to say and are voicing that. Like if you buy that ticket, you take that ride. If you're gonna go out there and put your ideas out there publicly, you're gonna get what you're gonna get, and you can't be loud in the courtyard and then expect nobody to respond to you. Right. It's just kind of, I got to go though, because I have my own show to do, but I just wanted to say that real quick, because that's like one of the things I kind of bang on about a lot is that cancel culture isn't real. It's just people saying things and then other people saying things and then more people criticizing more people. On the left and I think it's kind of stupid. If you don't want to be criticized, then don't say anything. You can just hang out with your family and your friends and do what other people do. But it was good meeting everybody. A couple familiar faces. Good to see you, Brento. Good to see you again, Freems. And good, thanks for having me on, Wired. It was good to meet the new people. Maybe next time I'll be able to stay longer.
Yeah, for sure. Take care, man.
Yeah, I think I could also comment real quick on cancel culture. I forgot people were talking about cancel culture. I find the conversation around cancel culture to be really frustrating because people mean all kinds of different things when they talk about cancel culture. I guess I usually just ask people to be more specific because most of the time people say, oh, cancel culture, and they say this horrible shit has happened, and then you ask about what horrible shit happened, and it's usually nothing there. Like, I feel like there's some examples. Like, I think there are certainly examples of, like fucked up power imbalances between, like, public figures where, like, a person with a huge following, like, blows the shit out of somebody with a tiny following and, like, it ruins their life. I think that sort of shit can happen. Some people would consider that cancel culture. Other people wouldn't. So I don't know. It all depends on what people mean by cancel culture. If we're going to talk about cancel culture, I would love to hear what people are actually talking about.
That is a very fair point. Real quick before we do define it, Frames, did you want to say something disconnected to that? And then I'll move it over to Polars. And then I think, we should try to recenter the conversation on canceling, or rather on defining cancel culture.
Sure. Yeah. I also want to say when we're talking about like politicians and people that are in positions of power and making our laws, they should be held to a pretty high fucking standard.
I agree.
Like it goes like beyond just cancel culture. Like you can't be like, oh, this senator like said something racist. You guys are just trying to cancel him. Don't try to ruin this man's job. Like these are lawmakers. Like these are people who decides how people live and what, I don't know. It's wild to just chalk it up to cancel culture.
For sure. Polar's World, did you want to say something?
Yeah, so I think Brento was asking, like, how would you even know? Like, how do you even demonstrate that you've like changed, right? Or like, how do you even get close to it? So I would say for a character like Mr. Dole, it'd probably be leaving this specific organization, the American Patriots. If he wants to demonstrate to himself that he doesn't hold those beliefs, that's something different, right? If he wants to demonstrate publicly that he doesn't hold those beliefs, may be able to engage in local forms of activism for the things that he once like held against. That seems to be a pretty common thing. Is whenever certain people engage in like bad behavior in the past, they'll come out and they'll work with organizations or do activities that may address like leaving that those pipelines, right? Like a really big thing was like the alt-right pipeline online, and a lot of those same content creators have come out and talked about how they got out of that situation, how they done this and that, and they kind of give their spiel on it, right? So that may be something that he could have done. But I think this cancel culture idea is somewhat interesting. like I have some interesting takes on it, but like I'll let everyone else go through what they believe cancel culture is.
Sure, yeah. So Brento,
Anyone else?
I do want to
Okay.
eventually.
Go ahead.
I want to move it over to CTV eventually and
Sure,
Sako
Lou.
because they've been very quiet.
It is.
But yeah, your floor is yours, man.
Okay. So as far as cancel culture, I would say like how it seems to be practiced, like, before Echoplex left, I would have liked to have responded to what he was saying like more directly, but he's not here, so I'm not going to like challenge it too much. Since he can't respond, but when he's saying like ideas,
You're not wrong,
people
They also
saying
called
things
it
and then
a million
ideas
other
passing back
things.
and forth. Well, that would be nice, but like cancel culture seems to be more like when someone says something someone doesn't like or they disagree with, there's an attempt to destroy the person and not discuss the idea or engage in dialogue. Like if someone says something, they're treated as like a heretic, and then the person themselves
Here we go.
is
This is gonna
like
get really fun.
is piled on or destroyed or tried to be like removed instead of actually
This is gonna
engaged
be the
with
fun part.
and
Here we
having
go.
like a discussion with them. So it seems cancel culture seems more about getting rid of people and not talking about ideas.
Do you have like an example of that we could discuss? Because that sounds very vague to me right now.
Well, I
James
think
Gunn.
that's say what?
James Gunn, the guy that was directors
Oh, yeah.
of Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and 2 and then got canned for Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That would be one.
What actually happened there?
He got fired from his job because people were mad that 6 years ago he tweeted the F slur.
Okay.
To be clear, he did come back though.
Is he
and he's
destroyed?
directing the third
Is
one.
he like dead?
No, so he did come back, but the problem isn't whether or not cancel culture did an effective job. It's like the intent with which things happen there. And the intent was this man said something we don't like a long time ago, so he should not have a position. Like he should not be able to get work. And I think it's really weird to create that. So first of all, this only happens to people that are famous. Okay. It's really hard to like cancel any normal person. Although there was that one lady who like went to Africa and tweeted like, hope I don't get AIDS or whatever. Haha. Just kidding. I'm white. She kind of got her life ruined a little bit too. But for the most part, this only happens to famous people. So what I'm trying to say about this, there was just, she was some nobody. She had like 50 followers or something. But the point that I'm trying to make with this is like you're trying to have punitive actions taken against individuals for things that they say. And so what you're essentially doing is trying to create this class of like untouchable individuals who should like, you shouldn't be a director for movies. You should just go get a job at McDonald's, right? Or you shouldn't be a person in
But
public
he's still
image.
a director, isn't he? And he's still
It
like
wasn't
working on the movie.
effective, but that was the intent, was to get him fired.
I mean, I don't know. Most of the time that I hear
We
this, I mean,
prosecute people that fail to murder people for attempted murder. So in the same way,
do
cancel
you really
culture just
think
because
that's
he
the
did a
same thing?
shitty job.
Do you really think
No,
that,
it's
like-
not the same thing. It's an
It's not
analogy.
even-
But
it's
the
not
analogy
really close.
is
It's not even a good analogy though. Like I don't know, because like I think of another, like when I think of an example of cancel culture, there are a couple of things that like come to my mind. Like one of the things that comes to my mind is like the time that Mike Cernovich, that like right-wing neo-Nazi guy, tried to get Sam Cedar fired for basically the exact same thing, and then they actually succeeded. A bunch of right-wingers wrote letters to MSNBC and got Sam Cedar removed for 1 day before they let him back on his job. Ended up not really doing anything. They kind of got to the bottom of it pretty quick. And then like other examples, like more serious examples I think of cancel culture are like when like female politicians have like their nudes leaked, and like Katie Hill like had her private life like blown up into public, and like a bunch of like weird school marmish like extremely anti-sex people like invade her private life. Like that's the kind of stuff I think about when I think of cancel culture. But I don't even know, like, is that really culture? Like who really determines that? I think what most people refer to is like something happened on Twitter that I didn't really like, and I always wonder, like, I don't know, is this really like something that's hugely politically relevant? Because it seems to me to kind of be like a boogeyman of like internet culture warriors, and I don't know, I just don't find that very compelling or concerning.
Sure. If nobody, I guess, if nobody in particular has anything to respond to that, I do kind of want to move over to defining what we think cancel culture is, probably a little bit later than we should have been doing. I think we should have really defined this earlier. But what do we think cancel culture is? Starting with CTV. What do you, CTV, in your own words, how do you define cancel culture, if you could for us?
Uh-oh.
I don't know that you can define it other than just people deciding that they're going
Smoke
to
coming out the ears.
stop following people or, start encouraging other people not to follow them, the real world consequences for jobs and stuff. I mean, basically everything that everybody else has already talked about.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice.
So.
Excellent definition.
Okay. Freems, how would you define cancel culture?
I guess it would be to ostracize someone from either, entertainment, social media, employment in general.
Oh boy,
kind of cut them out for the really shitty, stupid, bad takes.
Mm-hmm. Real quick, I do want to welcome. What's up, Tiberius? How you doing? He's going to be joining us, taking Echoplex's place. We're just covering up the little bits of this last topic on cancel culture, and then we'll move over to the Puerto Rico subject.
Tiberius.
But yeah, Brian, how would you define cancel culture? I'm just curious.
I think cancel culture is when groups of people online who belong to some type of group, be it like gamers or women or white people, collectively get together and try and weaponize outrage to take punitive justice into their own hands against an individual. For example, people that don't like those who use the F slur trying to get James Gunn fired from his position. Whether or not that was successful.
Sokko's back. Sorry.
What's the F slur?
I'm not going to say it because TOS.
Yeah, shouldn't say
yeah.
it.
Are we talking about, hold on. So are we talking about the same word that the British used to call cigarettes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fuck, man. Okay.
Not that one.
Well, hey, get
Demon.
mad at all the cancel culture people because we can't even use it in reference here on a debate show.
Well,
anyways,
you better not have any Brits that are smoking a fucking cigarette, right?
Oh, okay. Demon Mama, how would you define cancel culture?
Cancel culture. Well, I don't know. I'm like a veteran of like I've lived, being 30. I don't know how old everyone else is here on this panel, but I don't know. I've lived through a couple of waves of like moral panic, propaganda. To me, it just seems like a boogeyman that means whatever you want it to in the moment, usually used by conservative pundits to describe people getting mad about something on the internet. And it's not really clear why they're mad, what's wrong with them being mad about it, or what they're doing. Sometimes people will like pick certain specific examples, and I don't know. To me, it just seems like literally the same thing as political correctness, which was the old boogeyman that basically meant the exact same thing. And they would do jokes just like the one that you just did about, oh, we live in such a time you can't even refer the slur. Well, I mean, I can because I'm on YouTube. That's Twitter's problem, or that's Twitch's problem, not me. I can say as many slurs as I want to and do. But yeah, it's like I don't know. It seems like, if I'm gonna be completely blunt, it seems like fragile snowflake shit from the right, which is like nothing new.
Yeah.
Sokko, did you have any?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. No, you go ahead first. You haven't talked
I thought of a bad case of cancel culture. Whenever Colin Kaepernick got removed from the NFL for kneeling for the flag, that was a good case of cancel culture. That
Fair.
was
an effective one too.
Yeah, he's making a shitload of money with Nike, so it helped him out.
True.
And then Sokko, did you want to define cancel culture? For us?
See, I don't really have an opinion on cancel culture. I think the whole topic in general is just really fucking stupid and a waste of time.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm. Like I've literally had somebody tell me because I've had these discussions before, and it's like I remember specifically asking something. Or asking somebody what like their definition of cancel culture was, and they literally told me, well, Seinfeld can't make gay jokes anymore. And it's like, all right then.
That's my favorite one personally. Sorry, I don't mean to butt in, but that's one of my favorite ones. Fucking Seinfeld constantly talking about how his gay French king joke doesn't play well at modern college campuses, and it's just so bad. That's the best example. Like, where I'm just like, what does this even mean anymore? I will agree that there's like something there in like the Kaepernick case, but like,
because you agree with it, right? Yeah.
No. But
Yeah,
I just
that's what
don't.
it
Wait.
seems like.
I mean, you have to let me finish. Wait, you have to finish my sentence. I mean, nice try at it, got you. But it usually helps if you listen to what someone's saying, because I was literally was about to
Continue
say
what you were saying, David Mama.
Wait.
I know.
Let's let her.
Jesus. But you know, I was about to say, but I don't really know if that's emblematic of a culture. So I don't know if calling cancel culture is the right word. And let's not pretend here. We know that most people who use cancel culture are trying to refer to, I don't know, what did you just make a joke about? Oh, not being able to say the F slur on Twitter or Twitch is an example of cancel culture. We know who uses this term the most. So like, yeah, like I just don't think it's emblematic of it. And I was literally going to say that, but you know, you in your you know, rush to get a dunk, you kind of tripped over your own shoelaces, but
No, it doesn't seem like that. Well, Freems, I was going to ask you, like, I mean, you were agreeing with Demon Mama. Kind of, I heard you say, yeah, when she was making her point that, you know, like, you don't really think it exists. But then, like Brian pointed out, it's like, as soon as Kaepernick comes up, you're like, oh, yeah, that example does exist. And it's like, okay, but so you can recognize it on one side of the aisle, but you don't on the other?
Hold on.
Wait,
I was the one who brought up the Colin Kaepernick thing.
Sorry?
I was the one who brought up the Colin Kaepernick
Right,
thing.
right. Well, that's
Actually,
my question, though.
Mostly making a joke there as well, but
I thought it was a good point, so I didn't take it as a joke.
Did I say cancel culture didn't exist?
Demon Mama said it, and then I maybe I heard wrong, but I was watching the stream. I thought I heard you say
I never
yes.
said that cancel culture doesn't exist. I just said that I don't think people know what they mean when they
a boogeyman on the right.
It's a
That's
boogeyman.
not really
it means
like a
it's a
thing.
buzzword. Do you know what that means?
It's not a culture. It's not a culture.
Demon Mama, you can correct me if I'm wrong here. What I think Demon Mama was saying is, like, sometimes people will say some really bad, shitty things, get in trouble for it, and then chalk it up to cancel culture.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a really, really vague concept. I don't really know. Like, first of all, no one here has provided a consistent definition, which more or less plays into my case. Wait.
Buddy,
You provided your definition, which is in disagreement with like almost everyone else on the panel. Like the thing is, everybody had their own take on it. It's clearly not like it's clearly not a cohesive concept. I don't know.
Well, we're obviously
is this gonna be like a 4v1 because y'all get so triggered by my fucking comments?
No. Go ahead, Brian. Sorry.
No, not go ahead, Brian. Let's let Demon Mama finish her point. Then let's move to Brian, and then if Brento, if you want to say something, then we're gonna go to Polar World, and then we're gonna move to the next topic.
Hey, guitar.
Yeah, what's up?
I don't
Yeah, what's
know
up?
what is going on with your mic, but you are. Yeah, it's definitely your mic because you are getting overtalked by everybody, right? Like I'm sitting here and I can't pull your voice out of a crowd, and that's a real problem for me, right? Because if you're trying to get control of the room, I want to be able to help you do that. But if I can't hear you, that's a real problem. It just seems like at least
Can you guys not hear me?
It sounds like your mic is breaking up a little bit, is what it sounds like.
You break up every time somebody else is talking while you're talking.
I am stopping, like when you guys talk. Okay, here, I'll just do it one more time then. So we're going to go to Demon Mama to let her finish her point. Then we're going to go to Brian. If Brandon wants to say something, he can. Then we're going to move to Polars just to give us the closing thoughts on this topic. And then we're going to move over to the Puerto Rican topic, the topic on Puerto Rico. That's the plan. So Demon Mama, you can finish your point. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what we were talking about. Oh yeah, people said I don't believe in cancel culture. I mean, I think that there's something that can exists like that. Like, I mean, again, I just don't know if anybody has a consistent definition. It doesn't really seem like most people have like there's any sort of consensus on what this means. People seem to use it broadly. I mean, the Fox News and literally I watched the entire RNC this year and they brought up cancel culture like 100 times with no specific definitions. And so I don't know. It just, again, I do believe it's a boogeyman. So I believe it exists in that way. But I don't know. When I think of like really bad examples of like this sort of vague concept of cancel culture, my examples never go to like Twitter. I always think of shit like, remember when Ellen DeGeneres, this was like a couple of years ago now, remember when Ellen DeGeneres did an ad for JCPenney, and then a whole bunch of Christian advocacy groups boycotted the shit out of JCPenney, literally blockading their doors until they got rid of Ellen DeGeneres off of their ads because she's a lesbian? That is what I think of if I want to think of an example of something that resembles what people are talking about when they say cancel culture. And that didn't happen on Twitter. That happened in the real world and involved religious groups like literally targeting someone and damaging their career IRL, not just random fucking people getting mad and posting memes at each other on Twitter.
Sure. So Brian, if you want to respond to that, that's not understandable. Or Brento.
Sure. So cancel culture, okay?
Okay.
What we're talking about is a culture, okay, an attitude which has been created, especially online, where groups of people think that they can weaponize outrage to take what is in their mind justice and see that change happen in the world, okay? So right-leaning people thought that it was immoral and wrong for Colin Kaepernick to disrespect the military. They were very effective in getting him blacklisted from the NFL for life, okay? So that's an effective weaponized outrage case right there. Now, there are right-wing cases and left-wing cases too, okay? Like Destiny arguably got unpartnered, got revenue taken away from him because he aired an opinion and a grievance that is politically unpopular on Twitch. So there are cases where groups of people weaponize their outrage. They use their outrage to wrong another person, whether or not that's for just reasons or unjust reasons. And I think that's a very consistent definition of cancel culture. I think it's one where we can all find examples on both sides. And I don't see how that is like vague or
I just don't care.
just my
I
definition
like it.
or whatever.
Kind of.
Because you can see it now in the age of social media in a way that you never saw it before. Or if you did, again, it was only for public figures like elected officials who, again, I said I don't think can be part of cancel culture because what's on trial is their person.
Okay. At the risk of expanding the conversation again, I do want to say real quick, Brento, I imagine your thoughts on the issue are similar to what Brian said, or how he defined cancel culture.
I think it exists on both the left and the right, and I think the Colin Kaepernick example is a good example.
I'll save that question for after.
And I think that the fact that we're on a panel with multiple different people who also have like conflicting, viewpoints. That's something we should expect, that we're going to have conflicting viewpoints. So I don't think it's evidence that cancel culture doesn't exist, that we don't have a shared definition. We're all in here arguing about these types of things. So, if we don't have a shared definition, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, of course. Doesn't mean it does either. So, but I don't believe that's a point against it.
So he just said nothing? I mean...
Sure. And then Polars, I did say I'd let you have the last word. I'm sorry, Demon Mom, I know you had your hand up, but I do want to at some point give some amount of credence to these other topics because I really want to talk about the Puerto Rican conversation.
We'll get you another one.
Polars, you get the last word on this.
We'll get you another one.
So I think to answer the initial question, I don't think we're in disagreement in the aspect of, I don't think this is going to have that large of an effect on the Georgia election. Now, when it comes, should she be impugned? If she knew, probably if she knew, that's something different, but it doesn't seem like she did.
I think he drinks out. I think he's drinking alcohol. I don't know. Looks
and I think we're all going to agree on that aspect that if she really didn't know, we shouldn't really hold her as accountable. But
we'll talk a little bit about
if we really want to actually get on Kelly Loeffler for engaging in really bad behavior, there's so many other things that seem to be much more effective and are much more reflective of her character. With her engagements in the Senate and the short time she's been there and other allegations that have been thrown at her. Now, when it comes to cancel culture, it seems like this is a very, very contested aspect here. We're having a semantical debate here on what it actually is. And I think Brento Box is kind of right to a certain extent. Just because we necessarily disagree on it doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't exist. What we probably need to focus on is what do we actually consider cancel culture, right? Is it the aspects of some small time person on Twitch got banned, or is it public figures getting deplatformed? Now, I think the really important thing to actually address is it just? Is it right? Should we take these specific individuals off their platforms? For how long? How much power should be targeted at them? Because to a certain extent, I think yes. Sometimes public outrage is the only way to hold individuals accountable. Sometimes it's overused. And I think that's a much more interesting way of looking at it, and it's a much more nuanced topic because we in reality can't vote on it, right? We're not sitting here voting on which individuals get canceled. Public platform, not public platforms, but the public can engage in ways that we don't really like.
I was cancel cultured by the Justice Department.
So that's
and
something
the IRS.
That's a completely long and in-depth conversation. But those are probably my thoughts on that. And I know Wired wanted to go to the next topic.
So yeah, real quick, I will say we are the public. So in some ways, you could argue that we do have a voice in our social media presence So despite the fact that it isn't something that we make a formal vote on, it is still something that we do have. I guess if you want to take the super libertarian argument, you vote with your wallet. Well, in this case, you vote with your outrage. But those are just the closing thoughts on it. Again, I really do apologize. Demon Mom, if you have like a quippy one-liner, you can even make it an insult if you'd like. I'll let you say it.
Oh,
on the topic.
No, I was just like, I had more things to say in general, but we can move on to the next topic. I mean, I just think that like one small note. Like the Destiny situation to me does not seem like a particularly good example of cancel culture.
Yeah, because you're a Vosh viewer.
Wait, what does that have to do with anything? Are you like actually? Wait, you said I could have an insult. Are you actually that dumb? Or was that a joke? Was that a meme? Were you memeing before you did?
And that's what you decided to go with?
Yeah, I did.
Wow.
But I can back that up. Like, do you know anything about the situation?
Lower my expectations now, right?
I know. It's one line's too much.
I just want to say, Brian, you definitely brought that. Wait, hold up, Brian. You definitely brought that up like completely out of the blue. It was very, very quick. I was gonna let it slide, but seriously though, like I do think there are very legitimate reasons somebody could argue that Destiny got banned, even if it was off-platform comments. Because I think I don't know. We could have our own little separate debate panel on this, but I don't think it's as easy as just to say, "Oh, Destiny was also a victim of cancel culture." Okay, the dude literally justified, a shooter. So I don't necessarily know if that. I don't know if the way that you interpreted that in your explanation of cancel culture was
hey, listen,
honest.
like it or not.
I'm just gonna say that real quick.
All I'm gonna say here on this part is that listen, like it or not, I don't think it was like good that he got removed from the platform anyway. I literally said this in my conversation I had with Destiny. But he violated the TOS. Like, that's like a big deal. And he did that in front of thousands of viewers. Like, there are going to be people who are going to report you. That's not weaponizing outrage. It's you breaking the TOS. If I drop a fat slur on Twitch, I'm going to get banned too. Just how it goes.
And I'm just saying that wasn't really essential to my argument or anything.
I don't know. You wanted to die on that hill. You wanted to try and get in your little dunk on there, and you didn't really succeed at it, did you?
It actually wasn't a little one. It was a pretty big one that kind of jumped from half court, like Space Jam, like fucking stretched his arm out, dropped that shit in, right?
Damn,
and
the right has some low standards.
Oh, see, that was the problem. Is that I expected a better joke from you, Demon Mama. I had higher expectations, and I had to lower my expectations now because
I don't want to waste the good ones on people who don't deserve it.
All right, so on November 3rd, Puerto Ricans voted.
This is not. Like if you keep, like I'm pretty fucking like happy. I'm fucking high as fuck right now. And if
obviously,
you can't make
that's
me laugh,
incredibly clear. That is really clear to everyone who's watching.
Jesus, I know, and everybody knows me. And they're like, if you can't even make CTV laugh, and he's a pretty laugh-happy fucking guy, perhaps you need new material.
Well, listen, I know that it's really hard. Like you usually like the Paul Blart style, like fart humors. I could make a fart noise into the mic if you wanted. That might make you laugh.
Maybe we should bring on comedy greats like Larry the Cable Guy.
Right. So the only thing that I wanted to say about the whole
get her done. There you go.
Nobody actually looked up American Patriots USA to see what they were talking about, and the one person that even mentioned it was Alex, and what he said was,
literally
it was far-right propaganda. But when I look at it, what I see is the banner across the top of it says God, Family, Country. It's got people like Larry Elders, Dave Rubin. I mean, these people are all over this thing, and those are pretty left-leaning people, right? Or at least they used to be.
Are you joking right now?
The left me, right? There was that thing, right? So it doesn't seem. It seems like it's pretty like right now.
Wait, real quick. Who do you define as right wing?
I'm just gonna have to start muting people. I don't want to do it. I really don't want to do it. I hate to be that guy to mute, but I feel like we have to move on to the next conversation. Otherwise, we're just never going to get there. So on November 3rd, Puerto Ricans voted in favor of becoming the 51st United States and elected a pro-statehood Pedro Pierluisi as their governor. What are our opinions on Puerto Rico gaining statehood? Should it happen? Does the United States stand to benefit? Does Puerto Rico stand to benefit? Would this decision demonstrate a pathway to statehood for other U.S. territories such as Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, the U.S. Virgin Islands, the Dominican Republic, etc.? I want to start off with Tiberius because he did join a while ago, and I know he's been very interested in topping on this particular subject. How are you doing? Tiberius, by the way, before you do actually give your thoughts on this topic, you're totally more than welcome to give your introduction as a broadcaster, because I know you do. What's up?
Hello. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Tiberius D. I'm the host of a podcast named Geopolitics with Tiberius D. I also do open panels on Twitch. I would usually a little bit, excuse me, I'd usually be a little bit more concise, but I was literally going to sleep when Wired's like, hey, you want to jump on? So I might not be at
Sorry about
100%
that.
here. No, you're cool. I'm happy to be here. I might not be 100% here. As far as my own personal thoughts on Puerto Rico being a state, I'm perfectly fine with it. The only territory that I've actually been against being a state is DC. I think it should be part of Maryland, but that's a different conversation to itself. I have no problem with the U.S. territories becoming states. I don't see why we should hold it back. I know it's going to screw the Senate up, but hey, whatever. Actually, I think personally right now is the best time for that because the political parties are starting to realign where it looks like we're going into the 7-party system. And better now while the coalitions are moving and people are changing than whenever it's already established and we're having that political fight. So I'll pass it off to the next person.
Sweet, yeah. I actually want to again go out of order here, so I want to go over to Brento if that's okay. Brento, what's up? What do you think about Puerto Rico becoming a state, etc.?
Yeah, if they want to be a state, if they vote on it, I think that's fine. I think that would be great. They should affirm it. The only thing I really know about that, and not even say that I really know it, is just the only person I know who has any kind of intimate knowledge of it is
Pixie.
Pixie. Yes, and she says that basically within Puerto Rico, and in reading the article that you linked, prior to the panel, it said I think the vote was like 52-48. So it is contentious. It is like split within the country, right? There's a majority on, as far as what you linked that for statehood, right? But it's obviously contentious within the country because according to Pixie and from what it makes sense, the people of Puerto Rico actually have like a belief in their cultural heritage. They like being Puerto Rico and Puerto Rican, and they feel like they would lose some of that. They like a degree of independence in their identity, and they would feel they would lose some of that in statehood, which is potentially true. That might happen over time. So I think that's part of it. But otherwise, yeah, if Puerto Rico became a state, that would be a thing that would happen, and that's
what we're
my
talking
whole
about.
take on that.
Fair enough. Pullers, what do you think about that? First of all, do you support Puerto Rico becoming a state? Do you think that there is some risk that Puerto Ricans, native Puerto Ricans confer by becoming a state? Do they lose some sense of identity, etc.? What are your thoughts on the issue?
I think it'd be a great idea for Puerto Rico to become a state. Now, is it good for America? Well, depends on who you define as America. Okay, the Democrats, they're gonna love. You know what? I would love to see Puerto Rican senators and congressmen. Okay, boosting that. I have a pretty strong idea that they're probably going to be voting Democrat when it comes to who they're going to send to Congress, and I'm in favor of that.
I got some good takes.
I also think that like when people are talking about maybe why some Puerto Ricans don't want to be like a part of be a state, be considered a state at least. Is the same reason why so many quote unquote libertarians go there. They don't pay federal income tax, to my understanding. And, that may actually be something to take into account. Personally, I think they should be a state. I think they should be able to vote. Thank God we won't see any of those cringe libertarians talking about, I don't want to pay federal income tax. I'll just go to Puerto Rico. Okay. We have to give them a place where they can't go and not pay federal income tax. Okay, that's what I care about. That's a positive for them becoming a state. But in all honesty, I think it'd be really good idea to allow them to do that. Now, the actual legal stature on how to become a state has been relatively consistent. It's just whether this will spark like a political movement in order to engage with that, right? So whether Congress, whether it goes through. Whether it goes through Congress is going to be something that's really different, right?
I'm pretty
Will
sure
this inspire
the
U.S. Virgin Islands to therefore apply for statehood? It really just depends on the political climate and whether this actually inspires the movement. It really won't change the way that states actually get territories apply for it. But I think this may be able to establish a way to actually become a state politically with like political capital. The Republicans are probably not going to be in favor of it because we all know the reason why. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, it's not going to be so good for them. So I personally think that they should. Yeah, that's my position.
Wonderful. CTV, what are your thoughts on Puerto Rico becoming a state? Do you think they're going to vote blue no matter who? Do you like the idea of absolving yet another tax haven that libertarians such as, let it be known I did try to get Last Year's Your Name on, but yeah, libertarians such as Last Year's Your Name to escape to pay no income taxes? What's up? What are your thoughts on this issue?
Well, Polar kind of laid it out pretty nice, but it does more for Puerto Rico than it would for the United States, right?
Does it?
I think so. I think right now, like Puerto Rico is set up pretty well as far as its citizens are concerned, right? They don't pay federal income tax. They, people that are born in Puerto Rico can easily come to the United States and become a citizen of a state, right? And now, so it seems a lot more to do with budget and money and then probably budget and money is probably going to be at the top of the list of things to talk about, and then it's probably going to have something to do with there being 51 stars versus 50, right? Because we've had the same number for a while now. People there's a few generations of people that have kind of gotten used to seeing that, so then there's like a conversation about that as well, because to just say, oh yeah, we're just going to do it, well, that's pretty big part. So I think that there's some nostalgia there.
Are you arguing, CTV, that you think that there's some part of American culture that's lost by adding an extra star? Is that maybe what you're saying?
No, I think that there's a much broader topic actually to be had as far as the government and its role around the world, and then in this specific case, the federal government.
Usually screen them before that.
But I don't know that that's something that we'll end up getting into, but it's got a lot to do with making the federal government something that other nations around the world would want to be a part of, like to actually sell ourselves and actually get the federal government out of a lot of issues and handling them, so that other nations would want to join in because they had complete freedom to be able to handle these issues inside their borders, like the drug war. If they wanted marijuana legal, why should the federal government here be able to say that as a part of you joining? So that's kind of where I feel like a lot of this discussion needs to go. And then, you could also go into, because there were so many states added back in the day, especially in the Northeast, during the time leading up to the Civil War, that maybe there's a time now to actually start combining some of those smaller states into one bigger state as we make a transition. So I don't know. There's a lot of things, a lot of different ways you can go with it.
Fair enough. Demon Mama, what are your thoughts on this issue? Just in general, Puerto Rico becoming a state, do they deserve independence? Is that something that I shouldn't say deserve? I mean, is that something that they want even? Or should they be combined into the union? Does it confer advantages to them? Yeah, sorry.
Abolish the state. All you have to lose is your own chains. No, but honestly, I think this is a really, it's not as cut and dry of an issue as I think it seems sometimes. Puerto Rico has a lot to lose and a lot to gain from statehood. Now, I think it's reasonable to believe that a certain amount of recent events may have brought people more over to the state side or the statehood side of the issue. I know that this has been an issue for decades. I mean, for a very long time, statehood has been a hotly contested issue in Puerto Rico.
Sure.
I mean, I almost married my ex, who was Puerto Rican, and her family was very vocal about their politics and very divided on the issue, in fact. And one of the issues with this is, of course, when I refer to recent events, I'm referring, of course, to Donald Trump's absolutely atrocious, inhumane, and frankly disgusting treatment of Puerto Rico during the hurricanes, basically leaving them behind. And that's a pretty tough thing to do when they're a state, or at least it's a lot harder. You have to end up with like a New Orleans type situation. There's a lot more scrutiny. To be completely honest, I think that's a major concern, and I wouldn't blame a lot of Puerto Ricans for wanting to support statehood to avoid that type of disaster. But of course, there are other problems as well. You have to submit yourself to being potentially a part of a draft. You have to submit yourself to, of course, federal income taxes. You have to submit yourself to federal regulation, and these can be pretty imposing sometimes. So yeah, I think it's a complicated issue and I don't really think it's like a cut and dry, clear issue, especially because, the history of the way that America has treated its territories has never been amazing. So, Puerto Ricans have a lot of reason to distrust the American state when it comes to, wanting to be a state. But if they want to become a state, I will say one of the benefits is that it will be a lot harder for a president like Donald Trump in the future to neglect the people without it drawing the public's ire. Unfortunately, he kind of got away with that in this particular case.
Brian, what are your thoughts on this issue? Do you think that Puerto Rico would have a lot harder of a time being overlooked by so much of the, I guess you could say, national stage in times of crisis as a state? In general, do you think Puerto Rico should even become a state?
Why'd this happen?
What's up?
It's kind of a really complicated question because I have some problems with the way that our government is set up right now and sort of the powers and privileges that are given to states individually, especially not really liking the Senate and how it takes away power from majority voting groups.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
I'm from the state of California, so obviously the fact that we have 2 senators and
Be right back, everyone. I love you.
So does Rhode Island. That kind of bothers me, and that would bother me the exact same way if Puerto Rico was a state. I think that if the United States government has some sort of control over Puerto Rico, that it also has some sort of responsibility to Puerto Rico. And I think most of those responsibilities can be addressed whether or not they are a state. The fact that they weren't by Donald Trump doesn't really change anything because California, which is arguably the most powerful state, was left hung out to dry pretty much during the huge fire season that we just had. And even now, where for the first time during the winter season, we're going to have, probably the whole season as high fire warnings. So if California can't really get support from our political leaders in a time of crises, then I don't really see how Puerto Rico having 2 senators and 5 House of Representatives people would really change that. But I'm no expert on, federal government politics and all that sort of good jazz. So I don't have strong feelings about it. I feel like the United States should treat Puerto Rico with the same respect that it treats all of its citizens. And I think that that is not mutually exclusive with, not being a state.
Fair enough. Freems, what's up? What do you think about Puerto Rico becoming a state?
Yeah, I think Puerto Rico should become a state, mostly so they won't get fucked by Wall Street as bad as they are currently. Not to mention, even though they don't pay a federal income tax, they also don't receive any of the benefits that an American citizen gets awarded. And they more than make up for their federal income tax through their estate tax, which find that word. It's significantly higher than it is in America.
Sure.
So like where the laws are set up different in Puerto Rico, we allowed a bunch of people from Wall Street to go there, and they basically recommended debt. And I got a link here that I'll post in the group chat.
Sure.
But it's
Sure with the
stuff that they're doing there is not legal in America, and it is basically crippled Puerto Rico. But that's also for that with that happening. That's also the reason why they'll never become a state. It'll never go through. Puerto Ricans have wanted to become a state, even at a higher percentage than this in the past. This isn't like a new thing. Like at one point, like in the 90% of Puerto Rico wanted to become part of America.
I think the last like 7 referendums they've held on this issue, Puerto Rican citizens have voted in favor of statehood. So, Frames, let the record show that Frames is correct, that Puerto Ricans have wanted this for a while. And then lastly, Sokka, what are your thoughts on Puerto Rico becoming a state? Should they become a state? Should the United States let them in?
I think it does,
what's up? How do you think this would affect the world?
So you're gonna have to help me out here because I have a bad memory. There was this country that was like founded upon this like weird idea. Oh, am I muted? Oh no, I'm not muted.
No, you're...
Yeah, there was this country that was founded upon this like weird idea, and I have a hard time remembering it. It was like no taxation without representation, and they like fought a war over it. I can't remember which like country that was, but yeah, obviously. No, I think Puerto Rico should absolutely be a state. Not only should they be a state, but Guam as well. And I mean, I think if you really believe like the values that have, some of the values that America was founded upon, then you believe that, yeah, no taxation without representation, make Puerto Rico a state, make Guam a state.
Hey, Chris.
DC is a
Chris
little
in
bit
YouTube
more
chat.
of a...
After this,
I don't
we'll
know,
talk.
I don't know how I feel about DC statehood. I haven't thought about it enough. But one thing I also want to add real quick. People have this like weird idea that that Puerto Rico would go blue. It absolutely would not. I would say that like most of the time
we
it
got a
would go
chud
red,
in chat.
especially in
Blood
certain
after
areas of
this.
Puerto Rico. I think they would probably be like consistently flip flopped.
But haven't they historically voted for blue? I mean,
Yeah, so I do want to open it up to open discussion. So Freems is talking about how they've historically voted blue. That comment also seemed a little bit aimed at Polar's World. So yeah, by all means.
So I'll also like to address the fact that like this is something that
We got a
this is,
bit.
like,
we got a bit of
pretty
time, but if you got
historical
time,
way of
come on
looking
in.
at voting. It seems like parties that allow specific groups of people to vote tend to end up getting their vote in the future, right? So what this would mean would be like, I don't remember which actual party. I think it was the Republicans that let women vote, and
Panel
women
limits in
have-
about an hour.
Was it the Democrats? Okay,
Yeah,
then-
this is Wilson.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, Tiberius got me on there. So women tended at that point to vote like main. It seems like tended to have a voting bloc.
I'm growing
leaning
real
towards,
fast, nuts.
the
Don't you worry.
Democratic or the Liberal Party at the time. Same with Black people, and it's been one of the most historic voting blocs for a long time. I would also say that like Brian brought up an interesting point. Like California has all these senators, all these representatives, but they still don't necessarily get the help that they need. That would actually be a really different
Oh, are you
situation with
cowarding
Puerto
out?
Rico because now. That they have representatives being out. Being
let's
sent out to
talk
Congress,
about it,
being sent
Chris.
out
I'd love to.
The Senate. Not only will they get more attention
Yeah.
on their political races and the issues there will be blown up.
Oh, okay.
But secondly,
So
there
you're
are,
just
like, multiple
you're
types
accepting
of,
that
like,
you've lost the
governance.
argument, you
There's
coward.
Trustee and a delegate style form of like a congressman, a trustee being an
Another
individual who
right-wing
works for the
coward.
party, in their like your legislative body, and a trustee.
All of them
delegate
cowards,
is an
every single one of them.
individual that will actually represent the
Already backing out.
values and the
What a
ideology that's
loser.
present in your area and fight for hometown. This is a pretty common practice. Is that a lot of senators, congressmen will fight for
Son of a-
bills that are
funny, they'll
local
all go
at
debate
home,
Vosh, they
so
won't debate
that
me.
they'll actually end up getting reelected, right? So they have to necessarily represent their ideals, or they'll get replaced out. So that's something to worry about as well. Lastly, CTV brought up a point talking about how they don't necessarily follow federal law. The Supreme Court already ruled that they have to follow federal law, so they're following federal law. They don't pay taxes, but they're still under the delegation of the federal government. So,
Well, of course they would be,
So
right?
it was aimed at several people. Yep, sorry.
Cope.
I thought CTV that you said that they didn't, and I was like, oh, that's I just thought that you said that. So if you didn't say that, then we're all clear.
No, I mean, like, it's a U.S. territory. It wouldn't fall under the jurisdiction of any state, right? Because it's a territory, so it would fall underneath the jurisdiction of the federal government.
So this was actually something that was contested for a little bit, and then had to be settled in the Supreme Court. I think I can send you the case if you want to see it.
Yeah, I'd be interested to take a look at. I love those, especially when me and Pisco do them.
Yep, right away.
Nice, yeah. While you guys are sending that back and forth, how do we feel about Puerto Rico becoming a state, just based off the auspice of the referendum itself? So if the will of the people, even if it is by a fringe majority, seems to support the idea of them becoming a state, should that be itself, I guess, cause, I suppose you could say, for them gaining statehood? Essentially, the question of being like, does the will of the people confer enough of a reason to delegate statehood to the to the special majority of?
I would say you could never possibly divorce that from the consideration, right? If they didn't want to become a state, then the answer would probably be no. So the answer has to at least be yes, right? So you have to consider it.
Then how much do we
Have a
weigh
good
in
night.
the will of the people in this instance versus, say, the practicality, the legality, the geopolitics of the scenario? Like, how much does it matter that the people themselves do seem to vote not overwhelming, but like consistently in favor of wanting statehood?
I think Puerto Ricans voting no is a much better reason for them to remain stateless than Puerto Ricans voting yes is for them to become a state. And I think, like, I would just look at the United Kingdom in two different respects for why this is the case. People have had a hugely hard time with the IRA up in the northern UK, who want their own, like, independence from the UK itself. And so I think if Puerto Rico's citizens were sufficiently against statehood in a way that they might become violent against such a statehood, seeing as that would hamper their efforts for independence, whether or not it would, they could just see it that way. I think that's more problematic than the opposite, which is, 52% of the people say we want to become a state. You can tell right now that nobody's being violent over becoming a state. And so whether or not we care about that or put that to a vote here, I don't think no change in the status quo is really going to result in anything important. And then furthermore, I don't think that the government of a people should really be as much up to the people. And I would look at the UK for that, for Brexit. What a terrible and stupid idea. It is an incredibly complex thing to separate yourself out from what is nearly a global economy that has years of trade deals and all this stuff. People, I don't think, have the information, the time, or the interest to really understand what it is and be, I think, competent in making a decision about how their government is. They can pick simple things like, do we want a Democrat or a Republican to represent us? But that's a far cry from I want to be a state or I don't want to be a state.
Demon, how do you feel about that?
I mean, I don't know. That sounds like sort of patently anti-democratic. I wonder how far you take that. Is it do you have issues with the way that democracy is sorted out in our current system, or do you just believe that people are stupid and need a king?
I don't think people are stupid and need a king. I don't think that's what I said at all.
Oh, okay.
There are things
I was asking you for clarification. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have philosophical problems with democracy, and I think that it is okay in the same way that a bunch of other governmental systems are okay as well.
Oh.
But I think the republic system that we have now is far superior to direct democracy, and I would say a referendum, which is what Brexit was, or just listening to the 52% of Puerto Ricans that had a referendum to join the state. That sort of form of direct democracy is a terrible way to make really complex decisions like that.
Just out of curiosity, when you say other forms of government that are pretty good, what do you mean by that? What other forms of government do you think are pretty
I think that's way off into the weeds.
Wait, I mean, it's kind of important for the, to understand where you're coming from. Because
well, Brian, I think Brian did mention representative forms of democracy being superior to direct democracy. That was maybe one example, or I don't know. I'm just trying to make sure we don't get.
Yeah, that is one example, but I don't think I need to go through every single example of a different form of governance to say that direct democracy is problematic in terms of referendums on how your government functions. I think that's a very specific case that I can say that direct democracy is weak in. And we can have an argument over that without me even having to get into, well, this is my ideal form of government, and this is how it deals with how a people are governed.
Okay, yeah, I just am always interested in people's underlying philosophies when they propose alternatives.
I think the problem is tyranny of the majority for democracy. If that gives you any better idea of what I
sure. Fine. Yeah, that's fine. The other thing I just wanted to notice is I don't think there's really good parallels here with Ireland. Ireland was conquered by the UK and forcibly brought into the British Empire, and its people were horrifically mistreated and then chose to fight back when the top portion of their country was thoroughly what's the right word? Colonized by the UK at the time. So yeah, I don't think there's really much of a similarity there. I don't know. I think there are some problems with the idea of imposing statehood based on a sort of referendum vote. However, it does seem to be that the trending majority is there. My main concern, again, I don't really care so much what determination or what is written down in the books as far as whether Puerto Rico is a state or not a state. What I care about is that we get to a position where they're treated like human beings and not a sort of expendable imperial anachronistic colony that we can like extract shit from and send people to go visit to and have fun at, and then whenever there's a disaster we just wipe them off, we just ignore them and give them like a complimentary gift basket in order to like make up for the thousands of people who died because of our inaction. Yeah, that's 100%. My main concern.
What makes you think that if that was
that's the biggest reason people should want statehood for Puerto Rico, is because we're treating those people over there like fucking terrible, and they're like personal piggy banks for Wall Street. Like, this is, whether they want it or not, they're not going to get it for that reason. I feel like that's like a very important thing to talk about with this. Like, that's why it won't happen, because powerful people in America make a lot of money off of this, of them not being a state.
Then Tiberius.
Most people. Yeah, I just forgive me for being doomer here, but even if they're a state, I don't see why that's going to change much of anything. Yeah, they might have more federal representation, but if government isn't working now, I don't know why the hell you're going to think it's going to work even more when you have. Okay, you get your senators. Congratulations. Like,
well, I mean, that's a big deal, though, right? Like here's the thing. Like, I don't. Again, I have a lot of problems with the way that the United States governs itself and the way that it imposes power. However, having Senate representation means you have two, at the very least, and not including representatives, you have at least two very public individuals who can make issues of the state. They'll have access instantly to the press. They'll have access instantly to the internal channels in Washington where they can bring up directly as representatives of that state the problems that are going on in that state. And while it certainly doesn't make you immune to being ignored. I mean, of course, we have all kinds of fucking issues even with the states that exist right now. California, Trump having some sort of obsessive hate for California, largely contributing to a lot of the problems they're dealing with right now. But like stuff like that, you can never deal with anything like that, but you do greatly increase your potential influence and your ability to access the public eye, which I think is important in this case. People, as it turns out, don't like to know that their country is causing a lot of harm. And if you have a senator who can go on to national news and actually have the ability to say, hey, I'm a senator, get me on the national news, and that will probably happen, they can talk about something that's happening and bring attention to it. So I do think that's something that shouldn't be discounted.
Not to mention, there are laws set in America that protect us from the things that people in Puerto Rico are not getting protected by. If they got statehood, they would automatically fall under that.
Like, can you give me a couple examples?
Yeah, I sent 2 articles into the group chat. It's the way that they handle their debt. Let's see. I know that we've made, Puerto Rico represents nearly 2% of the $3.7 trillion municipal bond market. Sorry, I'm really stoned. I should have done that before I came on here, but
I guess that's going to be really complicated to get into. My thing is, like, I live in the most powerful state in the country. Like, we're the leader in the economy. We're the leader in technology. We're the leader in entertainment. Like, we drive this whole country, and Donald Trump did nothing. Yeah. Donald Trump did nothing. As I drove to work for like 2 months through a cloud of like haze, and I couldn't do anything about that. And despite my senators making a huge fuss about it, but beside the media, right, who are also making a huge fuss about it, like, the federal government did nothing. And so I think the main thing is, like, who's in charge of the federal government, and do their interests line up with helping American citizens, and especially those who need help the most. And so I think part of the reason that you have problems like New Orleans and FEMA, despite the fact that they were a state too, is that you had a small government guy who cut tons of programs, who cut government revenue. Small government. I actually agree with you on that one. But, this guy was incapable of helping us, just like Donald Trump was incapable of helping us. He would do things like cutting the pandemic response unit and like other things like that. So I'm not so sure that like Puerto Rico's interests would be met by becoming a state any more than their interests are met by like having a president that gives a shit about them. So,
Well, yeah, and I mean,
well,
by and
I
large, I
haven't-
do agree. I don't.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, we're gonna real quick. I just want to make sure Polars gets a chance to respond as well because
Sure,
Polars
sure.
looked like he was eager to get in, and then I'll go to Demon
Puerto
Mom.
Rico.
So it is almost inexplicably true that a state joining and sending representatives to to the Congress does have a measurable effect on the way that they're treated to a certain extent, right? For example, we can look at Elizabeth Warren's state is what is it again? What's it?
Vermont?
Massachusetts, right? No, yeah, Massachusetts, right?
Yeah.
For example, her like the needs that are met there, military spending with Raytheon is a really big deal there, right? Her being in the Congress allows for the aspect of Raytheon can like lobby towards anyone there, and she necessarily has to agree with like the big defense spending because you know what, Raytheon and a lot of other major military firms are stationed there. She has to end up approving those budgets, right? We can also look at the most recent bill, this is actually to be more accurate, but for example, a lot of like media, Section 230, the initial Section 230 came from California, right? There, like that's where a lot of media comes out of. Obviously, they're going to be in favor of that, right? Their senators end up voting in favor of legislation that pushes that further, right? You're right. The executive branch, yes, that's going to be like heavily dependent on who you end up voting for. But like your senators, your congressmen also have to be appealed to by the Democrats, right? There are like multiple ways that bills are made. It can be there's something called potbelly bills, right? I think that's the term for it. But they're bills that are used to appeal back, that are meant to appeal back to your base in your home area, right? So you'll push bills that will necessarily benefit those people. To a certain extent, there have been multiple senators and like Republican individuals that have tried pushing bills that weaken the EPA, right? That's a way for them to appeal back to their like rural areas, their coal miners, things such as same with certain tax cuts. Right. So I would say that it most definitely has an effect because now you have someone to lobby to, right? You have to be somewhat held effective. And in order for certain senators to actually work with the Democratic Party, they have to make exchanges, right? If you want this healthcare bill, you have to necessarily appeal to me because I am a senator. And having one senator or two senators is the difference between having a healthcare bill and not having one. And as we've seen, parties will break out in the sense of like benefiting their own areas, right? This is something that's happened consistently. I can't like one of the major bills I think that comes to mind was like McCain. I think McCain mentioned how like, for example, putting in and like repealing Obamacare would have had like a really negative effect on his area, and as a result, that was a massive changing vote. I think the real big difference is going to be on the Senate because now you have to be appealed to. Senate races are really tight. So I would say this most inexplicably has a difference on where spending goes, where bills are passed, the way that federal law is set up. It's most definitely a massive way that states will be like Puerto Rico would be able to engage because now they're aligned with the Democratic Party, and that's a really big deal.
It's okay.
Sure. And Demon Mama, if you did want to respond to that, because I know that you had some opinions.
Sure. I mean, there are a lot of problems. There are a lot of problems with the way that the federal government asserts itself, with the way that state governments are handled. I feel like 2020 is probably the perfect example of the fact that we don't really have a very good functioning system in the United States at the moment. It's really struggling. And you know, but nonetheless, even with that in mind, there are some advantages to statehood that are independent of whether like the president cares. I mean, and I don't have any illusions about like Puerto Ricans being able to vote in the election. Like that's going to change the outcome of the election because of the electoral college, which is fucked. But the fact of the matter is that, again, having that public face can actually make a difference, especially now when we're in such an interconnected, such a media-focused era. Being able to have a representative who has those in-channels can make a big difference. I do think that, like, we're going to eventually have to address the fact that we have... I don't know. What's the right word for it? A derelict federal government, a federal government that's willing to play complete political partisan with American lives. Donald Trump completely willing to ignore the needs of states whose leaders he doesn't like, and that led to people being killed as in the middle of this pandemic. We have a very interesting few years of reckoning with the legacy of Donald Trump and the Republicans in this country. That I don't think is going to be like put to rest very easily. We have had what are we at now? Like 320,000 dead Americans, that's not just going to disappear. That's going to need to be talked about, and that is the result of a federal government that has functionally abandoned its post in every way imaginable. Sometimes worse, I would argue, has gone into directly maligning and harming certain groups of people in this country.
I'm so confused right now.
Well, I mean, I don't blame you. You're usually confused.
Yeah, because I mean, like, what you're laying the case out for is for states' rights right now.
No,
but previous
actually,
to
I'm
that,
not.
you were laying out the case for an expanding federal government.
No,
So it's
I
like
actually never did
you're
that.
okay with the expanding federal government so long as it's only your party. But if anybody else gets in control of it, all of a sudden you're jumping over to states' rights. So it's like
Actually, wait a
completely
second. Before you go any
hypocritical,
further,
like a
before
steady
you go on a
position.
monologue,
I'm
can you tell me
confused.
when I talked about expanding the federal government?
Whenever you want the federal government involved in any of these issues, that
When
is
did I say
for
that?
an expanding federal government, right?
When did I say
Now, whenever you want the federal government not involved in something because you can see how inefficient it is, that's an argument for states' rights.
What are you
right?
talking about?
So,
You still haven't told me when I ever advocated for expanding the federal government.
were you not listening to what I just said?
I was just listening to what you said, and it sounds like
Okay.
you're drunk and you don't know what you're talking about.
Drunk?
Yeah, are you drunk?
So, yep, I'm drunk. There you
Okay,
go.
wait.
Oh, that's what I
Blame
thought.
it on the booze because you can't keep up.
The point of the contention here is whether or not giving Puerto Rico statehood would be essentially expanding the role of the federal government. I am interested in, of course, the two people who are debating this topic's perspective on this, but I think maybe getting a third perspective on this would help mediate the conversation. So I want to do this. This is going to be a beautiful way of solving two problems at once. Brento didn't get a chance to speak on this issue as much. Brento, how do you feel about the specific issue they're debating? Do you think that giving Puerto Rico statehood would be expanding the role of the federal government in the United States?
It would be expanding the role of the federal government simply because you'd be expanding it to a new territory. I mean, but that's not necessarily the correct answer to the question. So that's not exactly. I didn't answer that right. Would you be expanding federal authority? No, I don't see
This
why
is
you
a
would be
joke.
expanding federal authority by adding another state.
Whoops. He
No,
just
in
said
fact,
whoops.
I wouldn't make an argument for it weakening it. But if Puerto Rico became a new state and it had states' rights equal to the other states, which it would by definition, then no, I don't think that would be expanding the federal government.
Okay.
Yeah. I was under the impression, and again, I'm not like a 100% expert on this, so please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But as I understand it right now, as a territory, the federal government has an incredible amount of control over Puerto Rico and Puerto Ricans' laws. So I don't think that statehood, I don't think statehood would represent an expansion of the federal government at all. In fact, it seems to me that it would be the opposite. But again, I don't really think that that is the main paradigm. I don't think that forcing all conversations into like federal versus states' rights is really what matters most of the time, because most of the time both of those things are completely moot when at the end of the day you have a country that is more than willing to engage in extreme violence to anyone that becomes inconvenient enough, or neglect anyone who becomes inconvenient enough. I think that overrides the issue of federal versus state rights and indicates much, much deeper issues, in my opinion. And I do think that that's a problem that we're going to have to deal with COVID even, right? We've seen a lot of states have to functionally go their own way, and even communities within states have to go their own way as a result of neglect from higher up or a result of just silence from higher up. So I don't know. I think it's very complicated, but I can understand why a lot of Puerto Ricans would find the offer interesting and attractive.
I would say that in raw numbers, it is an expansion of the federal government. That's not inherently bad. The example would be that like there'd be more individuals on like committees, right? That'd be an expansion of committees. That'd be conventions of like oversight. That'd just be there'd be more senators. There are certain aspects where like now there's more federal income tax coming in. That's an expansion, but that's not inherently bad. And I never like to frame it that way. But I don't really see that as a valuable question, whether it's the expansion of the federal government or not.
These are like the most fucked people in the United States too, just so you know. Like their poverty rate doubles Missouri, and like my dad, is from Kansas, and his state's motto was literally like, "Thank fuck we're not Missouri." Okay, their poverty rate is like 20%. Puerto Rico's poverty rate is like 43%. So talking about any sort of like revenue generating stream or whatever, it's not. They're going to cost a lot more money than they bring in. So it would be an expansion of the federal government's need if we wanted to treat them legitimately and with some sort of respect and help pull them up. But that's not fundamentally different than it is with like most states. Like I want to say New York and Texas and California. We're like, I mean, maybe Oregon and Washington. I don't know. Most states are running like deficits. They just suck up more federal funding than like they bring in. And it's because of these huge powerhouses that like we subsidize all those states. So, and they're still in fucked situations, you know, like all of those red states are just bodied by, you know, drugs and lack of education and like all this shit, despite the fact that we pump like tons of money into them. So it's a really tough question. And if you want to talk about treating Puerto Rico legitimately in defense of critically thinking veterans thing, it would be an expansion of the federal government. Now, I'm not saying that's bad. Not saying it's bad.
Tiberius, how do you feel about the expansion, or I guess
I feel like nobody knows what they're talking about on here, but
the supposed expansion of the federal government to essentially incorporate Puerto Rico into the union? Do you think that this would like? Do you think that this would legitimize that the idea that the federal government is getting bigger, which is sort of a common talking point that we've heard from people, to be fair, on both the right and the left, but typically more of the right?
I largely want to copy paste what Polar was saying. I mean, physically, is it going to get bigger? Sure. But I mean, this is largely kind of squaring the circle here with you have an area that is federally administered with as a U.S. territory and yet has no representation as a federal bloc. I mean, granted, you have like one seat in Congress, but it's a vacant or not a vacant seat. It's a
non-voting.
Non-voting seat.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So it's largely just like, hey, you know, I can tell you what I want, but I can't actually do anything about it. So
yeah,
I think this largely, if you will, squares the circle for this kind of territory. It's got a decent population base. We can go into the economics if you want, but I don't have a problem with this. Like something that would kind of blow me away is something more like American Samoa or the U.S. Virgin Islands that are literally, you know, just pockets of sand in the middle of the ocean. But Puerto Rico is definitely not that.
Yeah, I agree, Rain Tannic.
I'm actually, if I could just real quick, because I was trying to use this conversation as as sort of a launching point for those states real quick, or for those special administrative territories real quick. How do we feel about like that final question that I asked in the topics table of like the pathway to statehood for certain territories like Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, or the U.S. Virgin Islands, or like he said, Tiberius said, the American Samoa. Like, how do we feel? How would we feel about those territories becoming states? Or are opinions any different? Sorry.
I think if Puerto Rico becomes a state, like it blocks those states even further because America has to have a group of people to exploit. So you take away Puerto Rico from them, they need to move on to somewhere else. Like we're super under. I mean, I know I keep bringing it up. We are super underestimating how much money Wall Street makes off these people. And if they become a state, I was reading somewhere where they won't, or they'll be able to now declare bankruptcy, which will also affect that as well.
What percent of Wall Street funds are like diverted in some way through Puerto Rico every year?
2%, which is I think 600. Yes.
Okay, I'll take a look at that right now.
Well, it's two, and that's in the municipal bonds. So it's like 610 million. One of them's a PDF too. There's more information on it as well.
Wall Street's role in Puerto Rico's debt woes, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Sako, if I could just ask Sako this question real quick, just to kind of incorporate him in the conversation. Sako, I do know that you made the statement earlier in your opening statement that, well, you kind of just, I don't want to say like blanketly, but like you sort of declared that, you know, no taxation without representation, thus Puerto Rico should be a state. I'm curious what you think about, like, say, for instance, Guam or the Northern Mariana Islands or the American Samoa. Should this same sort of motto or line of logic be applied to these territories as well? Should we give them statehood?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. So, should they so choose? Should they so choose? I don't think we should forcibly make them states or anything, but if they see that if they say that, hey, we want to be states, then yeah, add another star to the flag, give them a say in our elections, and that's that.
Give them. I'm curious. Would you go the extra step of, like, you know, full statehood, like 2 representatives, sorry, 2 senators, equivalent population. Okay, fair enough. Polars, I think you wanted to get in. I can't remember if I.
Yeah, so I think the best way to look at this is it seems like to the people and to the voter base. Oh, am I muted?
No,
Okay.
He had his hand over
So, I think Freems makes a really interesting point here, right? And that's something to think about, right? Like, there'll be interests that won't want these areas to become states, but I think the value of this is that it's now much more present to the current generation that America can change, right? Like you can add on states, right? Because 100 years ago in the 1800s, this was a much more common phenomenon. It's put on the on the radar of a lot of American voters. You could probably have like a mobilized population base to a certain extent, but like getting the fight out is going to be really difficult. And I think that's something that like Frames brought a good point to. But I think it will put on becoming a state. And like the concept of statehood and what it means to become a state is going to be something that's going to be much more in the face of a lot of people. Because if you go ask your average voter and they're like, "How do you feel about the statehood of Puerto Rico?" It's like, it's okay, I guess, right? Like,
I'll ask, what did Donald Trump say to the president of Puerto Rico when he called him up?
I don't know what that quote was, but basically it'll be on the radar, and I think that's something that's really important, and that may make a difference in the future. So.
Donald Trump said he had a great chat with the president of Puerto Rico.
Oh,
his presidency. And so what I'm trying to say is I don't even know that most Americans could tell you that Puerto Rico is like a territory of the
or even is even a
There's
part,
actually-
is even a part of the U.S., right? Like
It was actually polled, and it was over 50%. Actually,
over 50%
it was over 50%.
Surprising, but still bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm actually impressed by that alone.
Wait, come on. You're like, I don't think most could even say it. Over 50%. Yeah, it still sucks. Like, come on.
No, I'm surprised.
That is a good
No,
point, too.
I'm surprised. But it's
Fuck
still
'em all.
Something else I wanted to add too. I know people keep saying no taxation without representation, and we talk about how Puerto Rico doesn't pay a federal income tax. They still pay an estate tax, unlike America, where in America it's not taxed over $5 million. That's not the case in Puerto Rico. It's all taxed. Not to mention they still pay Social Security and they still pay for Medicaid, but they don't get nearly the Medicaid funding or Social Security funding. So they're still paying in a lot of money and
Well,
still
don't
have
worry.
zero representation.
There'll be more things. I know this.
In
is getting a little
2017, the New York Times
Don't
said
worry. The
nearly
last
half
one will
of
be
Americans don't know Puerto Ricans are fellows. Oh, you're right. I just read this title super wrong. I'm illiterate. I'm sorry.
You're fine. I have a video, which I couldn't find your name in Discord. I got a video for you if you want to watch it off the panel. That kind of breaks down those articles a little bit better.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
And I kind of want to share a fairly medium-sized idea, right? I kind of touched on it to begin with.
Sorry, everyone. Don't worry. Try and spice this
I
up a
would
little
love
bit.
to
Too many
see
people come
the
into these
federal
things.
government reduced in the number of things that it was actually involved in, because then it would be much easier to be able to include people a part of the idea that is the United States, right? Because then there wouldn't be an inherent fear that if we added too many people from other parts of the world, that they would then be able to dictate what happens to us here or at the main 48. They got the idea started, right? Or the main 50, right? Because that could be a legitimate thing if we started including a bunch of territories or nations from around the world, and then they could, say we added the entire continent of Europe, right? And they had a voting block of this, but then they could say, oh, well, we're going to put this policy in, and that also has to be put in here because now they can overvote. Like, say they could overvote to bring an amendment to get rid of guns, for example, right? So, I would love for it to be able to be set up in the way that it was originally intended whenever we were adding states, right? To where there was more state sovereignty rather than the federal government being the government that is looked to solve a lot of these problems. And that seems to be what is the default answer nowadays. And to me, it seems very anti-original idea of how this idea of freedom could actually expand across the globe by being able to add nations or states versus what we have now. And then because of the federal government and the way it's constructed now, it makes it really hard to get those gears to turn smoothly because the idea doesn't flow together because there's so much federal involvement.
CTV, I think. So you mentioned I don't know how applicable this conversation would be to that because I think it doesn't seem to be very much land that isn't that isn't claimed by a country. Like Antarctica's already kind of been settled on in the sense of like, no one else is going to place their flag, all that stuff, right? The only one that seems to be in that position is like some parts of like near the Northern Pole, but I don't know how applicable. Like that would be like.
I'm not talking specifically about land that's not occupied. I'm saying like in this specific instance when we're talking about including Puerto Rico.
Yeah. So you mentioned like U.S. like for example, like that's a bit like letting individuals letting territories become states is very different than letting other pieces of land become territories, and that necessarily has to do with the fact that there isn't very much land left out in the world, right? There isn't very much that's left to be fought for to a certain extent.
I think he's talking about governed peoples in place of land.
So
yeah, because like if the people of the UK decided to vote that they wanted to be a part of us, just the same way as they voted to be a part of the European Union, right? Because that's kind of like I see the United States federal government and the European Union as forms of, say, super governments over nations, right? And that's what the original idea of the states was, is they were supposed to be independent nations working with this super government to handle like naturalization and foreign policy and the buildup of the federal military in order to protect all of these nations. So that's just kind of how it works in my mind.
Hey, before you go off on him, the UK was a bad example. Let's say like Panama, like where the United States built the Panama Canal and everything. Let's say the Panamese people were like, "Hey, we want to join the US." To give him like a more fair example, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so I'll address what CTV was initially talking about. I would disagree with that like initial ideal of what America was supposed to be with the Articles of Confederation. I think that proved to be a very ineffective. You talking about the original ideal?
Talking about the Constitution is ratified 1787 up to say like the 12th Amendment.
Yeah. So even if we look at that example, right? We've had different periods of federalism, right? God, I can't even. Basically, and it seemed to be that as time has gone on and as we've gotten much more advanced and like we have better forms of governance,
I can't follow any of this
like
right
these
now.
forms of like confederations don't seem to be as effective. And I think like. What you
got rated?
What? Yeah, I just saw it. But Brian does bring up an interesting example, right? Like, if we have like people in Panama, we worked on the Panama Canal, and they wanted to join the like a part of the U.S. government. I think that's an interesting thing. I would have to think about that. But CTV, if that's the point that you're talking about, like, or like if we set up hypotheticals where individuals really want to join, I think that's really that'd be something to like really heavily think about. But I don't know to get to that point. I don't know if we'd have to like reduce the size of the federal government. I would probably say that you'd probably want to have a much more effective federal government in that sense, in order to keep like a union like that going, right? But at least that's my position on it.
Well, how do you make things more effective?
You embrace authoritarianism.
Well, no. I mean,
I feel like we're in one way. My brain is like, I feel like we're in like fantasy land right now, where it's just like, well, what if the United States bought Russia? Wouldn't that be cool? Yeah, bro.
He asked a hypothetical question: how do you make an efficient government? And what I was saying is authoritarianism. Because
is this relevant to the actual conversational point?
It is actually.
Okay.
Because
I'll take your word for it.
In this specific instance, right? Authoritarianism is, that would be the extreme of it, right? But then the other side of that is to reduce the size of something to the point to where it can be you actually can streamline the process. And I feel like that was the original intention with the Constitution as ratified in September of 1787, right? And moving forward to, say, the 12th Amendment, right?
So CTV,
actually, no, the 13th Amendment, actually, it was really at the 14th where it kind of got to where now it's more control from the federal level than it being at the state level, right?
Would you support, just out of curiosity, I just want a clarifying question. Would you support like a Puerto Rican independence movement if they decided to leave the U.S.? And also, do you also support like abolishing the police and stuff like that?
Right. So when it comes to including other nations, other states, other territories, right? Basically, groups of people that are occupying a particular piece of land and they choose to be a part of this union, right? They're like, because you could have a country in Africa that goes, hey, we want to be a part of the United States. How do we go about that process? Because that'd be really cool to do, So like, if you reduce the size of this federal government to where it has less power in things so that those powers would then rest with the nation that wants to join, then the government doesn't have to work as hard in order to try and include people because they would be handling those kind of issues.
It feels like in order to.
Then what's America? Then what's the
I think
American?
we've run the gambit on Panama, and this has been really interesting and cool. But let's you want to get really feisty and angry and talk about abortion now?
I mean,
I
mean, honestly, I'm fine with moving to the next topic because I'm extremely confused as to what anybody is talking about here anymore. Like, it feels like we're just kind of like it feels like fantasy football with like, what if America drafted Somalia? Wouldn't that be cool?
Guitar.
I actually think that me and CTV had this conversation before, and like this will spawn into other things. CTV, if you want to hit me up another time, I think this is actually a really interesting conversation.
I agree with you guys, but yeah, I do think we should probably accelerate the conversation to the next topic. I do want to mention real quick, I'll get to you, Tiberius, just 1 second. I think Freems has to go. Freems, are you still here?
Yeah. Oh, wait,
Yeah.
camera? I don't know what happened. Okay, cool.
Do you have to leave?
Yeah, I have to work early tomorrow.
Fair enough.
Thanks for having me on. Twitch.tv/streams. Usually, I cover Appalachian politics from a leftist perspective. I host the Echo Chamber on Sunday nights, 9 p.m. with ICO rules. It's a non-debate panel, leftist.
I felt
so
like that was like.
if that's something you'd be interested in, come check it out. Thanks for having me on, Wired. You all have a good night.
Peace out, Frames.
Yeah.
Good talking.
Take care, Frames.
Yeah.
Tiberius, were you gonna just basically ask me to move on to the next topic too, or
No, actually, it was related to this because we were talking about the territories, and there's one big issue I have with the other territories that Puerto Rico doesn't fall into, and that is that all the other territories have a very minimal population. And all the complaints that we've had out of California about, hey, we have to give a representative seat to Idaho and a representative seat to Montana and Wyoming, which I think is legit conversation to have, is that that's going to be so much worse when it comes to having, if you will, Guam or the American Samoa or whoever else signed on, because their populations are nothing compared to like Puerto Rico. They would be the smallest populated states by a major factor. I think Wyoming is at 500,000. Guam's the next, and it's like at 170. And
Very good point.
so, yeah, like, you know, definitely whether this isn't really an argument on the right, but as far as the argument that on the left is that the left's usually upset that, you know, California doesn't get as many votes as its population probably demand of it. And I largely agree with that. So do you actually want to make that worse by adding more territories? I don't think Puerto Rico is actually against the less favor.
No,
I think the other ones are.
I don't get it.
I actually think that's a very legitimate question. And I would very much be interested in just kind of going around and hearing thoughts on that real quick. If you guys are interested in talking about that, because there is an interesting thing to talk about where, especially when it comes to the Electoral College, like how do we feel about the idea of giving specific sets of people in specific locations special representation? It seems to be the case that typically, if I'm going to go down like the partisan train here, that the left is typically sort of against the idea of favoring certain special interest groups, especially when it comes to the Electoral College, in favor of rather more direct forms of democracy, like say for instance, like popular vote determining the general election. Would it be sort of a betrayal or a cognitive inconsistency or sort of like an instance of cognitive dissonance if we were to, say for instance, prioritize giving statehood to Guam, to the Northern Mariana Islands, giving them 1 House of Representatives member, 2 senators, but then also favor abolishing the Electoral College? Because it's like, you know, is it clear that we're really in favor of more direct forms of democracy if we're trying to give special privilege to these smaller territories? Yeah, I just want to know what you guys think about that. I think that's what Tiberius was trying to say.
On a level, yes.
It was a good point. I mean, I think he said it very well. That's a perfectly good point. Like, if they're so small, but then we give them statehood representation, like it's like, okay, it's against other arguments that people have made. Yeah. So yeah,
it's like we're essentially giving some like very, very not mediocre, like very, very moderately sized like city in a state like Montana representation. Basically, we're not even giving like a full state's worth of population representation. We're giving like a decently sized city in a state, in any state that you can think of in the union, basically the full representation of an actual state in most other.
The town I live in would be like as big as Guam is.
Exactly. So yeah, real quick, I think this is interesting enough to talk about. Yeah, let's hear it. Like polars, for instance. What are your thoughts on this?
So, I think would probably be like an interesting idea is if they were formed into like
Yeah, this is
certain
mostly
aspects of
brain
these
soup. I hope you guys are still having
before
fun.
it's
I hope
separated
I
or
haven't
now
killed
formed into
everyone's
one
interest
state,
in my
right? That may be an effective way of
stream.
doing
We're
this.
gonna do more
But
afterwards.
that has to go through
I
both,
just,
both territories.
I'm having an
We
all
probably
right
have to
time.
vote on it, but if that ends up being
It's
the
just
case,
kind of a weird
we
topic,
could probably
and
have a
a
state
lot of
that's
people are
dedicated
drunk and high on
towards,
here.
like the Pacific Islands, right? Generally calling them that, or
This is
something.
why
to
I
that
don't
extent.
drink
I wonder
or
if that'll
smoke
be
when I'm
something
on
that's-
stream.
That's viable, right? That may help address this issue if we have to stay within the confines of the
Yeah, I'm sure it's
Electoral
gonna be
College.
terrible, Ziggy,
But
but we'll find
Tiberius
out.
is
That might
right,
be
right?
fun.
Like, this is a major issue that the Democratic Party has currently, is with the Electoral College. And this would seem like a really, to a certain extent, somewhat like to advocate for this would be somewhat antithetical.
But
to
not
the
always
concept of,
like
like
that,
dismantling the
Pinkwug.
Electoral
Sometimes
College.
we do good stuff.
So I think that'd be somewhat interesting, is to combine them and then actually have what we consider like enough population for a state.
You definitely could take Guam and Northern Marianas because they're literally the same island chain. That, like
Yes,
Saipan and
please do.
Tinian, it's literally right up the or
Please do
literally right
leave.
up the water. You could pull that in, but it's still altogether like 230,000 people. So you're still going to have a massive population disparity issue when it comes to
Cool.
that.
Well, I'm glad. Mistaken.
I think it'd still be better
trans.
than like just doing one.
LA
though.
trans.
That
You-
that's
you-
what it-
If anything, I would push for, although this would they'd have to vote for it, is what we did with Micronesia, where we make it basically an American client state, that they are their own independent country. They operate autonomously under their own rules, but we basically say, hey, we'll protect you, we'll help you out if you really need it, that kind of thing. Of course, we have to own up to that, but it's strategically very important. So I don't think we would renege on that one.
Demon Mama, I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, there seems to be something that seems like an obvious flaw, which is that, like, I mean, how fucked is our system that we can't have like actual proportional representation, that we end up squabbling over land size and population size, and that there's a lot of people who don't have any say in their government? I feel like that's more of an indictment of the way that we've set things up, that we should be aiming to get rid of the Senate as we understand it now, and the Electoral College, in the name of working towards a much more representative system. Even if you don't believe in a direct democracy, and I don't believe in a 100% direct democracy myself, I do believe that there's some serious issues that Americans need to come to terms with regard to how much representation and power we actually have. Most Americans have very little. And people who belong to territories of the United States have even less. I think that's a huge problem. And I don't know. I don't think that. I think there's something sort of wrong with the idea that we have to choose between that we have a system set up in such a way that we would have to choose between like a fair electoral system versus fair representation. Don't we think that the system should be designed to give representation to people? So like why is it so dangerous for us to bring a territory into statehood? Frankly, because we have a system that is already designed to privilege certain places over others. I think that's a big problem. I think we need to look into that. It's a huge discussion, like, as far as how we can go forward from that. But I do think that we need to seriously look into abolishing the Electoral College and restructuring the Senate pretty significantly. Otherwise, we're going to continue to have this problem. And it's only going to become worse as people, as urbanization continues. So.
Sako, I sense you're in agreement with that. Was that just kind of...
Yeah, absolutely. I'm totally fine with abolishing the Electoral College or expanding upon
Two
it
more
until,
boosts until we get
there's enough
Discord?
people who
Oh
are
my
like,
God.
Yeah, abolish the Electoral College, because right now there's I think if we were to like vote on should we abolish the Electoral College, we probably would win that.
Sure. Brian, yeah, you've had your hand up for a while. What's up?
All right. I'm going to keep it a stack and a half with you guys as pretty much a lefty and a Californian. So as someone with the most vested interest in abolishing the Electoral College, I actually think I would abolish the Electoral College, but for none of the reasons that any of you guys are talking about, because the only reason that lefties want this sort of like better representation thing is because they honestly believe that the majority of Americans are leftists, okay? And so this sort of idea of like not direct democracy, but like control by left-leaning people, like, oh, if only we could get, it's like a problem. It's like a hurdle that we have to jump to get left-leaning policies in place is like this damn electoral college, like giving 100 right-leaning people in the country the ability to have like too much political control. Flip that around on its head. Like if I was a right-leaning person, or if I was the same person I am now in a country that was controlled by right-leaning people and they wanted to get rid of the electoral college, like I'd be screaming about how I don't want fascism in the same way that all these right-leaning people are screaming about how they don't want socialism. So I would abolish the electoral college, but not because like I want direct democracy or more people to just like to just have California and New York decide elections. I would abolish it because I don't think it does an effective job at what it's supposed to do, where now instead of caring about the 8 most populous states, we care about like 8 states that have weird electoral margins that are like swing states, right? I think a legitimate way to do this would be to cut up America in sort of like interest groups, far less than 50. Maybe like zones, like south, north, east, west, something like that. Those are just random examples, I guess. But to make it so that like you as a political candidate, especially for president, have to speak to all of these groups in some way and mitigate your interests and align your interests with theirs in some way, not just go after Georgia, I guess, which is now a swing state, Iowa, and all these, or in the abolished electoral college system way by just appealing to Californians and New Yorkers and all that shit.
Okay, so like, wait, there's like so much that was wrong with that statement. Like, first of all, I don't think you've ever talked to a leftist if you think that like leftists believe that there's like a majority of leftists in this country. Secondly, you currently live in a country that's like swinging hard fash, like right now. So
that is the dumbest shit I have ever.
Really, you wanna debate me on that? Because I would love to have you on, and I will completely,
All you do is talk politics on the fucking internet, so you have no idea what fascism is or whether or not we're fascist.
Wait a second.
now.
Wait, hold on a second. I'm sorry. Do you know anything about me? No, I don't know. I get the feeling that you only do anything like talking, about politics on the internet. I don't know much about you, but you should probably speak for yourself. When I'm talking about a country swinging into fascism, I mean that. This is what I cover. This is what I do. For a living. I cover actual real politics. What's that? Sorry?
Right, so you talk politics on the internet.
Yeah.
True.
Wait.
That's
okay.
what I don't see how he said anything wrong.
No,
Is
I'm
conversation
sorry.
like
I'm sorry.
Exactly what we're doing right now.
Wait, that's literally what everyone is doing right now. But the fact of the matter was the appending of the statement that I don't know what fascism looks like, while you literally ignore actual fascism currently happening in this nation right now. And again, wait a second, open invite to anybody. I know this isn't the like purview of this panel, but open invite to anyone on this panel. If you want to come on to my show afterwards, I will school you on this easily, no problem. I'm so confident. I would love to have you on and show you how wrong you are and just how absolutely dumb you sound. That
sounds so great, but I feel like that if I
okay, not you, CTV, because I know that you need to sleep off your drinks.
What? So I think
So guys, guys and gals, hold that invite because I do want to again try to have some semblance of cordiality here as we shift over to the next topic. I think maybe we've exhausted everything that we can say about this particular issue without getting super heated.
I have one question.
Yeah, I will give you the closing thoughts. Bro.
Sure, and you know what? If there's a brief answer, then I'd like to hear it. And otherwise, I'm fine with moving on. So each state has electoral college, and the electoral college I think is based on the districts, correct?
Districts and senators.
Okay, so why is it that like whole states have to go? Why can't each district have like their vote represented? Why can't
it's what Maine and Nebraska does, and I'm actually more in favor of that.
I don't see where that base is. That just sounds fine to me.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why is because that's not what the Electoral College has been structured to do. So, yeah, I mean, if we want to radically reform the way the Electoral College works, sure, I bet we could make some serious progress there.
Right, so then what you're saying is that you're going to have to go into each one of those 50 states and tell them that they can't handle the Electoral College in their state, right? Because as far as the Constitution is concerned,
where did she say that?
The representatives and the senators added together. right? So that's what you'd have to do in order to radically change the Electoral College, is to go into each state and tell them how it was going to be run. Would you not?
Not
The states can do this on themselves. In fact, if I
that's what
remember
I'm
right,
saying.
Colorado just passed it to do the same thing that Maine and Nebraska does.
That's
Let
exactly
me
what
go
I'm
check
saying.
that.
When you say radically change, that means you're going to have to tell these states that they have to do it this way.
No,
right?
that's not
So
what
that's
that means.
Exactly
That's
what
not
I'm
what that means
saying.
at all. Maine
That's what you
Maine
have to do.
radically changed the way that they engage with the Electoral College. Maine functionally abolished what we understand as the Electoral College by instituting a ranked choice vote system that leads to proportional representation. It's a totally different system. If they want to call it still participating in the Electoral College, I mean, there's another thing that's going like this. The what's it called?
Interstate Compact.
Yeah, Interstate Compact. The Interstate National Popular Vote Compact, or whatever the fuck it's called. That thing, that is also another one that would functionally sidestep the Electoral College. They'll say, yeah, we're using the Electoral College, but they're actually ignoring all of the, basically all except for the technicalities of the Electoral College. So no, I don't think you're on a, like, you're based.
You would have to go into each and every state and tell them how it was going to be set up in order for it to be this.
There's more straw on this panel than there is on my farm. Let's go.
Critically deep veteran. Can you just explain what the interstate compact?
Guys, we're gonna give Polars the response here, and then seriously, I do want to move on to the next topic because we're like 30 minutes over on this topic. So Polars, you get the response on this.
Yeah, just to end this up, CTV, it's not just the fact that you're not going in and telling it. It actually seems like these initiatives are actually relatively popular.
Yes, they are.
With the citizens
hugely
there.
popular,
especially in places where they especially in smaller areas, and a lot of Republicans end up voting for this as well because they feel that they're misrepresented by the representation of the whole state. So that seems to be the most effective way of doing it. A lot of times you just need the idea out there, right?
It's so stupid. This is so incoherent.
How many people really know about the way that these systems are set up, where not only is it proportional and done by congressional district, but by ranked choice voting. So just information may be the only way to do it. You're not really telling them to; they're voting on it in and of itself.
Yeah, but here's the rub, right? Like when you use language like ban the Electoral College or get rid of it completely,
You would be banning it.
I said
you're
abolish.
getting rid of it, right? So you would have to go into the fundamental parts of the Constitution, right? And I'm pretty sure it's Article.
Just so we're clear, CTV, this currently does exist in Maine and Nebraska. It's not, you're not completely this is something that has been implemented. It's not, I'm not trying to argue or anything like that. I just want it to be known that obviously the state of Maine and Nebraska seem to have dealt with it pretty well.
Yeah, I think so.
We're not
we got to be careful. He's
destroying
an SCP.
America by
CTV, more
proposing
like
these solutions.
SCP.
But I do agree with you that precedent needs to be set before we make these reforms, if that is the point that you're trying to make CTV, because this isn't something that we should just straight up implement all around the country. Texas, sorry, we're breaking up all your districts. They're all voting separately now.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, you can't just have the federal government go into the states because other states said so and tell them how to change their shit. That's what I'm talking about.
I take it back. After listening to CTV, I believe that we do need to go into all of these states and just forcibly change them to better systems because, I don't know.
I appreciate that you have... Demon Mama, I appreciate that you have that thought, but you're going to have to debate CTV on that on your own stream because we're moving on.
Thank God. Thank God.
Let's get angry.
I love all of you. But we're moving on. Okay, so protests in Poland, right? Completely changing gears, I realize. Protests in Poland erupted October 22nd. That was, I think, about a month ago at this point, due to an attempt to tighten what was already one of Europe's most abortion restrictive countries. Protesters have accused Poland's governing party, the Law and Order Party, and has some other name too. It's essentially the Law and Order Party, of, among other things, hijacking Poland's judiciary via stacking it with judges that are loyal to their party. The attempt to ban abortion in the case of fetal abnormality, which was the situation in which 97% of abortion procedures in 2019 were performed, was what ignited these protests. The question is, or the questions are these protests justified? Are there any similarities to these protests and the ones concerning BLM in the United States? Most Polish women seek out state services when they require an abortion anyways, again, out of state or out of country in this case. Should that remain the status quo? Should it be the case that women just, if you want an abortion in Poland, you just got to go out of country for it? Or should we maybe see, or should the state of, I guess, Poland see about maybe listening to its citizens' demands, listening to protesters' demands, and changing sort of their trajectory on this issue? I want to start this one off actually with Sako. So Sako, what are your thoughts on this issue?
Oh, so this, just abortion in general is very, a very uncomfortable topic for me, especially. But I think it's one that's important to discuss. And I want to talk a little about.
Here we go.
Like if you read me this headline but excluded the word Poland, you would probably have to specify that it was a country in Europe. I'd be like, oh, that was Poland. This is no surprise coming from that country. And by the way, the Law and Justice Party is
Justice. That's the other name for it.
It's a fancy way of saying like Poland's fascist party, because the Law and Order Party, or excuse me, the Law and Justice Party, is a right wing. Well, I don't guess they clarify or officially call themselves that, but they're a right wing populist group, which is another fancy way of saying fascist. So
let it be known.
Do you think that's
if nothing
funny?
else is true, they are definitely theocratic. Let that be known. They are very, very devoutly Catholic. Let that be known. So I appreciate your opinions on this, Sako. I will now give it over to Brian. So Brian, what's up? What do you think about this particular issue? We're not in open discussion yet, so
I know. I am
Noted
an adult.
leftist.
Okay? God
Yeah, he's a
damn,
fash.
I did debate
Brian's a
for
fash.
4 years in high school and 4 years in college, so I know about the rules and shit. Okay, so open discussion. Not now. Later.
Discussion.
Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Milady.
I'm not.
I saw. Just go on. What's up? What do you think about this issue?
I've had 2 beers. Okay.
What do you
So
think?
Lightweight.
I think that, like in terms, so I was a philosophy major. I kind of did a lot of ethics. The debate I did in college was ethics bowl. So we talked about things like abortion a lot. Not to talk about general abortion, but just to talk about Poland and government and how it impacts like social issues like this. I think if you're a moral realist, like if you really do think that there is a right or wrong answer on abortion, and you live in a especially representative government, then you do kind of have to vote with the party that you believe has the correct stance on abortion, whether or not that's legalizing or banning abortion, unless they do so in such a like heinous way, like I'm against abortion, so I'm gonna murder all women. That's obviously not something that's reasonable or acceptable. But something like the United States Conservative Party, or I'm not an expert in Polish politics, but it seems like from what I've read about this, they're still willing to allow abortions in the case of like the mother's life being in danger, or ectopic pregnancies or things like that. The only loophole that they closed was based on I can't remember the word for it, but basically like fetal abnormalities, be they like mental or physical. So without to get into my like personal feelings on abortion, if this ruling party is legitimate, and especially if this ruling party was put in democratically, I think it's acceptable for them to make a decision like this. And I would change my stance if they forced women to carry to term either rape babies, ectopic pregnancies, or pregnancies that threaten the life of the mother.
Okay. Yeah, CTV, I actually want to move it over to you. What are your thoughts on this issue?
Well, specifically with regard to abortion, I don't know. I kind of think both sides of the party position are both kind of fucked.
I'm sorry.
Really, I am at the camp of no government involvement, because frankly, most of the time when these things are happening, it ultimately ends up coming down to a conversation between the doctor and the patient. The doctor has an oath to commit no harm, and he gets issued a medical license by the government, so they're already keeping tabs on kind of what kind of things he's doing anyway, right? So why does there need to be additional pieces of legislation that dictate that the doctor can only perform one inside of these constraints that the government has? And then what if there's some crazy ass position that hadn't been considered by the government? So at that point, the doctor's ability to be able to help his patients could become restricted because it doesn't fall within these particular guidelines. And that's where I ran into this exact same problem, but in a much different way when it came to procedures that are written by the government that I had to perform when I was on board the submarine, right? So that's where I get into I really feel like that since the doctor's already issued a medical license, right? He has to perform
Always goes
medicine
back
and
to the
get
submarine.
checked on by his peers and by government entities. And if he's over there, doing 600% more abortions than any other doctor in the region, right? Well, maybe there's a reason for the government to go start saying, hey, dude, like, what is going on around here? Perhaps you're actually committing more harm than you are good, right? So the system's already there to check it. It's just like passing even more shit only makes the government bigger, which I feel like that only ends up conflating language and confusing the shit out of
Okay.
people and making it hard to really get anything done.
confused.
So then on the topic of specifically this issue, it sounds like you're in favor of, or rather against, the Law and Justice Party expanding their sort of stranglehold
He left his
on
brain
on
2,000
abortion, which
leagues
is to
under the
say,
sea.
again, they're trying to make it more
20,000
restrictive,
leagues
and
under the
you're
sea.
maybe not. Maybe it could be said that you're in favor of the protesters
I don't know. It's
exercising
possible,
their right to
Gatefish.
protest and against what the Law and Justice Party is doing, or is that a fair statement to make?
Sure.
No, that's kind of long.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Okay. Sweet. Demon Mama, what's up? What do you think about this particular issue? Law and Justice Party.
Yeah, Poland has been seized by a solidly and obviously mask-off fascist movement that has instituted anti-LGBT zones. The leader of the current party went on record saying that he believes that gay ideology is an ideology worse than communism that will destroy their society. I mean, literally just this is almost indistinguishable from Nazi Germany's rhetoric. Quite literally. He's just maybe perhaps missing a little bit of the JQ, but who knows? I'm sure he sprinkles that in from time to time. Yeah, I think their protests are completely legitimate. In fact, I would go even further than this. I think that the protests, should they so decide to overthrow the Polish government, would be totally within their rights. Even if that party had been democratically elected. Keep in mind that repressing the rights of women, repressing the rights of LGBT individuals is not a democratic system. I wouldn't have called our system under slavery a democratic system, because even if you vote for you can't vote away the rights of someone else who deserves them, in my opinion. So yeah, I would be on the side of the protesters and those resisting these changes 100%. We already know that abortion bans don't actually do much to reduce abortions. They just make them go underground and become more dangerous. They also make them functionally impossible for poor people because poor people can't travel out of the country. And therefore, it makes poverty worse. Actually, it's interesting. This sort of policy making makes everything worse for everyone, except for a very small minority of people at the top who can afford the luxury of going anywhere. It almost seems like they're slowly trying to turn back the clock into some sort of like pseudo-monarchist, pseudo-feudal state where women won't have rights and LGBT people can be killed whenever you want. And to be completely honest, I hope that the protesters continue. And in fact, I hope they succeed. I hope they are able to eradicate the right-wing presence in their country. And I wish that for most of the world, too. It'd be fantastic if we were able to drive out these dinosaurs who have no idea of what the future of humanity would look like besides, oh, we should go back to monkey.
So,
except there's
first of all,
been a direct correlation made to mankind and monkeys, but go ahead.
We're not.
Oh, okay, that's a hugely different
We're
discussion.
definitely not an open discussion yet. So, Tiberius, give me some pushback if you can. If you can't, I understand. Obviously, tell me what's on your heart firstly. But what do you think about these protests in Poland? What's up?
Well, all right. So, bias first. While I am seen as a more right-wing conservative member of this panel, is that I'm actually pro-choice. I'm extensively pro-choice. I'm
Hell
for.
yeah.
I
That's
don't
good,
know
at
if
least.
abortion on a man's the word for it,
CTV
but
just stumbled
even,
and blobbed.
going that far. So at least there's my standing. I support the protesters on that particular level. Is that I think they need their self-determination to make the decisions that they need to in their lives. That it best represents what they think they need. Going into what we're seeing with Poland. Poland is basically kind of the hot zone for what we're seeing with a lot of EU politics. Though we're seeing this in Hungary. We're seeing just politics getting very violent. They're not violent, but we're also getting vitriolic. We're seeing coalitions get all over the damn place, and it's a show, but it's a scary show. Long story short, at least from what I'm seeing, is that the right in Poland is far more cohesive than the left is that the left actually had more voters, but they weren't coalitioned under the Civic Coalition. You had the left, you had the Pull-In Coalition, you had all these people that split apart, and it was enough to actually let the United Right Coalition, led by the Law and Justice Party, to take the throne. And unfortunately, we're seeing the same thing that we're seeing largely in Hungary, is that they're just walking back a lot of social liberties. I hate to throw the word fascist around because it's thrown all the way too much, but it's definitely one of the leading outliers here in what we're seeing in Europe. And unfortunately, the thing that I'm scared of is that we're probably going to see even more of this throughout the entire Eurozone as things go on and things get worse.
We're seeing it here.
Nice. Polars, I want to jump it over to you. What's up? How do you feel about this issue? Do you have any conflicting opinions, or are you just kind of in the same boat?
I'm kind of in the same boat. I think the Law and Justice Party is utterly disgusting. Okay, they're heavily driven by theocracy, to a certain extent, by the Catholic Church there. Even though the Catholic Church there has done some really fucked up shit, and they've been accused of multiple counts of sexual assault. I think this abortion ban is not effective. I think it's repulsive. It's just literally, as Tiberius mentioned, a rolling back of the clock on a lot of social liberties. Now, a better question may be to ask, why? Right? Like, why is this happening? And I think that's actually a more interesting one, right? My understanding is before they had a workers' party, and that didn't end up going as effective as they wanted. And now we're here. So I don't know about the case in Hungary, but I think Tiberius mentioned that's also what's happening there.
Also what's happening here in the US.
That's kind of my opinion on it. I wonder if anyone is going to come out here and be like, oh, we love the Law and Justice Party. Let's go. I'd hope not, right? I'd really hope not.
I did not pick this topic. Let it be known, I did not pick this
Brian's
topic. Brian's
getting ready.
Anybody would defend the law.
Yeah, it's all right. Don't worry. I don't need the credit.
We still need to hear from
credit
Brento
from you
because
all.
we can't go into open discussion without hearing from Brento. So what's up, Brento? Are you going to give us the only conflicting opinion? I thought I had at least one pro-lifer on this panel. I guess I was wrong.
Oh, we haven't gotten to open discussion, buddy.
That's fair. But
the one conflicting opinion. No, I don't really have a conflicting opinion on this. I think there's there's obviously a fear of rolling back abortion rights. I do not go so far as to say I'm a man, I can't speak on abortion. I think that's actually intellectually bankrupt. I think that's so stupid. I think that's somebody's just pretty much just citing I would like to give a little get out of this free pass, and then they can just pretend they don't care or something. I don't think that's true. I don't think that makes any sense.
Nobody said that. This is a panel of mostly men.
I do recognize that abortion is a uniquely female issue, and so it's something that I don't speak on too much, I guess, or try and claim authority on. So no, I think I understand what they're saying. They're saying it's a form of eugenics or something. Their argument was that it's a form of eugenics to abort a fetus or a child in the womb based on a defect. So that's how they're seeing it, and they're actually saying it's anti-fascist because that's what the Nazis did. That's their justification for it. Generally, I don't think that is correct. I think that they should essentially probably stay out of it, and they shouldn't have changed the law. I would say they shouldn't have changed the law.
Sure. And just let it be known, I don't think the law has been changed yet. I think they did halt that as a direct result of the protests. But I'm not trying to correct you or anything like that. I just
no, that's fine.
I do now.
If I'm wrong, tell me.
I do know. No, you weren't necessarily wrong though. They were attempting to change the law. Now I do want to open it up to open discussion. I realize that none of us are necessarily going to disagree on the sort of moral philosophy of maybe when a life begins. I know Brian,
Brian looks like he's about ready to drop a fucking a slur here. He's like, whoo.
I'm definitely ready for the A-bomb Brian's about to drop, but I do just want to be abundantly clear here that there can be two separate discussions that we can have at the same time, right? One of them is where does conception begin? Where does life begin? again, moral philosophy, normative ethics, etc. And then the other is the sort of very unique situation going on in Poland concerning the currently governing party, the very, we'll say,
he's going
covert
5
methods
head.
that they've used to usurp power and consolidate it into their own political party. Whether or not that's right, etc. Again, I didn't expect anybody to come out and defend the law and justice party, but what exactly should be done about that situation can be a conversation that's had separate to the specific issue of abortion. So, open discussion, Brian. By all
Okay.
means, give me that.
I'm going to give 2 sentences on things that I think are not that relevant, but that kind of pissed me off about the way that people are talking about things. This like openly fascist, oh my God, they took control in irreverent, terrible ways, whatever. You know, you can just Google democracy indexes, okay? Poland ranks 57th. Now they are down by 3 places, okay? That puts them as a flawed democracy, but solidly in the top 25% of the 167 countries that they ranked and listed. And in terms of like other countries in the European area, they're ahead of Croatia, they're ahead of Romania, they're ahead of, well, now we're getting into some terrible ones like Serbia. But my point being, it is a stupid idea. Well, there's some good ones down there too, but you know, whatever. The point being, their civil liberties get a 7 out of 10 and their electoral system gets a 9 out of 10. So like this idea that there's some fascist government that like took over in terrible ways is fucking stupid. Okay.
You're wrong.
Number 2, the issue about like the morality of abortion is inherently relevant to whether or not any governing body is justified or unjustified in legalizing or criminalizing abortion. So like I feel like that's something that we absolutely can't get past. Now this is where we really get into the meat and potatoes of it, okay? Most people want to quibble over where life begins and blah blah blah. That has absolutely nothing to do with the moral right or wrongness, permissibility or impermissibility of abortion, okay? The question is whether or not what we're doing in the act of abortion is analogous or exactly the same as what we're doing when we take any other life. Now, there's a philosopher, he's from Kansas, and I can't remember his name right now, but the argument that he lays out is called The Future Like Ours, okay? It is the most famous article in terms of like being in the pro-life category, okay? And the argument basically goes like this. The thing that's wrong with me killing Wired, or with Wired killing me, or with any individual killing any other individual, is that we deprive them of a future like ours, of a future with the goods of consciousness, of perhaps friendship or happiness, the bad things too, okay? That we take that away from them, okay? So that's the wrongness. Not that we like took them from their family, whatever. Like, what did we do wrong to them? We deprived them of a future like ours. Now, the question is whether or not when we perform an abortion, the same thing is true, okay? So, but for our intervention, if we were not to take any action, it is likely that at least one of those aborted fetuses would realize a future like ours. So, the fact that we can't know whether or not that individual fetus would indeed enjoy a future like ours means that we should not be performing abortions because we are potentially depriving people of a future like ours. In the same way that at any moment in time, someone could drop dead of an aneurysm, even the same moment of time as a bullet that I shoot into their head could kill them, that doesn't mean that I am morally justified in shooting that person just because their future like ours happened to, without any knowledge of mine, end at that moment. So
watch this.
That yeah.
Can I ask you, Brian? Do you partake in onanism?
In onanism?
Yeah. Are you familiar with the
Masturbation.
term?
Masturbation.
Yeah, it's the biblical term for masturbation. It comes from a man named Onan.
Yeah,
well, hold on.
this
Let me
is
finish. I want to give you the
actually-
context because
Demon Mama, you don't have to explain that.
He was
Come on,
struck
please.
down by God because he spilled his seed on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, this is one of the things that like every fucking first-year philosophy major asks of this article, and as you might imagine, the article addresses that. So the article's thing is that for someone to lose a future like ours, they must be an individual whom that future can be attached to, okay? Which is why it begins at conception, because pre-conception, there are two things which do not gain a future like ours.
Well, there's a problem there too. Right?
Sperm and eggs don't have a future like ours. They're not an individual. They require, coming together to become an individual.
But I mean, humans require the coming together of billions of cells. So wouldn't that apply in the exact same way? I feel like this is a flaw. It seems like your argument like sort of assumes that like, well, sperm and egg, they come together. That's two becoming one. But in reality, they become a cluster of cells that all need each other to survive. All humans are a cluster of cells that need one another to survive. Where do you draw the line at individual?
At the individual.
What do you mean at the individual? Okay.
This is like
why
someone
would you
just arguing like, wait, hold on, CTV. This is just like someone being like, you're just a big cluster of atoms. Everything is, so therefore nothing is anything.
Well, but
like,
I mean, that's
you're
atomizing.
You're atomizing the discussion to a point where you're trying to negate the meaning of the.
You're saying that that an individual becomes an individual from the moment that the sperm enters the egg, and that somehow is supposed to be a compelling argument to me.
Well,
that's no more compelling than me arguing that no person is an individual, right? Like, isn't this the whole ship of Theseus problem? This is literally the ship of Theseus problem.
Oh my god, I'm just like a fucking first-year film major. Holy shit.
Nice. Is that all you got? Is that all you got for me? Maybe you shouldn't present me like.
Yeah, first of all, Brian, not a poignant response that I would expect from somebody such as yourself, Mr. Philosophy Major.
Well,
but more important,
wait, I actually have a question for Brian though.
You talked about the conception of life, and that will occupy the vacuity of that conversation will now completely and totally absorb any thoughtful conversation concerning the specific politics of Poland's governing party, which I actually disagree with you in your initial statement. I do think we can have a separate conversation, one in which we talk about, say, for instance, the life begins at conception or does it? And then the other is like, how do we feel about the consolidation of power that the governing party in Poland has been doing, especially in the last 4 years, and how that pertains to restricting women's rights to access abortion services. Even if you disagree with, say, for instance, the governing party's, with a woman's right to choose what to do with her body. Can we all, I shouldn't say can we all recognize, because it is the debate topic. Do we think that the Law and Justice Party is going too far in restricting a woman's rights to abortion? For instance, and again, I'm not the one that's supposed to be making this argument. I'm trying to moderate the debate, but I mean, can we, Brian, you actually were the one that pointed this out very intelligently earlier, I thought, which is that you can say, for instance, have a moral stance against abortion, but still not think to yourself, I'm against abortion, so I should just smash every woman's head in to make sure they can't get an abortion. It's like, to what extent is the governing party in Poland going too far, or are they going too far? Because again, that's part of the debate, in restricting a woman's right to access abortion, even if you fundamentally disagree with women having that right to begin with.
Can I actually go on? So I think, so I actually, this is actually an interesting conversation from Brian, but in order for it to be like a strictly like ethical, like moral conversation about this, we want to have to assume that this law actually has a strong effect on actual abortion usage, right? So if the case is that abortions are still going on illegally, it doesn't really matter, right? If your whole issue is with the actual law and then actually having massive penalties for it, that's a different situation. That's probably why this conversation can be separated from the morality of it, because it doesn't seem like implementing this law, at least in the US, it didn't seem like implementing laws like this actually had a actual effect on abortion, the rate of abortions actually happening.
Yep.
People always say that,
likewise,
but,
I think that
even a 2% decrease in abortions, for somebody that believes that it's actually murder, for an abortion to occur, or that it's identical to what murder is for an abortion to occur, I think a 2% reduction in abortions would be seen as a resounding success, and that they would say to you the same thing about you can make murder.
At what cost? At what cost, though? I mean, that's the always other question. You could say at 2%. Again, Wired Guitar brought up the fact that, hey, if you just clubbed all women, then you wouldn't have any abortions. That would be
saying that women can't get abortions in the case of fetal I
mean, that's literally what they're trying to do. That's literally
so
what
you're
we're talking about.
That's some sort of moral equivalency.
No, what I'm trying to say is that we don't need to have a frankly, in my opinion, ridiculous and difficult conversation about personhood and conception and onanism and whatever, we can actually just talk about policy and what actually has good outcomes. What we know is that when you ban good outcomes, yes. When you ban abortions, you force people under the table. They're more likely to have not only the children die, but also the mother die from complications. You're likely to have a black market of medical professionals show up. You're likely to see increased rates of poverty as poor people can't have abortions, and especially in a country where is swinging right and doesn't seem to have the best sex education. We have this problem here in the United States. People have children younger than they intend to, and it just complicates itself, leading to more death over time.
How are you going to say that there's no sex education when clearly they're doing it good enough to where it creates an abortion thing? Clearly they know what they're doing.
Oh, CTV, that's not what she means.
Literally, CTV, I'm sorry. Look, with all due respect, you're too stupid and drunk in order to actually engage with in good faith.
Okay, here.
Also, wait, hold on. There was another thing I wanted to address on that was, wait, hold on. Let me finish.
Okay, this
you got to do 6 monologues that were huge. The fact of the matter is I think that the topic of whether abortions are bad or whatever is kind of irrelevant to what we're talking about here. It's not that big of a deal.
Because you presuppose that they're good.
No, it's because it doesn't matter what framework besides the idiotic American right-wing framework of, oh yeah, don't kill any babies because God told me not to, but then it's okay for us to cut in the middle of a pandemic Medicaid or all these other, literally just not giving a shit about the children once they're born. That's such a dumb shit position. And it's really funny that you bandy about calling people idiots and having dumb fuck takes when you lay out this big fucking steamy shit of a take on this panel when it's just oh, God told us, abortions are bad, 2% reduction, even if it literally does notable harm to more people than the 2% that you would have saved. It's ridiculous. And second of all, excuse me, I'm not done, CTV. I know. Hold on. Take a break, CTV. I'm not done. Take a break.
The whole thing there, right? So it's you're already hypocritical from Jump Street with your theology, right? So how is it that you're going to even convince me that you're remaining philosophically consistent across a broad range of spectrums whenever I can just look at the things that you've said, right? And they're just not lining up. So it's
CTV, you are literally just a weird guy pissing in the corner of a bar. Please.
Can I ask Brian a question though?
Wait, I wanted to have my chance to finish. The whole point was, look, listen, the idea that the justice and order, law and justice party that's literally putting up LGBT free zones is not an openly and obviously fascist party is just hilarious. Brian, if you want to admit that you're have fascist sympathies or whatever, you should just do that. It feels good to have a spine, and I would recommend you to do that. Otherwise, you should really acknowledge the fact that this is clearly an incredibly far-right party with fascist ideology and fascist outcomes, and you should just own up to that fact. Whether you agree with them or not, you shouldn't pretend otherwise.
All right, doesn't mean fat.
We'll give you a chance. Wait, Brian, I will give you a chance to respond. I promise, Brian. I'm going to give you a chance to respond. I just want to real quick because Polars also wants to ask you a question, so we want to gish gallop the fuck out of you, basically, Brian. You can get fucked. After Brian, Polars, if you could think about that question while I just say this, and try to make it somewhat concise. No, I'm not. I just don't want to gish gallop Brian too hard. After Brian gets the chance to respond, I need to incorporate Tiberius and Sako in this conversation. Brento, you're getting fucked basically because I just haven't heard from the. Yeah, no, I'm just fucking around. Brento, you will get a chance to talk, but I do eventually want to hear Tiberius and Sako and on this, and of course Brento as well. I was just kidding, by the way, Brento. Of course,
I got you.
Okay, so yeah, Polars, what's your question?
Having fun.
We're
having fun.
Am I muted? Oh no, I'm good. Yeah, so
you're good.
I was just gonna ask, what's your ethical framework in order to get some more context for this?
See, the funny thing about that, and I'll be super brief about that, okay? The funny thing about that is I'm actually a moral anti-realist. The thing is, what I'm trying to say is, when we talk about governments, they make
thank you so much. It's your one.
The world should be this way instead of this way. And so what I'm trying to do is engage in a discussion within a moral realist framework, because that's what a governing body puts us in. right?
So
And so I think the best argument within that whole thing is for abortion being the same moral thing as killing a person.
Okay, I want to move the conversation real quick. Pullers, do you agree with that initial supposition? Do you think that governments, in the way in which they enact law, especially like normative law, like our citizens should do this, and if they don't, they will get fined? Do you agree that governments do act in a very normative, prescriptive sense?
Yeah, that kind of be the basic of ethics, right? Like, So, like, I'd agree with that aspect. I don't know if I would agree with everything else that he said, but sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
So what was do you have a question beyond that? Was that?
I was gonna ask you that in order to get more context and then address what you were talking about like earlier, like whether we should actually engage in policy that way. Because depending on your framework, you probably already know this is a philosophy major. You could look at abortion in completely different ways.
What I'm looking at abortion in is sort of like in a meta-ethical way and not in like a normative ethical way. And so what I was trying to argue with from a like meta-ethical standpoint is just like what type of thing is an abortion? And I think it's pretty clear whatever dumb shit gish galloping stuff Demon Mama wants to go on, what you do when you have an abortion is you get rid of an individual's future like ours. Because if you didn't think that that individual was going to have a future like ours, you wouldn't get an abortion. Because the day that it pops out, it's not a thing. It's just a dead, non-living whatever. So like these abortions, all the ones that we're talking about, they're not for ectopic pregnancies, which are the fetuses already dead. They're not for like rape cases, which is a totally separate normative question that I could answer. They're for women who have something that is going to be a being with a future like ours, who do not want a connection with that being, whether or not that's right or wrong. That's what I'm trying to say.
It just sounds like you are just saying words to try and dig your way out. Like I don't understand what you're actually trying to add.
I get his position.
Ask me, so like let him fucking respond.
So sure. I think I actually agree with like, so even if I necessarily agree with like the future like ours initial part, you mentioned afterwards, you said that like if people understood it that way, they still wouldn't engage in abortions. I don't know if I would necessarily agree with that, right? Depending on your views of like egoism, for example, if you're a psych egoist, for example, or if you that's where probably with
I agree with that. Some people would want to get abortions even if they thought it was murder. Like I think that's totally true.
Sure. So you're just trying to make the argument, like, what is it? Right? I don't know, like you're making more of a descriptive claim in that sense, like what is it, right?
Yeah, and the reason I'm trying to do that is because I think that question is essential to whether or not like a government is justified in banning abortions. Because if abortion isn't killing a person, then who gives a fuck about this? Nobody. Okay? Like the hard part is you're taking away a being's future like ours, or you're forcing women to carry pregnancies that they don't want, which I think is fucking terrible too, by the way. Like, from a moral realist standpoint, it's a dilemma, which is two bad options.
I mean, or you're forcing women who believe differently than you, because here's the weird thing. Like, it sounds like there's quite a complicated and difficult philosophical argument to be had over whether life or personhood begins here and there. And I have my own opinions and you have yours. But the world that they're advocating for, precludes allowing people to even have their own moral conclusion about it. It precludes the freedom of women to make that decision. And it forces them instead, as we know factually, on a literal basis of consequences, it forces women to go into much more dangerous situations where the baby, person or not, will be killed, and there's a higher risk to that person. There is no benefit to even the pro-life people to banning abortion. No benefit whatsoever. It doesn't work.
I don't think there's such a thing as a higher risk situation for a baby than being aborted, right? What could be higher risk for a baby than
hold on. Did you listen to anything
true,
I said?
Bro.
Are you aware? Wait, hold on. Hold on. This is really important. Did you know that babies come from mothers? Did you know that babies are inside of people?
So now you're just
in that sentence,
right?
Wait, I literally just said this, and someone.
Hey guys, again,
I appreciate you being here.
Definitely don't want to mute, but we got a little crazy there for a second. I do want to draw the conversation back to the interlocutors that we're arguing, but I at the same time feel like just so bad. Tiberius, do you have anything to say about this? And then we'll jump over to Sako.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm largely not nearly equipped to have the philosophical conversation. Like I had like 2 philosophy classes back in college.
Sure.
I'm a
Me.
Economics
I'm the
or
lefty.
poli sci guy. So most
Me.
of this
I'm the
conversation has been
lefty.
over me. I understand like pieces of my moral framework and like why they line up, but I don't feel like I can really add to this in
Yeah,
a
it's
way
okay.
that
Don't worry.
at
They're
least not
fucking
on the level
coward
that
losers.
these guys were talking. So pass.
Well, okay, and again, I want to say this one more time, not
Mm-hmm.
necessarily pointing to you,
Joe's not on
Tiberius,
here.
but I want to make sure that everybody on the panel knows we can have this conversation about normative ethics, whether or not
Joe's not
governments
on here.
should be allowed to
You might
restrict
be thinking
abortion
Polar's
rights,
World.
whether or not a child's life begins at conception, and we can, we can have that conversation. Can be very interesting, but that's not why. I mean, I'm not saying it's off limits, but I'm saying that's not necessarily why I put this topic on. I do think there's an interesting conversation to be had there, but I also think that specifically pertaining to this case in Poland, there is a very interesting, I don't even want to say side conversation, another conversation to be had about how, well, even if I say, for instance, was somebody who's super pro-life, doesn't want abortions to take place whatsoever, I can still recognize, if I were that person,
Thank you, Billy.
I'll just say gross overreach from the state in this instance in terms of how they've basically deliberately stacked the courts, their federal judiciary to align with their certain values, and all of the different things that they've done over the course of the last 4, even 10 years, really, to essentially just make like abortion incredibly difficult. Yeah, and I think that can be an interesting conversation that we have as well. But again, if you don't have anything to add,
I can comment on that to a certain degree. I mean, again, I feel like this whole sort of sidestep into like the philosophy of abortion is more or less a way of Brian sidestepping the fact that he probably agrees with the fascist party of Poland, but whatever. The fact of the matter, in my opinion, is that first of all, we have so we have a party that's incredibly far right that is using whatever tools that are at its disposal to ultimately restrict the rights of a lot of people. And we're not just talking about women here, but we are talking about women in a lot of ways since the focus is on abortion. But we know in the context, understanding a little bit about Poland's politics, it goes much beyond women. This is a party that's very okay with restricting people's rights as long as they believe they have a moral or holy or whatever right to do so. And I think that's a problem.
What do you think a right is?
Excuse me?
What do you think a right is?
I mean, there's a lot of potential definitions. It depends on what you're actually talking. It depends on
asking
what
you
context.
thought a right was.
Wait. There's multiple definitions in general.
Yeah, but he's
I'm using this in
asking you. So
I mean,
what's your definition?
in this context. I think that if the way that I'm using it right now, I mean, they think that they have the moral justification to go forward with this sort of thing.
No. I'm not talking about what you think like Poland's government's rights are. Like, you're saying Poland is restricting its people's rights. So like, what's the definition of rights for the people that you're using?
Oh, I mean, that's a kind of a complicated question, but by and large, I tend to believe in that we should focus on personal liberty, that people should be allowed to live their lives as they see fit, so long as they're not harming other people. This is the sort of libertarian.
So harming other people, maybe like stealing someone's future like ours, huh? That'd be pretty harmful to another person.
I knew he was going to do that.
Maybe, but I know that you want to.
Maybe.
I mean, I don't know. Like, this seems like, again, just a sidestep back to some sort of philosophical.
No, that's you pussyfooting and not wanting to own your position. That's what that is.
What are you talking about? Like, I mean, wait a second. Like, I just want to point out that I've literally not been able to finish a single sentence this entire fucking panel, and it's actually frustrating.
That's entirely not true.
Oh, it is actually entirely true. Watch the motherfucking VOD. It's hilarious.
I'm more than willing to watch the VOD, and I guarantee you
critically thinking veteran, you're not even present here. I don't even know if you'll know how to find the VOD in the future. Let's be honest.
Yeah. We should make one thing abundantly clear. The energy of the room has been pretty actively, at least over the last 5 minutes, like sort of Brian NCTV versus Demon Mama. So again, and I want to recognize that and also give Demon Mama a chance to respond to both. So when Demon Mama's talking, I'm not saying like give all the floor to her, but recognize that if you're holding a position that is simultaneously held by somebody else on the panel and only one person is on the opposition, in this case, even if it is somebody who you disagree with, who's been maybe belligerent to you, try to show them at least the respect to respond to both of you guys at once rather than you dogpiling her. It just seems really unfair. Yeah. So
I'm not even
I'm not trying to show favoritism or anything.
No, I'm with you, but I said at the start, I'm for no government involvement, right? So, like, the fact that I'm even saying anything that is agreeing with what Brian is saying is because he's pointing out logical fallacies in the person that he's having his primary debate with.
That's not what's happened at all. Like, literally, I attempted to say something, and then two people butted in to try and be like, look, I got you, but that didn't actually happen.
What you say is loaded with a ton of implications.
Wait, okay, so can you actually name your question so I can try to answer it? I mean, I'll point out you just interrupted me again when I still haven't even finished my original sentence. Sure.
Here's my point about it, okay?
Yeah, go
You
for
were
it.
going on this long, enigmatic rant about
I didn't even
how,
start.
oh
What
my
are you
God,
talking about?
it's so bad that Poland is taking away the rights of its citizens.
Yeah, I do
And
believe
so
that.
My questions to you were about the implications behind what you're saying, the underlying assumptions.
Yeah.
What are
My
those
belief
rights?
is that
Where do those rights come from? And when you answered, when you said, I think people should live their lives in a way that is free unless they are harming another individual, what I'm trying to point out to you is I made an argument about how abortion is harm to an individual.
Yeah, and I
you
don't
just
care
wanted to
about your
move
stupid
on beyond-
argument. I don't
Yeah,
care
because
about
you're a dumb fuck that doesn't actually know anything about morals. And
Nice
and-
meme.
and
Literally
just
too
wanted to jerk
stupid.
off about
Wait,
your
listen.
leftist
Hold on a second. It's
dumb
my
fuck
turn now.
position.
It's actually my turn. Listen. This is my turn now, I think. I'm sorry. With all due respect, I literally haven't been able to finish a single sentence, and this guy is so triggered by the fact that a woman has thoughts that he's blown up like 6 times
No,
on me.
I'm triggered that a dumbass has thoughts.
Oh, cry a little
Like,
harder, baby. Listen, I know you're mad that I called your little Nazi party the Nazi party. You don't like being called that. You don't like being associated with fucking Nazis because you really do sound a bit Nazi-ish.
No, it's
but
just
all
like when
right.
we listen to you, you're so disingenuous.
Hey, there we go again. Boom.
Like, I'm so tired of hearing all this condescending talk come from you. You think you're
Still
getting,
haven't
like, this
finished the first
reaction,
sentence I tried
but
to
in
start.
reality, the rest
Not
of
even
you
one.
Like you're a dumbass.
You realize that if you don't ever let her talk and she never gets to finish a point and she's pointing out that she never gets to finish a point and you're still not letting her talk, that just like is the ultimate dunk on you guys, regardless of how adamantly opposed to her opinions you are.
It's not
right?
even
And again,
about that. It's about when the ad hominem and then like nobody in here is flying a swastika. So why is that the primary
True.
language of this person?
Again,
Right?
even if you
It's all bullshit, right? So
I know. Again, and even if you adamantly oppose everything she's saying, at least let her fully say the thought, like complete the thought, even if it seems like it's like just take notes on what she's saying. Oh, she just called us Nazis. Okay, check. I'll address that when she gets done speaking. Oh, and she just called us fascists. I'll address that, and then that way.
yeah,
she
but
gets to-
Guitar, do you not understand that by her mentioning every single one of these things along the way, it's her attempt to control the conversation to where now people are arguing back against Nazism and all
the
these other
evil,
things,
manipulative
rather than focusing
puppeteer
on the
woman
point,
using her
because
feminine
now
vials.
it creates that dynamic, and that's what I'm trying to explain here. You know what I mean?
You
people are pathetic.
There is some sensationalism in the way that she speaks. I recognize that as well, but that you can write that down and then just it's an ultimate dunk for you if you just let her complete her thought and say, "Hey, you called us a Nazi." That's just patently false, and then you move on to the next point, as opposed to just like the second she calls you guys a Nazis, the second she says like Brian showing sympathies for the Law and Order Party or the Law and Justice Party, which is clearly neo-fascist. The second you guys interrupt her, it's just like it's really bad. Like from a debate perspective, when two people jump down her throat, even if you vehemently disagree with what she says. Again, she's not saying it in sort of a "la, you guys are all Nazis" sort of way. She's saying, "Hey, you guys are Nazis." And again, I disagree with that. I know Brian on a personal level. I don't think Brian's a Nazi, but when it's when somebody calls him a Nazi, even if that is something that you think like, man, she just definitely shouldn't be calling me that. It's like, at least let her complete the thought, because it just looks bad when every single time she speaks, she's constantly getting interrupted. It just doesn't make any sense.
You
to just
know,
continue.
if she would focus on the points instead of trying to create
I love being
contention,
talked about
less
in a
people would
third party
interrupt her.
while I still
It's
haven't
pretty
been able to
simple.
allow my point.
I will extend the olive branch here. So, Demon Mama, if the next time you criticize their positions, could we just leave out the Nazi?
Sure. I would like to make
let's
a
say
similar...
Brian,
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, even if like, let's say right next to Brian's guitar, there's like actually just a swastika behind the case. Like, let's just imagine that doesn't exist for the sake of the conversation, because like if we keep focusing on that, it's just never going to be productive. So again, I'm going to serve mute the next person that interrupts her. Demon Mama, please take the floor, but try to not incorporate like super hardcore ad homs, because it just does not make the
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I was the one who engaged in ad homs. In my own defense, like I feel like we could watch the VOD. They called me a dumb fuck like 6 times before this, and eventually you just get a little bit tired of people thinking they're styling on you, and then you want to put them in their place by calling them out exactly what they're doing. So,
would you agree that
with that
you
said,
did the same?
Did I? I don't think I ever did. I think sometimes. I mean, oh wait. In response,
Oh
yes,
my
I
God.
did. In response, absolutely, for sure.
Fucking Tiberians don't even want to be a part of this no more. Take his headset off. Come on.
Yeah.
So
Dude,
we're
I
just
don't
gonna
even-
all.
Listen,
we're not doing ad homs
I know
anymore.
what's gonna happen.
Demon Mama, yeah, let us. Okay.
What happened to that? What happened to that server
take the
mute? Did we server mute the ones who interrupted me again? Yeah, I know how this.
No,
shit,
I'm
I know how
gonna
this
let you
shit
talk.
works.
You're
I know
gonna
how this
talk
shit
and-
works. I've been on a million panels. I know how this shit works. All right. So
you
I think that on matters of like incredibly complex philosophy, like as to where life begins, a thing that no one has a solid objective answer to, I think we have to, in the name of liberty and in the name of coexistence, we have to be able to recognize that people are going to come to different conclusions, have and will. And if we're trying to build a society that allows for liberty, and we can also recognize that people who believe that a baby is not an individual at the moment of conception, those people are going to seek out an abortion if they so desire it. I don't think that it's unreasonable to say that we should allow this to happen under safe and consensual conditions, especially when, and so that's where I go on that particular issue. I think that restricting people's rights is imposing your own inherently theological or philosophical view on somebody else. And you might not like that, but I just think that that's a pretty obvious example of what's going on. Likewise, we can see other examples of this party restricting the ability of LGBT people to exist in public. Yeah, I think that being unable to exist in public is like a pretty major imposition to being able to participate in society, the thing that humans need to, survive. So yeah, I think it's pretty fair to say that this party is infringing on people's rights, and also doing so in an aggressive way. And guess what? I don't really care if they got there by taking advantage of some hole in our obviously imperfect democratic systems. I mean, after all, Hitler was voted into power, if we'll recall. It doesn't really matter how people come into the power. I mean, what happens if tomorrow Joe Biden suffers a personality change and just starts assassinating people? Do you say, oh, well, he was democratically elected, I guess we can't do anything about it? No, of course not. We can recognize that people are capable of finding a way into a position and then using that position of power to impose wrong, immoral, unreasonable things on other people, which is clearly what's going on in Poland. And also, might I add, what's happened in our country quite a lot as well. And yeah, I think that's I don't really care how like a fascist weasels their way into power. When they start oppressing and repressing people, when they start making it possible for LGBT people to be driven out of the public eye, I don't really give a shit if you were elected there democratically. I think those people have every right in the world, and every person who wants to ally themselves with them to depose you, to fight you, to resist you in every single way imaginable, of course. Yeah, and I don't really care what sort of I don't know, your year 2.5 philosophy class taught you about, oh, it's definitely hard science when the sperm meets the egg. That's what makes it individual. So yeah, I don't really give a shit about that.
Okay. Now, again, open discussion. Please remain cordial.
Finally got my chance.
Does anybody want to respond?
Yeah, I have something really quick.
Okay, Brento and then Pullers. Pullers out.
Sure. Let's say, Dear Mama, you have been able to finish many thoughts in this roundtable. You have not been interrupted every single time you've spoken. So that's an overstatement, right?
Okay, but wait, Brento, you can recognize that over the last 10 minutes, I've been here. Yeah, it's been very difficult.
I've been listening, yeah, and I'm not saying no one's been interrupting or insulting Demon Mama. Not at all.
Okay.
No, I'm not saying that at all, right? Okay. But I just want to make sure that obviously, no, it's been a huge back and forth. But many times she's been able to speak.
Panel.
And Demon Mama, you've also ad homed people at times. You can say only in response, and you know what? Maybe someone else started it, but it's been back and forth. Both sides have been disrespectful. Okay, so That's obvious, correct?
I'm glad.
Are you asking me questions, or is this just rhetorical because you just want to like I don't know, feel good or something?
Well, No,
This
I
might
just
not be
kind of want. I just kind of want to set the record.
I mean, what's the
straight
record?
for
The,
both
the
sides.
fact that like
Poncho-
literally like
Poncho,
nine
I just gave the record.
right-wing
That was the
guys
record.
all got mad because I like said one thing in a disagreement. They were so afraid of the outcome that they were pissing themselves and interrupting me repeatedly. Yeah, I don't know. I think the VOD speaks
Yeah,
for
that's,
itself.
no,
By
no,
the
no,
way,
no, no, no,
by
no,
the
no,
way,
no,
this
that's
happens.
not the record.
By the
Sorry,
way,
sorry.
by the way,
Sorry.
guess
Yeah,
what?
dude,
Just so
no.
you all know, you asked me a question and I'm responding, and you literally won't let me respond. It's actually
I didn't ask
hilarious.
you-
No,
I
what's
didn't ask
funny
you a
is that you were
You
supposed
asked
to
me
give
two
the
separate
pour over.
questions. Are you people
No, I
this
didn't ask
stupid?
you, but-
Talk.
Guys, remember, the conversation just devolves if all we do is talk over each other. And
What
again,
am I
but Brento, I do feel like this question was a little bit like twist the knifey. It's kind of like, she was able to. I know. And again, I agree with you. That it has been from both sides, but like bringing the conversation back to this topic as opposed to talking about the far more interesting topic, which is, well, hopefully the topic that we were talking about.
Interesting.
It doesn't really move the
Interesting
conversation.
how
It's
it
just kind of
works
like,
out.
hey, Demon Mom, I just want to let you know, you were shitting on other people, and it's kind of like, well, now we're just bringing the conversation back to the thing that we weren't able to get.
As this right here is like what we would call the definition of a troll, and that's what Demon Mama's been doing.
Nice
Again,
meme, everyone.
So, does anybody have anything to respond to what she said? Like to the actual? Okay, yeah, sweet. Go.
Yeah. So, I think Demon Mama, you'd agree with this aspect. Like, it probably is important to understand, like, how, like, how they came into power. I would definitely understand, like, how the Law and Justice Party came into power, because you'd probably want to stop those same loopholes or address the reasons why that happened in the future. I think that's something we both agree with.
Oh, sure.
And secondly, I think the philosophy. I think philosophy is relatively important when we make like ethical and like the law decisions, because if you aren't consistent there, you'll lack to be consistent anywhere else, right? If you don't have a strong basis there, and this is actually something that I think, like, for example, a lot of like what we consider conservatives do, right, is that they have no basis in ethics or philosophy, and they're extremely inconsistent in that way. So I think it's important that whenever we talk about these things or we make prescriptions about what like the Polish government should do, I think to a certain extent that we should have a background in philosophy, and that's why I think even though like you and Brian may have had like a weird back and forth, I think there is value in what he's talking about, right? Because if we can't even necessarily establish a philosophical basis, we can't make it like a prescriptive one either.
I mean, I don't disagree with you that philosophy is important and interesting. It's just you have to keep it within the scope of the conversation. We're talking about Poland's politics, and then we're diving off into this like extremely dragged out, heard it 10 bazillion times through my entire life. It's the most talked about fucking bullshit on the internet, is this argument about, well, does life begin when the sperm go into the egg? And it's just like, okay, I get it. Everybody has a different view on this. It's clearly a polarizing issue, and I understand. But like, there comes a point where you have to recognize that like, either you're embracing the law and order worldview, which is that everyone who disagrees with me is intrinsically a murderer and therefore I can oppress them, or you say maybe there's some pretty serious and understandable philosophical differences here that every individual person has a completely different appearance on, and we need to build policy in order to facilitate that. And for that type of conversation, how we build and how we advocate for a policy or for a country that's even, I don't think that like trying to repeat the 900-year-old argument of where does life begin, whether it's when God sprinkles fairy dust on top of it or whether it's whatever, like, I don't think that that's important for the scope of this discussion.
The funny thing about it is you're actually so fucking stupid that you can't even understand that what I said has nothing to do with whether or not life begins. Life beginning could happen at fucking 25 years old. It still wouldn't change the fact that whether or not an individual at 0 has the same future like ours as they do at 10 billion. Like, it doesn't matter about where life begins. The only thing is whether or not you deprive anything, whether or not you want to call that life, of a future like ours.
Okay, I mean, then I would also advocate that if we're gonna if you're gonna stick to this argument, first of all, I would say that it literally also still doesn't matter, because you're going to encounter people with a very different moral framework. Obviously, this is an issue that is like been hotly contested in politics. People have very different moral frameworks for how they view this particular issue, and additionally, like I don't again, it doesn't really seem relevant to me with regard to how we need to structure a country in order to maximize cooperation, and also well-being. Like, at the end of the day, even if you go by your specific outlook, at the end of the day, the order and justice party solution is the better solution, because it leads to less actual abortions happening in the first place, less terminated pregnancies that also kill the mother. Again, at the end of the day, it's irrelevant, because what you're arguing about is, again, some personal philosophy thing, whether you want to proselytize to people about, God and when life begins and when it doesn't begin, or whether it's depriving a future.
Who are you arguing against right now?
I'm talking to you.
Because I never said God once, so I'm just kind of confused as to where your dumb fuck ass got that.
Okay, Brian, listen, please, no more ad homs. Dumb fuck ass, dumb fuck, stupid fuck, idiot, all those words, let's just remove them.
Those are just true facts. That has nothing to do with ad homs. Ad homs have to be lies.
They're just insults that just deteriorate the conversation. I know you know that because you're smarter than that. So again, on the one hand, you can dislike Demon Mama as a person, right? And on the other hand, you can have a conversation with her cordially. And I want us to do the other hand thing. I guess I want you to do this thing rather than this thing that you're currently doing. I know you can do it. You're capable person.
Can I respond to Demon Mama?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So Demon Mama, like I agree. The Law and Justice Party is pretty bad. Okay, but there are bad governments. I don't agree with the policy that they're doing, but it is possible for a bad government to put in one good policy, right? And now we're arguing, right, whether this specific good policy, this policy is good or not, right? I don't think Brian, you're not in favor of the Law and Justice Party, right? Like, just to make that clear, you wouldn't want them.
No, I'm a lefty. I fucking hate right wingers.
So the important aspect of this is we're trying to isolate whether this policy is something that we consider to be, I guess in this case, ethical or moral. And you mentioned, right, like you mentioned well-being, right? Like we need to make policies that effectively increase well-being and cooperation. Depending on your framework, that may not be something that you value at all. And even if, we consistently do this, right? But you want to be able to convince other individuals of what your position is and justify it to them. But the best way to do that is probably to appeal to certain aspects of their ethical framework.
Polar, with all due respect, I appreciate the debate advice, but let's be real. What the last experience was, I think the last 10, 15 minutes have spoken for themselves, of literally people getting so triggered at me even trying to say my opinion that they just call me a dumb fuck for an hour. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Okay, I get what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a hostile environment. I tried multiple times to explain what I was talking about and why I think it's a bad policy. I literally laid out multiple reasons and no single response on substance at all. Literally just, you're a dumb fuck because I'm angry and I don't know.
Okay.
And wait.
Yeah,
okay, yeah. Flores, I'm going to let you finish. Okay, yeah. You can finish first.
Yeah, sure. So, this has been really heated. That's why I'm trying to you don't really get at it. But there was you mentioned that rights, right? And you're harming someone else's rights, and that's Brian was being kind of inflammatory, but I think that was an interesting part, right? Like, how do you justify a right? What are these rights? Do these rights supersede other aspects of pleasure or pain? Are they intrinsic? And that's a really important. That was something that you'd mentioned. That's what you used to justify it. But Brian tried responding to that, but it was just in an inflammatory wave of fire that no one could really interpret what was going on. So
yeah, I agree with that reading of the event.
How do you justify those rights? And what rights is abortion not violating or something like that? I think that's the point.
I do think that's an intelligent question to raise, Polars, but I really do want Demon Mama's initial question to get answered of, even if it is the case that we restrict abortion on a federal level, we employ all of the full front, the full force of the state on women, on individuals that seek out abortion services. It seems to be the case that we just have the opposite effect in terms of actually preventing said abortions. Demon Mama brought up this point earlier, and it didn't really ever seem like she got a very substantive response to that. So does anybody have something to respond to the claim that, hey, even if we do restrict abortion rights, right? Even if we're hey, abortion is it's morally wrong. It's reprehensible. The state should get involved. We should restrict abortion.
That's true.
It just seems to be the case that this does not bear out positive consequences. So
You
if we're even remotely going to be sort of consequentialist in this respect of caring about the outcomes and especially ascribing moral weight to the outcomes of certain policies that we implement, what do we have to say to that claim that she's made?
So what?
Yeah, Brento.
Okay, I'll just say really quick. We're not concluding the abortion debate that is rousing the world on tonight. If you think unborn children at conception are alive, abortion is murder, and therefore banning it can only be positive. If you don't, then you think it's an infringement on women's rights, and banning it is negative. That's it. That's the debate. Like that's all. I mean, what do you want? There's nothing else.
It's not just what I want. So again, I want to mention two things.
They literally won't engage with the
like,
question.
I'm not saying that to you, like, personally.
I know that you're not saying that to me personally, but it seems like you're sort of sweeping under the rug two things. First of all, the article that was at play, which involved specifically the region of Poland,
how
the
convenient
Law and Justice Party,
that the right-wingers don't want to address the
region.
questions.
I thought that provided a unique context to not just talking about abortion again for like the 500th time on a panel. I think that there's an interesting conversation to be had there that I thought we could explore, and it seems like we mostly haven't done that. And then the second point is just, again, bringing back up what Demon Mama said from the start, which is that, hey, even if we think abortion is wrong, and again, I'm a moderator. I'm not trying to actually argue.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
I'm going to make a statement, but I'm not arguing this. It's just something that she said earlier that we still have yet to address, which is,
listen,
hey,
it's got to be re-explained by a man for them to take it
sucks,
seriously.
It's wrong, it's evil, and we ban it. It seems to be the case that in every modern society that we've tried that, it ends up in more or at least equivalent numbers of abortions happening in very unsafe ways. So it's like, hey, even if we think it's wrong, like, what do we do about that? You know, we ban it. It's like, okay, now women are, you know, sticking hangers up their fucking uterus and endangering themselves, certainly endangering the fetus.
Don't worry, we'll have a talk after this.
What do we do about that? It's like we banned abortion. And it's like, it keeps happening. And then not only is it happening, but it's happening in a very unsafe way. It is, it causes demonstrable harm to society. And I do mean that wholesale. The mother, the child that could be born, right? The family that's going to be broken because an unsafe abortion procedure resulted in the death of pregnancy in a very violent way. So what do we do about that?
I'm all for triggering right-wingers, but it gets tiring after a while.
I would just like us to talk about that, because if we're going to go down this rabbit hole of like, hey, abortion could be wrong, it's like, even if it is wrong, like, what do we do about women that still seek out abortion procedures when we ban it? Because that's an interesting.
I agree with Demon Mama, right? Like, and I think Brian, I agree, right? It seems like they don't necessarily have the effect of like ending it all, so that's where probably the ethical aspect ends. But I think Brian tried saying this, but like, even if it results in a 2% decrease in abortion, I don't know if you considered it worth it. And you mentioned at the end why that, like, in looking at it in a consequential like framework, right? God, I have to stop focusing on the ethics, but I do agree with Demon Mama that like it doesn't even seem like these policies actually effectively reduce abortion, that they can make it more harmful. And if you look at it from a consequentialist aspect, that there's a lot of harm being done. There's increased harm in that sense.
Tiberius, because man, we haven't heard from you in a while. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I do. But long and the short is that I do side with more of Polar and Demon Mama on this one, as far as how this works out consequentially. I mean, copy paste what Polar said. The only thing that I would throw out there, although this isn't really much of an argument, is that we will never truly know how many abortions are had in any society that outlaws abortions. You know, that's blatantly black market operations. It's an assumption. Whether we want to go into particulars of if that assumption is valid or not, we can do that. But I would probably go more with the left counterparts here that, yeah, they're correct.
Sako, because we haven't heard from you in a while too. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. So I agreed with, I want to say some of what Brian and CTV said, but they really made it hard for me to like actually say that. I'm trying to think what was my original point that I was going to make. Oh, yes. In response to something that someone in chat asked Brian, it was, so Brian is against anyone dying at any time, at any place, ever.
Wait, no, I don't think. Well, hold on. I don't think he said that.
And he said, and no, that's literally what the person in chat asked Brian. Anyone dying in any time, at any place, ever. And I believe Brian said...
I don't really care. It seems irrelevant and annoying.
Who gives a shit about chat?
Oh, no, don't please. Don't do that.
Don't you say that things about chat, CTV.
Chat should be happy that I bothered to fucking show up, right? So, like, that's just how chat doesn't get in on the panel when we have a fallacy roundtable in operation.
Here's exactly what I said, okay? Yes, True Leveler. Obviously, that's what I'm advocating.
I love my chat,
dude. Now, unfortunately, I can't put an inflection on Twitch chat.
Yeah, so Brian was, so this is Poe's law in full effect, right? Brian was being sarcastic, but it was via text and you couldn't infer it from the internet. I understand that. Okay, all of us are probably on the spectrum to some extent, and I'm not even saying that.
My chat.
I'm not even saying that to be in any way, shape, or form.
I'm not looking at you right now, dude.
Oh, no, I have Asperger's. I have the card. So listen,
I'm on a spectrum.
Sako, I love you.
I'm on a 4-dimensional spectrum. I'm on
Listen,
all of it.
yeah. So Sako, I love you. Was there anything besides taking Brian out of context that you wanted to?
No, I had something else.
Can I just say what I put in our chat? Okay, Planned Parenthood good, sex ed good,
No,
free.
yeah, and I really
no
I
vote
really
for
want to touch upon
Republicans.
that.
Abortion still bad.
So I really want to touch on that because I liked most of what you said. Yeah, I'm of the mindset where it's like I'm not pro-life in the sense of like are most people where it's like anti-choice. I am pro-life in the sense that like I don't want people to abortions, but if they feel that it is necessary and they are in a situation where that child would grow up in poverty because poverty is hell. Then that in that case, that's perfectly understandable. I think we can do a lot to limit the amount of abortions that are had, and Brian brought that up. Planned Parenthood or sex education, better sex education, stronger sex education, free contraception. Like those are things that we can do to limit the amount of abortions that are had. Not only that, but we could increase the social safety net, make it easier to lift yourself out of poverty from government programs and things like that. And people have less abortions because less people are in poverty.
Okay. CTD, I sense that you wanted to get on this. If you don't want to, I understand. But did you want to say something?
I just kind of like to close out the night.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it's 12:30 here, so
here we go.
Oh yeah,
the
for sure.
rag on me. Here
This
we
is
go.
the last topic. I was going through closing thoughts.
yeah. So I'll just kind of hit it off, I guess. On both sides of this thing, government involvement at the federal level specifically ends up having a whole lot of inks
We're talking
in it,
about
right?
Poland. What do you mean the federal
I really
level?
do feel like that this issue needs to be a lot closer to the constituents themselves so that the constituents inside of a state can decide that for themselves, right? And then that's where everybody else goes, oh, well, that's why we have to have it at the federal level, because if a state decides that they don't want to do it, right, then they should be forced to do it, right? Well, that's the same type of logic that has us involved in endless wars around the world, because then they go, oh, well, these people are over here getting killed, so now we have to go over there and tell people what to do. So it seems like the people that are the most authoritarian on it are the ones that want to control it more and then start advocating for more and more government in order to do that, right? And that is almost a reality of every single person that you see that advocates for more government, is that they want to be able to control other people, and they are using the government in order to do that, and they will do whatever it is that they need to do. They will justify it however they need to justify it in order to get the government to have that control.
No.
And it doesn't matter what the issue is. That's where I am philosophically consistent across the board, right?
Okay.
So,
Are you a Nazi?
Say again?
Are you a Nazi?
No. Okay.
How is it? This is one of those questions where
No, I love you, bro. I love you. You're not a Nazi.
He's not. No, he was not.
Yeah, I
No,
mean,
he was
I
not
love having these conversations about the government and its structure and what its impact should be on the people, and at what appropriate level is it that it needs to be at, right? And that's where it's really important to be pointing out the authoritarian rhetoric that people spit, because it doesn't matter what the issue is, you can tell how their mind is structured based on what type of power that they're trying to get over an individual's life, right? And that's why I really liked Brian's argument, was because he was rooting it in the individual, right? And that's really important, because the rest of the collective,
No, he wasn't.
in all cases, should be trying to protect the rights of the individual, because
Sir,
at
this
the
is
end
a
of the day,
Wendy's.
we're
That's what
all
I feel like right now.
individuals in this collective. So we should all be fighting for each other's rights, because that will ensure our own.
Okay. Let's go to Demon Moment. Demon Moment. We're sort of doing closing thoughts. So, and I know a lot was said. Did you have something to say? Something to add?
Yeah, I got a couple of things to say. Yeah, so the first thing I'm going to say is that I don't think that most conservatives, but especially the Law and Order party, gives a fucking shit about babies or individuals. I think what they care about is being able to control women and control sexuality, because they have this like devotion to some weird worldview where of dominance that usually involves strong patriarchal bonds and traditionalism. It's pretty much all across the board. I don't think any of their arguments hold up. Otherwise, they would care a whole lot more about social programs. They would care a whole lot more about individual liberty, but they don't. They never do. In my mind, I do agree with CTV on that one thing. I don't know what he was talking about for the rest of the time, but at one point he did say that a lot of governments are sort of obsessed with control, and I do agree that that's the case. I think that most of the abortion argument boils down to attempting to assert control over people who've been increasingly liberated, people who might disagree with you in some ways, and I think there's just increasing justifications that say, you know, that people come up with to try and justify asserting their worldview over someone else's, you know, by sidestepping morality or sidestepping philosophy, by making the conversation impossible to actually have about policy or about differing viewpoints. So yeah, I think that's the case. I think a lot of this is again used by large far-right organizations to create moral panics in which they garner power. I think this has been used historically over and over again. If you research how far-right governments work, they usually seize on some sort of moral panic, whether it's abortion or Jewish people or whatever. They freak out about something and then they make it a big deal. Usually a mixture of them all. I think it wouldn't matter if you know, these sort of laws would have any positive effect, but they don't. They simply don't. The situation is worse. There's no 2% reduction. There is a severe infringement of people's like actual ability to live out their own moral principles with no benefit besides conveniently instituting traditionalist structures of moral and social control. And I think that really should be the focus. And I don't know. I think this was definitely a very interesting case study in women on panels. I just wanted to make a small note that my question did not get answered until it was restated by a man. Yeah, by a man. Yeah. Interesting how that always works. And it's almost every panel too. In fact, it's so common on these spaces that my chat literally has a bingo card. And I'm guessing a lot of people got bingo tonight. So congratulations to all the bingo winners on the rampant misogyny and disrespect category. Should be really fun. Hey, there we go. We got a bingo. Yeah, there we go. The bingos are coming out. So yeah, anyway, thanks for having me on. It was very, very interesting talking to some of these interesting fellows. I wouldn't call them gentlemen, but yes. Thanks for having me on, and I've had a very good time.
Not a problem. Okay, and I did want to throw it over to Polar's World because I don't think I've heard from Polar's or Brento. So yeah.
Is this like closing statements? And
yeah.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I'll
so
say maybe.
Stated my position on this. I think, you know, ethics are important, but Demon Mama does bring up a good like what's the actual practical application of this, and I think that's also really important. But I think I've made my thoughts on that very clear. I don't really harbor any ill will against anyone on this panel. Okay, no matter what shit is being thrown. But yeah, my name is Solar's World. I mean, I enjoyed this panel to a certain. I had some fun on it. My chat definitely had a lot of fun with it. So thank you, Wyatt, for having me on. Yeah, but hey, it was fun talking to everyone. Tiberius, I know you're not a big fan of philosophy. my
no. Oh.
Over here.
Oh.
I would not call
No, look, I just. I'm sorry.
It's almost over.
I probably should get back to this. But no, my name is Polar's World. I have some big stuff coming up for the new year. Project Polar is in the works. It's gonna be very cool, very big.
Oh yeah, I forgot to plug myself.
Wired for having me on. This is a really fun, like, first type of panel. I guess that's my spiel.
Thanks. Yeah. And Brento, I guess to finish this off, what's up? Closing thoughts on that segment? That particular topic, and then just in general, what's up?
I don't know. My closing thoughts were my opening thoughts, and you know.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think that Poland is like a fascist nation or anything like that. I think that's like
nah, it's all good.
I think that's hyperbole. I think that's going.
I'm sure they'll come over
too far to make the argument.
Nope, it is
into a sort of moral panic. I do feel like they shouldn't have made the law, and I will probably create some problems. I don't know. That's about as far as I could get on this one. But thank you for having me
It's
on.
very
This.
easy to look up.
It was great.
Poland is like
Yeah,
ridiculous.
this was a very
fascist.
interesting
No, it's
pilot episode.
ridiculously
I really hope
fascist.
I can do this again sometime. And yeah, but yeah, thank you very much for the panelists. I have shouted you guys all out in my chat. If you guys want to leave now, you certainly can. I'm not going to hold it against you. But yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Really appreciate it. It was a really good conversation.
Cool.
Yep, I'm just going to do some closing things with my stream, so I'm going to leave the chat now, but you guys can feel free to disagree in this Discord, or if you guys want to take it to a different Discord. I know there is a little bit of contention between some of you. So
yeah, if anyone wants to come by and have a talk afterwards, I'm going to be doing some streaming for a while, so the invite is open to everyone except for CTV. CTV, you got to go get some rest, dude. Got to sleep that off.
Polar running me over on the ethics. I'm sorry I don't like to have conversations that
No,
I'm
I
not
don't blame
equipped for, you bastard.
I don't blame you.
I love all of you. Take care.
Take
care. Huh?
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Cool.
You guys take care.
Bunga.
That was interesting. Let's get out of the call here.
Oh man. So like I thought I was actually
Right.
gonna like do a little bit of a closing
Oh,
thoughts there because
did he leave?
yeah. The big thing, at least for me, is like, you know, I'm more on the right wing, and if I just ethically shot at it, I'd actually be more on like the pro-choice side, but or no, I'm sorry, more pro-life side. However, I think that this is a wonderful example of like where that ideology, like
Oh,
where an
you missed-
ideology can go too
I don't
far,
know.
or an ethical code can go too far. Where
All right, we're getting out of here. I don't actually care. That was really interesting, wasn't it? Yeah. That was an interesting little time. The last half was rough. I mean, it was definitely fucked. Oh shit, the winter jam. Oh shit. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. We got some fun shit to do. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Come on, let's do this. Let's see what we got here. Oh shit. Oh, I fucked it up. Here we go.
Well, that was
Wait,
I'm sorry. No, hold on. No, I'm so sorry. Did I hurt your guys' feelings? Let me just say.
Yeah, Polar.
Well, that was.
That's so good. Yeah, Polar's fine. I like Polar. I like Polar's a lot. So fucking good. Yeah, so Polar's really cool. Polar's a little libby in my opinion, but I like Polar in general. Yo! Yo, this is so cool. Look at that. Look at that. Me. I'm on the screen. Got a TV for a Christmas gift, and one of the first things first, watch my favorite streamer, your Demon Mama, on the big screen. Yeah! Fuck, thank you. So cool. So fucking nice. Thank you so much. Yeah. This was a very interesting experience, to say the least. If Brian was presupposing that everything has the ability to have a future, then that runs counter to the theory, because you're depriving a woman of her potential future if the child is born. This is literally a paradox. I didn't understand that argument. I'll be completely honest. I have no fucking clue what he was talking about. It doesn't matter. We were like, this is what they always do. This is what fascists always do. They won't just answer if they think it's good or bad. They just do this thing. Well, if you really think about it this way, maybe if you use the ethical framework of meta-ethical post-Sternarian, blah, 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 come up with some fucking bullshit, pull shit out of their ass. And then I'm just like, well, we're talking about Poland, though. Like, I get it if you want to, like, try and, like ground up your axioms or whatever, but it was stupid. Conservatives were unbearable. Yeah. Yeah, which is I don't know. It's so fucking stupid. Breeder logic. I was the only one to actually talk about Poland. Yeah, I know CTV didn't know where he was, let alone what Poland was. He ran out of copium. Dude, Brian got so pissed at the end. I hope he comes by. Yeah, he was doing it. So it's a bunch of Destiny arguments. Like that guy, like, I know he saw my debate because he was like, you're a Vosh watcher. I'm like, how do you fucking know that? Rain Tannic? So many people interrupted you. I've never seen that happen to somebody. Oh, I don't know. I mean, it does seem to happen a lot. I mean, well, it literally happens every panel. It's to the point where it's a meme. It could be that. 80% sure Brian is a Nazi. Yeah. Maybe. Only based people watch Vosh. True. Actually, Vosh has a lot of haters that watch him. It's every panel. I'm not kidding you. Every single panel, Rain Tanic, this happens. Wait, really? You do? There we go. Unmuted. This one was way heavier than last time. Yeah, this was really bad. Yeah, it's never not happened. Every single panel I go on, this happens extreme. Like, to an extreme. Except for the women's panels. Let's take a look. I'm looking at YouTube chat. I'm looking at YouTube chat. Hearts! Yay! Love from the YouTube chat. Yay! Look at all those hearts. Holy shit. This is so sweet. Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope you all are having a good time. It was a little bit of a weird... Oh, cool. Wait, it did a combo. I didn't know that Streamlabs would auto combo. That's fucking awesome. Poopies. Who put poopies in there? Oh, much love to all of you. Thank you so much. Big love. Ice cream poopy. That's nasty. That's gross, Coco. Aw. Well, much love to all of you as well. There we go. I fire a heart. Yay! That's a lot of combo! Whoa! Damn! 13. I'm feeling the love. I'm definitely feeling the love. Yeah, it is. It's kind of weird. You know, if I have an idea for a social experience, what if I, someone who no one really knows or pretends to be a cis guy and goes on one of these panels and literally just have you somewhere telling me what to say? I don't know. Well, okay, let me just point out. When the mod, a dude, restated my question, they all fucking answered. Little weird how that worked, huh? Notice I couldn't get a line in, and they were literally so aggro on me that they wouldn't even let me finish, and it was so bad that everyone else on the panel called them out on it. It wasn't like this is just crazy demon mama. No, I was quite in, you know, I'm like quite in my path, you know? What? Yeah, until he cut in, and then he restated my question, and they answered it. Yeah. Oh, you're not live? Oh, it's okay. Don't worry, MP3, okay? It's all good. Why aren't there more women on Twitch politics? Well, guess what? There's going to be more. Because when under obscene circumstances breeds tough as nails women, and a lot of us aren't fucking taking this shit anymore. So, yeah. Aw, well, I hope nobody would, well, I haven't smoked in 2 years, but I need to smoke after that. I mean, I feel you. I wouldn't recommend smoking if it's not good for you. Well, thank you. I mean, Miles, like, part of it is practice. Remember, I've been doing these panels. I haven't, because it's never been, like, okay, the one that I did, I think, Dylan timed one. He timed the one with Redneck, and Redneck out-talked me by, like, 5 or 6 minutes. Yeah, nobody ever bullies me online, yeah. I mean, the thing is, I don't care. Like, I mean, I don't care other than that it's very disrespectful and annoying. Like, it's not like it bothers my feelings. I don't fucking give a shit about these people. I don't even know who these people. Live action, yeah, he was completely just fucking fantasy footballing it. Yeah, Redneck blew himself out. That was... do you all remember the moment when I told Redneck, like, the best thing that you could possibly do is quit out of this debate, just no show? That would save you more face than continuing? It's true. One of the most affirming but frustrating things. People already talk over me, but boy, getting patronized is real. Yep. Yep. Wild shit. Wild shit. Albiism. Yeah, albiism. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, I do think so, but also he's like more malicious than CTV. CTV is just fucking fried. Well, it doesn't work because they will literally scream over you and nobody can hear it. what you have to do is, like, sometimes you can overpower them, but most of the time they will get so fucking worked up over it, they'll literally scream over you. I mean, that was the thing. Demon. We saw the demon thing. What was the other one? The one that was Rob Nor, where he was like, that one. They do that all the time. They'll literally just scream over you. Oh yeah, ableist joke. Oof, that was a little bit fucked. Yeah, I know. The funny thing, before I introduced you, I would have been able to debate without caring, but now I would cry as soon as somebody raised their voice to me. It turned you into such a girly girl. That's okay. It can do that. Just embrace their image of you? No way. I blow them out by keeping calm. Do you know how much it upsets them? Did you see Brian's face at the end of that? Did you see how fucking upset that guy was? He was like, seriously fucking, that dude was steaming. He was steaming, and that's just because I'm sitting here and I'm just because it doesn't bother me anymore. Remember, I've been doing this exact content for over a year. Just this, and I've been debating for a lot longer than that. Yeah, he was like, yeah, exactly, Windleby. True. Yeah, it was fucking wild. That shit was wild. They hate it when you don't crumble. Yeah, it was really funny. Let's see here. Yeah, and the thing is, I like activate and do my little dunks. Yeah. Let's see. I'm just checking my DMs real quick. Interesting. Let's take a look here. Hold on, I'm reading an interesting one. Hey, good night, Polly. Hampter. Too compulsively polite for this shit, so I'm glad I can live vicariously. Well, that's what I do it for, right? We're not all built for the same stuff. You all can watch me do the debates, and you got your own specialties. Hampter. Oh, shit. Okay. Hey, Leaf, let's talk about this on Friday. Okay. Let's talk about this on Friday. I would like to do a Hampter emote on the Discord. In a 1v5. Hey, guess what? I've done that. Human Bean. It's up on my YouTube channel. It's called 6v1 Libs versus Leftist. Yep, I went against 7 Libs once, including Polar World. It's a wild bloodbath, and it was really funny. Let me see. Does anybody... hold on. Let me see if I can get the link to that. Here, I'll get the link, because it was funny as fuck. That was so funny. Yeah. Let me get the linky. Let me get the linky. The linky? I get it for you. Give me 1 minute. Lib Horde. Yeah, it was a Lib Horde. It was a 6v1. Where is it here? Chud Night, Lib Night. Hold on. 6v1. I could give some advice. Yeah, I want to do that. Hey!
My roommate said I was too radical for watching your streams, so here's to being even more radical by donating to the cause. Love
Thank
your
you, oh my
streams.
goddie. That's so awesome. Based. I'm glad I'm too radical. Scaring them. Here we go. Here's the links, by the way. There you go. That's the link. Six libs versus 1 leftist. Demon Mama is the champ. Classic. Any advice for really antisocial peeps to get better at debating? I can only yell politics at my griller partner for so long. Okay. Hey, good night, Jamie Daggers. I hope you have a great night. Yeah. Can you DM them to me, Demon Lord? Can you DM them to me on Discord? Yes, please do, Max. That would be so cute. That would be so cute. Yep, that's true. I agree. That's exactly what I was talking about, True Leveler. I 100% agree. They want to distract with a red herring so they don't have to say that they agree with the Nazi party. How do you DM on Discord? Just click on my name and it should say send a message. Oh my god, let me take a look. Let's take a look.
Nugget wants to wish you a nice holiday.
Oh, you'll have fun. Let's go. I'm going to the link. I'm trying. I'm going to the link. It's not loading. It's not loading. Oh, Nugget! Nugget. I pet Nugget. Pet Nugget. Pet. Yee. The linky. That's so good. Yay. Thank you so much, Piftle Cakes. Thank you so much. Nugget detected. I love Nugget. So many Nugget. Yeah, look at this. Like, I've been doing panel debates since the beginning of the year. Okay, so let me address some of the questions. I want to address Fableism's question first. Real quick. Thank you for the nugget. Okay. So, first, ways to get better. The first thing that you can do to get better is watch streams and take notes of when you think someone is effective and why you think they're effective. If you start taking notes, you'll start to train your brain to watch for good rhetoric, and also you'll start training your brain to treat it as like a spectator. See, one of the things that I do, and like a lot of people do this, is that when I'm in a debate, I think about how all of you are seeing me. And as a result, and I know that Vosh has talked about something similar, but I think a lot of performers like do that, and we're all performers. I believe that very much so. Like, that's not to say that like I'm lying. I am just like this IRL in a lot of ways. I am very much bombastic. I argue a lot. I can be really intense. I'm not usually nearly as mean, but that's because I usually don't debate them. But it's very good to be able to like put yourself in a mental place where it's like you're watching yourself on camera. OBS actually helps with this, in my opinion, because you can actually see yourself and you can kind of think about, okay, how am I going to deliver my message in a meaningful way to the people I'm going up against and to the audience? And that's watching and observing and taking notes gets you into that moment. A lot of it is being able to train your brain to think in those social settings. And it can actually be very soothing. In fact, you can learn over time to become calm even in the heat. And that's really good. It does take some practice, but that's usually the first step. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Demon Lord. I appreciate that. I'll take a look over them. IRL, I have the hiding behind my parents type energy. To be honest, I'm 22. That's okay. Listen, not everyone is a debater type. But if it's something you're interested in, for the record, no, I mean, the thing is, I've been in a lot of debates. Now you hide behind me. Well, yeah, that's fine. I mean, listen, not everyone is meant to be a debater, but if it's something that interests you, when I was in high school, I was really antisocial for a while. For like years, I barely said anything. And it just took me learning some skills and meeting people from a lot of different places that I slowly and surely realized that like communication is a skill that you can basically practice at and you can study. And as you study it, it becomes less scary because it's something you can study. And once I realized that, it sort of set me on the path to learn how to do customer service stuff, then to learn how to do sales, and then once I left sales because I fucking hated that shit, it taught me to learn how to write better, and then it taught me ultimately how to do this. Good at staying calm. I'm always watching streams. The note-taking is a really good idea. Yeah, it's really good. Literally, I have this notebook, and I have entire pages of notes. Let me see here. Some of these were from the beginning of the year. Let me see here. Yeah, a lot of these notes were from the beginning of the year, and I have notes on Sean's bell curve video. I have notes on... I have like 3 pages of notes on that. I have multiple notes on Destiny debates that I've watched, on Vosh debates that I've watched, I think I have notes on a Jangles debate in here. Yeah, lots of notes. It's my little book. It's my little book. Do these debates affect your mental health at all? If so, how do you cope? Most of these types of debates don't, but certain ones do, and they used to more in the past. They used to affect me more in the past, before I sort of realized that, like, okay, this is gonna sound really grim, but when I realized that discrimination and prejudice was going to be a part of my experience, when I realized that that was guaranteed to be something that I was going to be dealing with, and I accepted that and just said, yep, I know that I'm going to engage with this, it stopped surprising me as much, and then I became stronger to it. Because, like, it sucks, but you have to realize that, like, note to self, how did it feel to see Milo cry? Very, very good. Indeed. Yeah, indeed. So, yeah, it's a very sad reality, but, like, it's made me stronger. I go into debates expecting to have people blow up on me and treat me unjustly based on who I am. And I think that's a realistic and borne out in data. And if I ever need to, I could, and I do. Sometimes I'll check a debate to see, just to do a sanity check on myself. And I'll go back and watch and I'll go, yep, I wasn't wrong. These people were really fucking unfair to me for this reason. And doesn't mean I never do bad things. There's all kinds of debates I watch and go, I could have done that better. But that's a different question, you know? So that certainly helped. And then with regard to, like, coping, I think that, like, the ways that I deal with and the way that I've come to, like, have a healthier mental state is much more to do with, like, taking time off. Oh, enjoy very much. We'll see you soon, Ziggy. I give myself plenty of space. I take days where I go and play video games, and I ask for help from people when I need it. That's really important, to be able to ask people that you trust for help when you need it. Like, I mean, my partners help me, my community helps me, my mods help me, and I know that, like, I'm not alone, and that helps a lot. Yeah, that's mostly how I do it. It's a little hard. Do you think it's possible for you to ever get to a point where you're too cynical, resulting from the amount of times people are awful to you on panels, end up thinking someone is being bad faith towards you when they're not really? Oh yeah, I've done that. I've done that before, Lawboy. I think anybody could do that. I mean, I feel like I did that with Endernax a little bit. To be fair, Endernax was kind of really rude to me at times, but I did also jump the gun on Endernax, and I admitted that. I admitted that after the fact, and still do to this day, as you see right now. I think I jumped the gun on Endernax because a lot of the stuff that I identified with him was kind of unfair. And as it turns out, he's not nearly as evil or bad as I thought he was. But I kind of jumped the gun. Yeah, it can happen, for sure. But the goal is to be able to, like, the goal is to be able to maturely analyze your biases and be willing to be wrong sometimes. And I know I'm wrong sometimes. So it's no big deal for me to admit it. Yeah, that can be fine. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the nature of contention, right? Part of contention is being able to block and whatnot. Sometimes you're gonna get a little too defensive. Yeah, it's a back and forth. But yeah, as long as you can analyze your biases, as long as you can take it on the chin when you're wrong, it's pretty good. What can we do to improve the experience for people who might have to expect hate on the internet for who they are? Is there anything we can do soon, or will it have to be a several-decade cultural shift? Oh, no. There's definitely things we can do right now. 100%. Some of the things we can do right now, well, you're doing it. Like, I get a lot of hate, but I also get a lot of genuine love and support from my friends. Also, another thing that we can do is we can work to provide spaces where people who are at risk of hate can control their space. For example, because I have my own Discord and my own chat and my own mod team, I experience significantly less fear and frustration from the amount of hate that I get. Simply because I know that I have a community that does care about me, that watches out for one another, and not just for me. They watch out for one another. That's fucking great. So yeah, there's a lot of things you can do. You can participate by looking out for your, like, in good faith looking out for your community members by, you know, sticking up for one another, by normalizing defending one another from really, really cruel behavior. If you see hate, you can fight against that. There will always be some level of bigotry, but we can fight against it. You can say, hey, that's not fucking cool. You know? It does actually help over time. Some of it's going to be down to a cultural shift, but a lot of it just comes from building stronger communities and mutually, both streamers and their communities being willing to say, yeah, you know what? I'm actually gonna take care of people. Support networks are extremely important in current circumstances, as well as education on how to cope. Yes. Researching understanding on how to how people deal with their emotions is an incredibly good thing to do. I agree 100%. Oh, and also, I have a therapist. I'm very lucky in that I don't have to pay for a therapist, and there are some people who will be in the same situation. If you can get a good therapist, it can be amazing. Like, my therapist is an older gay guy who has been there. He has been there. He has experienced hate. He lived through a big chunk of, like, the AIDS epidemic. Really fucking amazing guy. Doesn't pass judgment. When I tell him, like, fuck, I've been experiencing a lot of transphobia, he understands and he listens. And that's amazing to know that there's somebody else out there who understands. Let's take a look, Max. Let's take a look. I want to take a look, Max. Let's do it. Oh my god! Oh my god! Can I show this? I think I can. I think I can show that. This. Amazing! Amazing! Max! Max! So amazing! I retweet. I do a retweet. Oh my god, Gamefish, I just saw your message. Amazing. Yay. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. It's just art, and there's no boobies. Holy shit. Oh. Oh, this is sad. Marek. I'm so tired of being treated like dog shit on here. Me not knowing something isn't an invitation to talk down to me or have hundreds of people jump down my throat. This is exhausting. Oof. Oof. I've been watching streams since July and being interactive with chat since September, as it's done a wonder for my isolation. Yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah. Did Marek have a rough time with Internax? I thought Marek said she had a good time with Internax, all things considered. I wonder what the quote tweets are on this. Damn. I don't know. There's probably a lot of people hating. I don't know what the context is. Marek had a rough time. That's fine. Yep, I agree. Oh my god, that's so good. Rain, you did a drawing of Marek. That's so cool. Dylan hosted it. It was last week's Hippy Dippy Showdown. Do you think that all conservative policy comes from their own insecurities? It seems like they focus a lot on control. I think a lot of it does, yeah. I think a lot of it does. Right-wing worldviews are mostly about domination and control and much less about the justifying ideologies behind them. They will find basically any excuse to be in power. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, Marek does deserve better. I think Marek's been mistreated, honestly. I think that people treat her like shit on Twitter. Yeah. Yo, that would be so cool, Rain. Oh, that would be so cool. Yeah, people be hating sex workers. Yep, there's a lot of them. A lot of people who just hate sex workers. It's fucking exhausting. Fucking tiring as shit. So I don't know. That was an interesting debate, huh? I love that nobody took me up on my offer afterwards. Fucking cowards. Motherfucking cowards. Cowards. I don't see any cowards. Of course not. All of them run. Merrick is very nice. I really like Merrick a lot. It's actually really interesting. People who are ingrained in right-wing ideologies are more likely to be diagnosed with mental disorders like anxiety or depression, but they're less likely to self-report it. That is very true. Do they even know they look like cowards? They don't care. They're just too scared. Their fear has taken them. What's my D&D character? I don't have a D&D character right now. I've had a couple. Actually, you know what? Cool. Let's do some Demon Mama lore. Let me tell you about some of the characters I've played. Syl was one of the first characters I ever played. Syl was a deva of the god of trade and commerce. And she was like literally like an anarchist, basically. Probably at that time, I unintentionally played her a little bit more like a libertarian ANCAP than I would have desired. But was a deva of the god of trade, equality, and commerce. And I was not like super into I wasn't like super intelligent about politics. I had just left my religion, but I was like very much focused on the liberty of that character. My deva was really fucking cool. I loved her. She was highly principled, and she had a long-standing in-game love affair with a sex worker that she fell in love with. And oops, that was dramatic. And so yeah, so that was funny. I have indeed pen nest main. I have. Then I played Durin. Durin was a dragonborn. So Syl was a 4th edition character. Durin was also a 4th edition character. Durin was a dragonborn witch who had a huge hat with a big purple feather in it. And he was the last of the black dragon eggs that had been found, and he was raised by dwarves. So he was raised from birth by dwarves. So he was like culturally dwarven in basically every single way. I didn't actually have the hat, but yeah. But Durin was like raised by dwarves, so he's very culturally dwarven. But nobody saw him that way because he was a dragonborn. And he was a witch who had a flair for the performative. So he would always, his magic was always louder than it was supposed to be. He would always come up with ways of like stupid ways of making a show out of fights. Like, for example, one time, like the way that he came up with attacking a bandit camp was to like conjure a fireworks dragon and set all of their tents on fire while using a booming voice spell to speak as if he was the spirit of like a returning dragon. And so it like terrified all of the bandits. He came up with an idea to become murder ghosts, where they would lie and tell a fable of they would tell fables of these murderous ghosts, and it was really just the D&D party trying to upset the political balance. And so he would spread tales while he traveled around of like these murder ghosts that would punish any bad people. And it got increasingly complex, and he was making costumes for them for everyone to dress up in so that they would be the murder ghosts. Yeah, he was super, super showy. Also, because he was so big, before he joined the party, in his backstory, he would walk around with a gem crafting cart that he would pull himself. He had no horses, so he would just strap it to his back and just run across places with a big gem crafting cart. And then he would sell gems. That was what he would do. He would cut gems and sell them and sell jewelry and stuff. I loved that character. He was really cool. Oh yeah, he also had a pet disembodied hand that would run around and spy on things. that one of my feats that I took was that I could listen through my hand. So that I would have the hand like hide under tables and listen to conversations, or climb up in like a rafter and listen in on conversations. It was super cool. I played well, I usually would then after that, like I would DM a lot, and I had a lot of original characters that when I DM'd. Probably the most famous was a character that I really loved named Ventus. And in fact, Ventus was basically Zagreus from Hades. Ventus was like a well-meaning, like kind of charismatic pretty boy who never found his place in the world. He was incredibly good at sword fighting, but not much else. And basically, his dad was basically like, oh, you're never gonna make it as like a leader or a lord, so just here, take some gold and go travel and learn some shit around the world. Basically was just like, get him out of the house. Ventus was his name was Lord Ventus, and he had very, very wild, like brown hair. And he was a womanizer, kind of, not in a bad way, but like he didn't have a whole lot of, he had attachment issues, so he would fuck people and ghost them. It was pretty bad. I wouldn't say he was a womanizer. That's not the right word, but you know what I mean. Like he had a lot of like really shallow relationships until much later in the campaign, at which point he fell in love with the owner, a sorceress who was the owner, a heretic sorceress who was the owner of a brothel, and they fell in love with one another, and it changed his life, and he finally became somewhat lordly. He learned about responsibilities and how to care about people and how to maintain a standing relationship. And he also had a really good relationship with one of the other characters in the game, like a proper bromance. It was really good. Would I ever consider doing a D&D session or game with some of the mods? Maybe. It's a lot of work, and it's been a long time since I've run one, but maybe. Oh, I love your characters, Fawn. Let me think. Some of my other characters. Oh yeah. Do you want to hear one of my characters that I wrote for the lore of my world? One of my favorite characters? For my campaign that I wrote, I came up with a whole pantheon. Oh yeah, there's a ton of work in it. I wrote a campaign for over a year that I ran with 6 players. A lot of work. Yeah. Yeah, so in my pantheon, I had a lot of I love making pantheons. I love making religions. So, yeah, that's fair. Let's see. Oh yeah, so the character that I made up was a god whose name was the Mire King. Okay, ready? The Mire King. The Mire King was a chaotic god whose appearance was more or less what he looked like. He looked like he had the face of a crow and glimmering eyes, and his body was hard to tell if it was feathers or fabric, but it was like some strange mixture of feathers and fabric. And he was not recognized by any current worlds, and yet people knew he existed, especially the elves. The elves were very aware that he existed. And he had this one thing where, like, for a long time, like, one of his, like, signature things is that until you had earned his graces, you would never see his face. So you would see a figure, but no matter which way you walked around him, his face would turn away from you being able to see it. You wouldn't be able to see his face, and until you had earned his respect. The Mire King was in my world. So there was a big, like, one of the okay, this is kind of complicated, but one of the storylines of my world was basically there was a Jehovah-like god, like a god like the God of the Bible, who had functionally usurped all other gods by granting humans a unique power, and he sort of erased the history of many other gods. Yeah, that's totally valid, Fawn. 100%. Like in real life? What do you mean like in real life? Yeah, basically. Yeah, actually, yes, like in real life. But anyway, there was this god called the Overgod, was what he called himself. He was the god of all things. And he had convinced the Overgod convinced humans that they were created by him. But they weren't. He's like the God Eater from Marvel. I don't know the God Eater. But the Overgod convinced humans that the All God, the Overgod. Again, he convinced humans that they had been created by him. And there was this whole thing in my campaign that was all about, there was an Odin-like god. The Allfather, like an Odin Allfather character, was actually there. Actually, fuck it. I'm just going to tell you the lore. You want some lore? Here we go. Ready? Let me tell you what I wrote for the lore. Okay. Here was how the Pantheon was created. In the beginning, there was nothing. And then there was the Allfather. And the Allfather was a proud worksman. He was obsessed with creating things, with setting order to the universe that was full of chaos. And the Allfather was not really a bad guy, necessarily. He was just very interested in setting up the world and setting up the universe. So he built planets, he forged stars, he created black holes and all kinds of things. And then he created children. He created them out of the elementary materials of the universe. He made these dolls, and he breathed his own life into these dolls. And these dolls became the other gods. And there were many different gods that were around at the time. They were little dolls that came to life. These became more or less his children. All of his children were capable of creating things on their own, except one. So all of there was I don't have all the names out anymore that I would have to memorize. I don't even remember all of the lore. It was so long ago. But he, like, for example, he created a god of fire and justice, and that god ended up creating the demons, and all kinds of stuff like this. One of his children was incapable, seemingly, of creating life of his own, and he tried many times. He tried and tried again, and he couldn't succeed at creating life. And over time, he grew frustrated because even though he wasn't treated any worse than his siblings, he was frustrated and jealous of their ability to create life. He was jealous of them. And so one day, he snuck into, oh, you like the lore? Yeah, well, thank you. Maybe we'll do something with it. Anyway, so this god, this child god, snuck into his father's workshop and stole some of the incomplete gods that were being made by the Allfather, who has many names. He has many names. He's the dad who built shit. While this child was in this creation place where the dolls that were breathed life were created, there were all these unfinished gods, and he was taking them and he was trying to make them work for him. And as a result, he was creating creatures that were incomplete, that were not able to live, that were suffering. And while he was doing that, the Allfather returned to find him corrupting these dolls. And the Allfather saw that there were these abominations that had been created, these horrible suffering creatures that had been made so hastily. And in his anger, he picked up a sword and he chopped his own son's head off. And what ended up resulting is that the universe was so disgusted by this action, by the fact that he would lash out at his child and that his child would create such horrible suffering that it cried out in protest. The universe itself screamed out in protest, and it actually caused a cataclysm within this workshop, destroying the Allfather entirely, destroying all of the bits of the gods and nearly destroying his child, except for his child's head, which went on, embedded with pieces of the corrupted gods he had created. And this created what would later become known as the Overgod. This sort of bitter, malignant, and evil entity, literally pockmarked with dead god fetuses in his face. Like his face had holes with dead gods embedded in it. Became basically a floating planet over time. As his living head drifted through space, he slowly accumulated matter. And in fact, over time, the god fetuses in his, embedded in him rose in undeath. So there were undead, like, primordial gods that don't have, like, intelligence. They're just monsters of great power roaming across the surface of his head as a planet. And what he realized was that one of his siblings, now as he sort of drifted through space, he reached out with his mind and found many other creations of his siblings, right? And some of them were too far away for him to influence, and others were not. His younger brother, the only younger sibling he ever had, the Mire King, was very successful at creating life. The Mire King was not very much respected by his siblings because he was furtive, private, weird, and kind of gross. He lived like the world that he chose, like the world he chose to inhabit was a realm, like a swamp realm full of giant bugs that he created and all kinds of weird, grody little creatures that he liked. Yeah, weird, gross, furtive pygmy, a little boy god who had like weird tastes, basically, you can imagine. And but he was very good at making life, and he made some of the most incredible life you could possibly imagine. So, you know, he created insects. He created dragons. In fact, his first creation, well, because I wrote this, nuts, I created it. So he basically he created dragons. Wait a second, I'll tell you in just a second. You're almost there, Windleby. His first major creation was the dragons, and they were really amazing. The dragons were incredibly intelligent, incredibly magically capable, but they weren't good at working with one another. The dragons were really like sort of antisocial and weak to their own emotions. So dragons naturally can just control magic like nothing else. In fact, like dragons would be known to lure their prey in using illusion magic and then eat them. All kinds of things. The dragons were geniuses of magic, just naturally talented. Also, incredibly powerful themselves. But they were very irrational creatures. They were angry, and very few of them could overcome their emotions. So the dragons fought with one another all the time. They preyed on other creatures. They fought with the elves, a creation, the elves which were very different than like other elves. But the elves were but yes, they could use magic. And in fact, I'll get into this. We'll go right into the lore. I'll tell you all this shit. This is really fun. I'll get into this a little bit. But the dragons were, again, they struggled to overcome their own emotions and their own anger, their own petty squabbles. They were territorial. And again, they fought with the elves. The elves were a creation of the Mire Kings, one of the Mire King's older siblings, a god of life, functionally. The most successful creator god. A god who created a thing called the Emerald Wind. The Emerald Wind, it was a self-propelling entity that would float through space and seed certain types of life all over different planets. So while the Mire King was incredibly talented at crafting life, there was one god who was better, and that was the Verdant god, the god of the green, the god of the Emerald Dream. Of the Emerald Wind, sorry. Emerald Dream is from WoW. And dragons could be understood to functionally be demigods. They were incredibly powerful. And they were at war with the elves for an incredible amount of time. Like an unbelievable, like eons that the dragons and the elves were fighting one another. You know, just squabbling back and forth, sometimes taking territory, sometimes burning, whatever. Like, they fought for a long time. Then, the Mire King created another group of life, which was the Ravens. And the Ravens, he took away the magical abilities of the dragons. He made them smaller, and he made them very smart. But the mistake was that, I mean, they were dragon-like. They were tiny little feathery dragons. They looked like him. He made them kind of in his image. But despite being smart, they were, once again, too easy to become beast-like. They just often would resort to just eating fucking nuts and flying around. Although they were smart, they didn't have any magical capabilities. They couldn't really survive in any other way except to become much like all kinds of other wild creatures that were created by the Emerald Wind. The Emerald Wind basically created most of what we understand to be beasts. The Emerald Wind would go through and create plants and beasts that would eat the plants, and these sort of cyclical, like what we understand as nature. And there are a few other things, like, for example, the crows, the ravens. The ravens were created by the Mire King in sort of emulating his older sister's creations. And he considered them a success, but not exactly what he wanted. So he tried again. And that was when he created humans. Interactions between ravens and dragons. That was in the campaign. We handled that in the campaign, which I'll talk about in a minute. But his final creation was humans. Now, with humans, he figured, well, I don't want to give them the incredible physical strength of the dragons, and I don't want them to become corrupted by magic as easily, but I would like them to be able to use magic. But what I would love them to be able to do is figure shit out. And so he created humans who had an immense potential for intelligence and cooperation. And that didn't go so well, unfortunately. Because as soon as he created the humans, right after he created the humans, a war between demons and elves broke out. And during this war, the elves figured out a lot of ways to kill dragons by learning from demons. There was a huge war, a three-way war between demons and dragons and elves. And humans got enslaved by the demons. In fact, an aspect of tyranny, a giant demon the size of a mountain, materialized on the planet and enslaved so many humans to its will that it was able to empower itself using their souls. Didn't he make beings with the intelligence of humans and the magical? Why didn't he make beings with the intelligence of humans and the magical and physical strength of dragons? We'll see about that. Because they would be overpowered then, and he wasn't really interested. Anyway, we'll talk about that. There was a reason for that. You know, he's not, the thing is, these gods aren't all-knowing, you know, so he may not have, you know, the idea is that he couldn't figure out how to give them all of that power in one being. Otherwise, he'd basically just be cloning himself. You know, he is a being with the intelligence of humans, magical and physical strength. But you can't just gods can't just one-to-one recreate themselves. So it was out of his scope. You know, these gods are not all-powerful, unlike, you know, biblical gods. So humans became enslaved. Now, many of them became enslaved by demons. Other humans became enslaved by giants, by, you know, primordial creatures, some of them by, you know, dark spirits. Humans had a initial tendency. They were so scared and they were so physically weak. Some of them even worshiped dragons, believe it or not. Some of the humans even worshipped dragons. So yeah, time went on, the Meyer King watched from a distance to see how things would play out. And then some real weird shit happened. Yeah, some real weird shit happened. First, the elves started to win the war against demons because a demon betrayed another demon. A great, powerful demon was betrayed by another one, and this tipped the favor in the way of the elves. And soon enough, in what seemed like a blink of an eye, the demons had been almost completely eradicated, which meant that the elves, greatly grown in power, could now return to fighting the dragons. And then something even stranger happened. Hey!
This lore deserves a novel or video game. But aside from that, I love and appreciate your content. It's amazing seeing a LGBTQ person thrive in this space. 20.
Yay! Thank you so much, Ziggy. Thank you. Yeah. So what was I saying? Oh yeah. So another thing happened, and this is where it gets really complicated. You ready? The Overgod, that rotten god of pockmarked undeath, discovered humans, and he identified them as creations of his younger brother, the Meyer King. And he realized how easily fooled they were, how much they wanted to worship a greater being, how scared they were of the world that they had been put into. And so he reached out to them and offered them power. He offered a king. There was a small tribe of humans that had not been enslaved, that was more or less had been geographically separated from a lot of these conflicts. And of course, this happened after the demons fell. Many humans just found themselves with no masters. Some of them became the thralls to, like I said, giants or, nature gods of some sort, nature spirits. Others worshipped the remaining dragons. And a final small and very, very simple kingdom of humans was contacted by the Overgod. And he presented himself as just that, a god of light, a god of unbelievable power, who could bring the dead back to life, who could heal wounds. Amazing. And he appeared as a brilliant star in the sky. They saw him as an overbearing star, and he gave them a vision of a city of gold on top of a planet in distant space that they would someday be able to visit if they worked with him. And he would grant them an amazing power. He would grant them the ability to kill dragons. And they were like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Right? Right? The humans, they're distant from the elves. They've been enslaved by demons. And now they have a way to get a leg up on the dragons. So the king accepted. And he became the first paladin that ever existed in the world, wielding a flaming sword that could literally call upon the power of the Overgod to cleave the scales of dragons. He led his people southward into a land. Oh, I'm talking about the lore that I wrote for my D&D campaign. People got me into it, so I wanted to rant on about it. So this king, King Harold was his name. And King Harold took his people out of the mountains and marched south, conquering with ease every other human tribe that he... Oh, hey, no problem. Absolutely. Devious Chills, have a wonderful night. Thanks for being here. Yeah, Harold, the first paladin. It was actually Harold, like H-A-R-A-L-D. But yeah. And he marched with an army of paladins and priests that he was training to channel this power of this great god of light, the Overgod, whose symbol was an all-seeing eye shining with light. And he had been granted a vision that he would found the greatest city known to all mortal kind. And so he did that. He marched south and to the coast, where he found, seemingly as if by providence, a no, actually. I mean, yeah, it was war. Like, he conquered all kinds of people and built a giant kingdom, and then he built a city out of was basically, it was known as Whitestone. It was a strange, incredibly strong stone that was located on only one corner of the continent they were located on. So he moved down, and they, with using like wholly imbued tools, they cleaved this giant city out of the rocks overlooking the ocean, and became incredibly powerful. In fact, they were so powerful that the elves were like, wow, it would be a huge waste for us to fight with them. So, because I don't know what they were like, we don't know what type of magic they're wielding. They're wielding some burning light that can, like, that we don't have any defenses for. Let's just ally with them. So the elves, in the hopes of defeating the dragons, allied with the humans. And they taught the humans how to craft magical artifacts, like arcane artifacts, not holy artifacts, arcane, like the deep magic of the universe. And so then the first, like, well, I guess like the second great hero of humanity's past was born, the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight wielded a holy magic artifact. It was a lance that could not only did it like imbue him with an incredible amount of strength, but he could also, it had holy fire that would pierce through and kill dragons with ease. Like, he was so famous that he was he killed so many, lance. Yeah, he's holding Surf's lance. Yeah, so he had an armor set that was crafted by the elves, imbued with their magical runes, and then blessed by holy magic. But get this, now it's really weird. Humans weren't very good at magic, like elves were. Elves were so good at magic, they were so good naturally at arcane magic, that they had weaved dream roads where they could imagine a place that they wished to go to, and they could phase into a path that would take them to where they were going. They could just dream their way into another location. That's how good, naturally good at magic they were. Humans weren't that good at it. Human souls were not as strong and as tied deeply to the arcane ways as these elves were. Yeah, it was not exactly teleportation. They were the elven low roads, I think is what they're called, the elven dream roads. And they were basically paths and the cool thing about the elves is that over time, in order to make it easier for people to do this, it was fast travel. But what they did is the elves actually would build structures with magic items in the roads. Yeah, the hidden ways. That's a great way of putting it. I don't know if that's from something else, but basically, in order to make it easier for following generations of elves, they would build magical structures in these dream roads that would make it easier for them to find their way through. And so over time, they built these well-established roads where they could just essentially flit through the woods and appear from one city in another city all across this place. It was really amazing. And so they taught humans basic magic, but it was very difficult. And so what the humans would do is, at this period of time, given that they wanted to be able to defeat the dragons, which had been, sort of terrorizing them for a long time, the Dragon Knight was like hailed as a hero. But I actually wrote a short story about the Dragon Knight where he hunts a dragon. And when he hunted a dragon, so here's the thing about the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight was a horrible person, a monster of a human being, just horrible. In fact, what he would do is there were orphanages run by the Church of the Overgod, and in the name of defeating the dragons, he would take squires from these orphanages, and he would basically teach them the basics of magic, and use them as expendable magic batteries. So what they would do is he would train all these squires to go out into battle with him when he would hunt a dragon. And the squires would have to channel magic. They were young kids, and they would have to channel magic to keep him hidden from the dragons. They would cloak him from the dragons while he rode out to go fight the dragons. And this was so taxing for them that they would often die in the process. Or they would be spotted by the dragon, and the dragon would torch them, and then he would kill the dragon. That's how hard it was for a lot of young humans to do magic at the time, because they only knew so much from the elves, and they weren't very good at it. But it was nothing to him. He didn't give a shit. What he cared about was killing dragons. No, lots of people thought it was strange. It was just justified. It was in the name of the Overgod. He was the holy warrior of the church. He was killing the dragons, which had killed so many humans. It was just a sacrifice, you see? And, the church didn't really ask a whole lot of questions about what he did, why they all died. They just thought it was a part of killing dragons. And eventually, he killed the last dragon. He went and fought an ancient black dragon, a massive monster of a dragon. And it was the dragon actually outwitted him by hiding underwater and popped out and lifted him up into the air. And what ended up happening was he stabbed the lance into the dragon's spine, and they both crashed to the ground. He was crushed, never seen again. And the last dragon was never seen again. They both died. And the humans were short a dragon knight, but there were no more dragons. All the dragons were dead as far as they knew. No, the dragons never fully came back, but there's more to it. Hey, I did have fun, Wired. It was great. The dragons never fully came back. There is a little bit of a twist there, but we'll get there. So with that said, the dragons being defeated, the elves were stunned. Wait a second. How the fuck did the humans kill all the dragons? We've been fighting the dragons for eons. Eons we've been fighting these dragons. And the humans just fucked them up? One guy killed like fucking 40 like clutches of dragons and like slaughtered all of their whelps and everything? They were like, oh shit. And so then they were like really scared because they realized, fuck, the humans are actually really, really strong and we don't know how to fight them. We don't actually know how to fucking fight them. And so they closed their borders. The elves whipped up a massive enchantment and enchanted all of their woods with a fog that would cause people to get lost. Unless you were an elf by blood, you would get lost in the woods no matter what. Like, imagine like Lost Woods kind of thing. But it was a fog where if you stepped off the path ever so slightly, you would immediately be lost. And you would start to get confused, and it would befuddle you until you died because you couldn't even figure out where you were or who you were anymore. And they put this curse over all of their woods, and then they recluded. Yes, they were very xenophobic. The elves were incredibly xenophobic. In fact, it was a big part of the story that there was a half-elf character who had to deal with the xenophobia of the elves. They were very, very xenophobic. But yeah, and they were isolationist. Every 10 years, however, they would send every decade, basically, they would send an emissary from their city to Whitestone, the city of the humans, so they could find out what the state of the world was, if the dragons had returned, how the humans were doing, etc., etc. And yeah, were there any case of hybrids? Yes, there were many of those. That did happen multiple times. And so in this, of course, the Mire King was devastated. His dragons were dead. And humans were worshiping a god completely who wasn't him, which he didn't care for. The Mire King never did anything for worship. The Mire King was not interested in worship, but he was saddened by the fact that humans had completely abandoned their core and were 100% of the belief that they belonged to the Overgod. And human life went on. Humans expanded their kingdoms, grew across the land. Their church grew in power. And they established a papacy, more or less, with a grand holy priest capable of unfathomable miracles. But there was something wrong. There was something deeply wrong. Because any time they tried to bring someone back from the dead, it went horrifically wrong. Really, really bad. And like, I mean, you try to bring a loved one back and they are raised as a zombie. Yes, he did. We'll get to that too. So, very weird. They couldn't fucking figure out why they couldn't bring people back from the grave. Like, they were like, well, they could, but they would be shells. They would be monsters. You know, aggressive zombies that wanted to devour flesh, ghouls. It was horrifying. So there was a taboo made against bringing things back from the grave, bringing people back from the grave. And that was where the campaign began. And the campaign had the characters more or less discover the true history of humanity. In fact, here was a really cool thing. They discovered how to bring people back from the grave. And the way that I did it, I'm a little proud of this, honestly. I'm a little proud of this flourish, was they had to do this huge thing where they went and discovered a whole bunch of ancient knowledge. And it turns out the way that you bring a human back from the grave is you need a flower that only grows from dragon's blood. You need the feathers of a crow. You need a piece of the human who died. And you need to know the actual incantation to summon the Mire King. And if you do those things, you could bring a human back for real. But no human on Earth, or very few humans, knew that dragons and crows and humans, like that any of them had any connection. Because, of course, the Overgod had erased that history. No one knew that dragons and humans were created by the same god. Nobody even knew that the Mire King existed, besides a few errant people who may have discovered that truth and died as hermits. You know what I mean? That sort of thing. And dragons were gone. And so there was a whole huge chunk where a beloved NPC named the Grey Knight. The Grey Knight was a really big guy who couldn't speak. His tongue had been cut out when he was younger. He became like a really beloved character, and he died in the course of the story, and they chose to try and resurrect him. And they did that by finding a flower that grew from dragon's blood, the crows of a feather, and his hand, and then they found out about the Mire King. But they also found out about the Overgod and what his intentions were. They did meet a lone dragon. And yes, this dragon had ascended the problems that his people had struggled with. Basically what happened is when the Dragon Knight stabbed the dragon, everyone assumed it died because he plummeted from the sky. He actually just paralyzed the dragon, and the dragon crushed him, but he kept living. So the dragon had this holy lance stabbed into his back, causing him extreme pain. He was paralyzed, and he was landed in the middle of nowhere in the mountains where basically nobody was. And what ended up happening is he learned to communicate with ravens, and through the ravens, he learned to communicate with a specific person. Complicated story. Basically a vampire. It's kind of complicated. Anyway, he learned to communicate with a blood magician, basically a vampire, who learned the truth of human blood, that humans and dragons and ravens all shared blood. And so he communicated with ravens to this blood mage. The blood mage, following a vague prophecy, sent the heroes to go seek out this strange voice that had been guiding him. And that led them to the final dragon. Just imagine the oldest, most ancient dragon you can imagine. Like thousands of years old. And this dragon has just been luring food using magic. Like he'll trick a deer to walk into his mouth using magic because he can't move at all. And he can't heal himself because there's a holy enchanted, spear stabbed into his spine. So he would just sit there and think. And basically, with all this time that he had to think and being alone, he realized the folly of the dragons, and he realized the that like they had no chance if they kept being the way that they were. That, I mean, obviously dragons were done, but humans did not have to follow that same path. That they could be freed from the domineering influence of this god and allowed to work together, and peace could come between these creatures. And so that was his goal. His goal was to try and teach humans, however he could, how to not repeat the folly of the dragons. And the party did eventually meet him, and they were able to get the flower from his blood that had dried on the ground, and the flowers grew there. It was the last place in the world where the flowers grew. And they actually did meet the Mire King, although he was not very communicative. He more just kind of gave them hints and led them along to different places. Although he did... he's still alive after the main characters discovered him. In fact, they gave him a scrying pool so that he could communicate with them, so that he wouldn't be so lonely. It was actually very nice of them. They left him a giant scrying pool, and then they said, okay, well, now we can talk with you directly. You don't have to, like, dispatch ravens that you mind control and shit. Like, you can just talk to us. And so he would offer wisdom, but he didn't have much to offer after that, you know? But they did learn how to... there was a wizard character who was like a really, really accomplished human wizard. Very, very Merlin-esque. Like, think of, like, literally, like, I made him to be like a classic D&D wizard where he had like a staff with a crystal on it. He was like, hello! He was that type, and he lived in a tower and everything. And he was working on an experiment which would allow humans to traverse the elven paths. Unfortunately, it wasn't very reliable. They took the paths, and the Mire King distorted the paths unbeknownst to them, so that they walked through space. They walked through space and witnessed the true form of the Overgod. So they saw his monstrous face. Yeah. And then they realized, oh shit, the Overgod's actually really bad. And then there was a whole bunch of shit that happened. Basically, the Overgod was way far away in space, so far that his influence was comparatively weak. And yet he was still able to give miracles to humans. But what he did is he instructed the humans on how to build a door that would go to heaven. Heaven being a fake city that he built like a crown on his head. Like he enthralled these beings, and they were like angels almost, but evil. Yeah. They were evil, and he had them build a crown on his head that was actually the city that he used as to grant visions of heaven. And he was going to build a door there with the goal of overwhelming the world and enthralling all of the living creatures of this planet. And ultimately, you know, he was going to use that to, you know, wreak undeath on the universe. He was a god of falsehoods and undeath. And that's why he disguised his magic as light. But yeah, there was a whole, we never finished the campaign completely. It never got completed. But we got right to the point where there was a wild uprising. Think like French Revolution style, fighting against the church. The paladins turned against each other. There was a demon who, like a benevolent demon, the demon who betrayed the other demons. There were elves. They went to the elven city. They got imprisoned by the elves. They got put on tribunal by the elves at one point. It was a year-long campaign every week for like 4 or 5 hours. Like a huge story. There was multiple huge epic battles. It was wild. Yeah, he was based off the biblical god. But yeah, we never finished it. However, we got to the point where they killed the what was his name? He was what was his fucking name? Oh yeah, the leader of the faith militia, the faith militant was what he was called. He was called, I'm trying to remember what his title was, but he was the leader of the faith militant, which was the Holy Army. And the Holy Army, this guy, he wielded that fire sword, and he actually killed the Pope and assumed control, and he used the Pope as a sacrifice to open the door to heaven and ascend to heaven himself. There was a huge like French Revolution style uprising that happened that the main players had to command. They worked worked with a bunch of pirates. They made friends with pirates on a sea journey, and those pirates ended up helping them do a giant prison break from the holy, like, prison. There was, like, a prison that was the church's prison. It was wild. It was really, really cool. And they brought the Grey Knight back from the dead. And yeah, we were going to have a huge, massive showdown where they fought the ascended lord of the faith militant with his flaming sword, the original sword wielded by King Harold. And they were going to fight him on top of the Overgod while, like, the Overgod is trying to, like, summon all of these undead gods up around them. And they were going to have to try and beat him in order to seal off the gate so that the Overgod is left in space. Yeah, but that we never got to do that last one. They did fight a necrolich, a necrodrake, a dracolich, that's what it's called. They did fight a dracolich, and that was wild. A whole fight on a boat with cannons, and yeah, it was wild. So there you go. There, I just did a giant lore dump. I haven't done that in forever. That was hella nerdy, like, major. Can you stream me finishing it? I don't know. I don't know if that would be possible. Actually, I know it wouldn't be possible because a lot of I don't, like, know some of the people who were involved in it. Maybe someday, Cyborg. Maybe someday. I did write a story once. Yeah, you all know the plot beats, but you don't know what I had planned for the sequel. I already started it writing, like, a long time ago. I haven't finished it. But yeah. Yeah, you know the main plot beats, but isn't that cool, though? Oh, yeah, there was another character I forgot to tell you about. Want to hear another one? Do we have enough time for another one? How many viewers do we have still? Well, we dropped down to 68. That's not so bad. All right, listen. I'll give you one more cool story. You want one more? After this combo. Wow, 14. Holy shit. Holy shit. All right, I'll give you one more, and then I'm going to end the stream because I need to go eat, okay? And sleep, and play video games, because we got more shit to do this week. All right, I'm going to tell you another cool story. Okay, so, 68 this late on the day before Christmas? Not bad, not bad. Yeah, I know, that's true. Wait, is it the day before Christmas? It's the day before Christmas Eve, right? Yeah, it's the day before Christmas Eve. Okay, so, oh, that's fair. That's fair. It's Wednesday, yeah. Is it 1 a.m.? Oh, okay, where you're at. Okay, I get it. It is really late. So let me tell you a cool story. So most of what I've told you all happened on one continent, but there's other continents on the planet. So there was a whole bunch of other shit that happened that was concurrent to this. In fact, there was a whole second race of elves that were seafaring elves, totally different from the elves that we encountered here, and existed at the exact same time, totally oblivious to most of the conflicts that were happening elsewhere. And one such elf was a minor, like, how do I describe this? Like, minor nobility? No, they're more like pirate elves. They were like sea pirate elves. Like, they had flotillas, and they had little island societies where they would trade with one another. They were basically pirate elves. And their society was totally different than the other elves. The only thing was that they had both been created by the same god. Totally different outcomes. In fact, they didn't even get along with the xenophobic elves. They fucking couldn't stand the xenophobic elves. The xenophobic elves were very powerful, but they didn't get along with these other elves. These elves had basically a bunch of like city-states. Just imagine like a bunch of island, like almost like Grecian pirates. Think of it like that. That would be a good way to imagine them. Grecian pirates. And that was kind of the theme for these elves. Now, they're all very seafaring, and they had a bunch of different noble families of varying types, different types of government in each city and state. Well, in one of them, there was like a merchant city, and the daughter of the sort of merchant king was a very, very skilled explorer. world famous. She would chart out the world. In fact, at certain points, she had even charted out parts of the continent where the campaign was happening long before the campaign happened. Over time, though, she started to suffer from basically what started as migraines. Like, while she was sailing at sea, she would get debilitating pain, and she would just go into her captain's cabin and leave instructions, like really detailed instructions on where to sail and what notes to take. And then she would hide in the dark, more or less, because her head would hurt. And over time, she started to have dreams, these very strange and horrifying dreams of an ocean that was jet black, of a point in the world where no one had ever been before. And eventually she started to like tell people about this vision and say, we have to chart this part of the sea because I can't see anything there. So it must be something unbelievable. And so, yeah, no fucking clue what she was really doing, but she became increasingly obsessed with finding this strange space that she saw in her dreams, this onyx ocean. And so what ended up happening was she took her like 3 primary vessels and her 7 most like loyal captains, and they set out. I think it was 7 vessels, actually. Each captain was on one of the vessels. And they sailed. And they sailed. And they sailed. And they sailed. And they got past the point of no return, where they were all like, if we keep sailing, we won't have enough food to return. And there was a massive mutiny. So her and her 7 captains, more or less, fought back a mutiny. They quelled it. They convinced them to keep sailing based on her visions. So they kept sailing, and they're running out of food. And they kept sailing, and they're running out of food. And they kept sailing. And eventually, people started to die of starvation. And it got really bad. People were getting sick. And they were like, where the fuck are you taking us? And so there was, again, a second mutiny. This one worse than the first. And what ended up happening was, as they were fighting, like literally fighting with one another, they're like barricading themselves in various points of the ship to keep them separate so they don't kill each other and eat each other. The wind takes them into a point of the ocean where there is a sharp line. Not like waters mingling, a sharp line where beyond that it's pitch black. And it stops the conflict because everyone's like, what the fuck? What the absolute fuck? And they're like, wait, she was right. Well, we're all going to starve, but she was right. And so they all come out, and she collapses and has this like seizure vision and tells them, okay, all of you, I promise you, I will deliver you. But you must tie me and my 7 loyal captains to the cannons, to the ballast, and toss us into the ocean. And she doesn't tell any of her captains this right away. So they're all like, okay, the captains see their people listening to her, and they're like, what's going on? She's like, this is your test of faith. This is your test of faith. If you believe in me, you've come with me this far, allow the sailors to tie you to the ballast and be cast into the black ocean. And they did. They let her. So they did. And so, you know, they get tied to cannons, they get tied to anchors, they get tied to barrels full of sand, they get tied to barrels full of bones, whatever. And then they are thrown overboard. And they sink. And they sink. And they keep sinking. And they keep sinking. But they don't drown. They just keep sinking. And they sink for longer than anybody can fathom. They're sinking for so long that they don't even know what like time has passed. In pitch black. In absolute pitch black. And none of them know why they're not dying. They're just not. They just keep sinking, and they can't move. The water is ice cold, but they don't die. And finally, after an unfathomable amount of time has passed, they finally touch the bottom of the ocean. And when they touch the bottom of the ocean, the chains slide free on their captain, and she walks forward on the bottom of the ocean. She has no idea, like, what's actually happening. Like, she doesn't know. She's just being pulled forward. And as she steps forward, a light brightens up in front of them, like an anglerfish light, you know? And the face of a corpse of a sea monster so unfathomably large is sitting in front of them. The rotten face of this giant sea monster, and its mouth is hanging open, and its light, its little lambent thing is just dangling in front of them, and they're watching it. And then they hear boom, 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 a heart, the beating of a heart, so unbelievably powerful that it's shaking their ears and their bones. Boom, 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 over. And she walks forward, and following some vague notion, steps into the creature's mouth and disappears. Shortly after, the heartbeat stops. And once again, the captains are in the dark. Not dead, freezing cold, starving, haven't breathed in maybe weeks, who knows. But they're in the dark again. And after some time, they feel the water moving around them. Because their captain consumed the heart of an ancient god. And, in doing so, absorbed his power to become the goddess of the sea. And, in reward for their loyalty, she transforms all of her loyal captains into the great leviathans. Yeah, it's a huge heart. Yeah, she literally eats the heart. Like, she literally eats the heart slowly by, like, tearing rotting chunks out of this dying god's heart. And she turns all of her captains into the great leviathans. There are 7 great leviathans that roam the sea and have different areas of expertise. And once she's ascended, she sends her ships with the sailors back so they can tell the tale. Yep. And there you have it. And that's how the goddess of the sea was born on this planet. There's the bonus lore. And so she generated a following with that as well. By sending the surviving ones back. And yeah, she has basically more or less 7 horsemen. There were various types of, each of them became powerful in their own right. You know what I mean? Like, each of the 7 captains had their own aspects and their own personalities infused in it. I have a whole document with all the details about the different leviathans, what they looked like, what they had dominion over. But she dwelled in the deep depths of this black portion of the ocean. Yeah, the goddess of the sea. Yeah, kind of. There's some similarity. I mean, this was long before, I wrote this long before BFA. I wrote this long before BFA, to be fair. But of course, you know, World of Warcraft and mythology and all kinds of stuff really inspired me. And yeah, but it was really interesting. The whole point is that basically there were a lot of, keep in mind that, like, previous to her becoming the god, the, like, actual god of the sea was this you know, the creature that was there. It was just a primordial being with unbelievable magical powers. There was a type of being in this universe that was called primordials, and primordials were basically beasts with magical powers. They were not intelligent like dragons. But they were really magically powerful. They just used it in very chaotic ways. They used it in really chaotic ways. So the seas were like a terrifying place. And to a certain degree, the idea of this mythology is that, like, you know, it kind of represents, whether it's true or not, obviously in a fantasy universe, it's actually true, but it kind of represents the elves, the sea elves, the pirate elves, having dominion over the sea, learning to sail the seas, and so they're no longer afraid of it anymore. Because previously, it was in the hands of a chaotic and ununderstandable god, but now one of their own ascended to be able to guide the seas in favorable and unfavorable ways, but in understandable ways. So that was kind of the thing that I was going for with that. So there you go. Good, huh? I was a writer for a long time. Oh, cool. That sounds awesome, human being. I hope you all enjoyed that. I gave you some deep lore. I haven't gone over that in forever. Yay! That's awesome. Yeah, maybe someday I'll do it again.
Amazing. I feel inspired.
Yay, thank you so much, Sensei 3K. I could make a manga or a novel out of this. Yeah, I could. In fact, I mean, I did write a novella at one point that was based in a similar universe, but it wasn't as good as I wanted it to be, and I wrote it almost a decade ago. So maybe someday I'll write again. Maybe someday I'll write again. I don't know. We'll see. I would love to work on that universe more. Oh, don't worry. You'll be able to catch it. I'll keep the VOD up, obviously. But yeah, that was fun as fuck. I'll probably think of, I could maybe another time when the mood is right, I'll tell you all about the pantheon of the elves, because the elves pantheon is super cool as well and very interesting. Very, very different than any of the ones we've discussed so far. My whole goal was to make every mythology unique, and yet each mythology had some piece of the truth. So that was my goal in making this world. Yeah, well, I mean, any lore, any art is welcome. I don't have like drawing capabilities. Some of the characters have been drawn. Yeah, maybe I'll tell you another tale. I don't know. Like, I really love lore. I love making like making that world building aspect, but I specifically love making pantheons because I find the relationship between humans and deities and mythology super fascinating. But yeah. Oh, also there was going to be a whole other section of there was a whole other thing I had planned, but we never got into it, and that was what was happening in the northern part of the continent, where there's like a huge range of mountains that separates the elves and the men from the north. And the north, actually, as it turns out, had two really big factions up there, but I never fully wrote that. That was going to be explored predominantly in the sequel story that I wrote, but I never finished that one yet. Maybe someday. Yeah. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that. I hope you enjoyed today's stream in general. I had a lot of fucking fun. Oh, well, that makes sense, Gayfesh, to a certain degree. Cultural mythos is important. Culture is like the paint with which we make things our own. Yeah, good times were had. Remember, I'm streaming on Christmas. So if you want something fun to do, I'm not doing anything on Christmas besides streaming. So we're going to do some fun. It's going to be mostly a laid back stream. Probably not going to do any debates unless they come up randomly. I don't think I made any arrangements to talk with anyone. Who knows? Maybe we'll invite some fun people on. It'll be mostly a chill stream so that we can hang out and have a nice time on Christmas. Maybe we'll do some react. Maybe we'll shoot some ideas. Maybe we'll do call-ins. I don't know. We'll figure something out. If there's a Christmas debate, there's a Christmas debate. Wouldn't be new. I've had many family debates at Christmas. Yay! Be inspired. If my lore can inspire you, well, I was inspired by other people's lore. So, Fawn Stream, you want to come on, Fawn? Fawn, you can come on right now if you want to. Oh, thank you, human being. Well, we're happy to have you. Make sure you join the Discord, okay? You can join the Discord, just so you know. We'd love to have you, human being. The Discord is chill as fuck. And you'll know when I'm going live. So, all right. Well, with that, I am going to raid us out. Let's find out who's online. Let's find out who's online. Is Conyer on? Is Conyer online? Let's find out. Nope. Who's online? Oh, Prime is on. Prime is on. Ooh. They're doing a lefty debate thing on billionaires. All right, we'll raid Prime, okay? Go give my love to Prime. I'm going to put us through, okay? Let me just... Oh, wait. Let me say goodbye to YouTube chat. Excuse me. I don't remember if I was supposed to do anything else, but whatever. I can do it on Friday. Bye, YouTube chat. Much love. If you all want to go over and see Prime stuff, go to the website and you can click through there. Because raids can't happen on YouTube. So if you want more content, I'm going to raid into Prime regardless. Join the Discord. We're still doing the giveaway. We're going to send out giveaway stuff tonight. And we might do, depending on how many people applied, we might do another Christmas giveaway. We'll see. Okay? All right. Much love to all of you. Raiding out. And I will see you all on Christmas Day. Ho, 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 and all of that good nonsense. Goodbye for now.